Right, we are live. Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome back to the Kiwi Lads channel. We are here for a massive matchup between the All Blacks and the Springboks. Now, we are starting very early in compared with when this match is kicking off, which is in around 3 hours' time. But before then, we've got interviews with ex-All Blacks. We have got a couple head-to-head stats to look at for each of the players, whole heap of video packages and everything in between. So be sure to stick around. But also, if you are just looking for the kickoff, about 3 hours into the stream. But this game is going to be absolutely awesome to see both sides getting themselves big victories in the first round of the Rugby Championship. And speaking of that Rugby Championship, this is the way that the table sits at the moment. New Zealand sitting in second with a points differential of 29 after they were victorious over Argentina in round number one. South Africa, they were able to beat the Australians by just that little bit more, which means that they do sit number one after the first round, 5 points apiece for both of these sides. Now, the points differential could be absolutely crucial heading into the later stage of this Rugby Championship competition. But alongside that, there's also the other factor, which is the bonus points. Both sides receiving one in round number one. Whoever loses this game will want to be within the 7 points. So they will receive that one extra. And also, if it is possible in this game, you want to be winning by 3 or more tries than your opposition, which is tricky to tell whether or not we're going to see a high scoring affair between these two teams, mainly because they are quite even. We've seen the sides announced, and they are both picking very strong sides. Going to be extremely entertaining one. And a rugby opinion here, he's going for the All Blacks 44 points to 25, so that would be a pretty high scoring one in that regard. And Fallon has said, hey, welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing very well. Like I mentioned, we have got a whole heap of build-up for this match, multiple interviews with Norm Maxwell. Some of you guys will know him, an ex-All Black, friend of the channel as well. We're also picking an all-time All Blacks 15 on one of the videos as well, and a whole heap of other build-up heading into that match. But early says, Hammy V, we were, but we couldn't fit what we wanted to fit in before the match without going this early, which sounds crazy to say, but we have got approximately, I think it's like 2 hours worth of footage already pre-recorded that we are going to be playing throughout this live stream. I cannot wait for you guys to be able to see some of it. Looking through, first of all, though, at the starting lineups. For anyone who hasn't seen them already, the All Blacks making a few changes from what they went with in Argentina, although a pretty similar front row, only changing the hooker. It is Ethan de Groot at number 1, the Highlanders representative, Cody Taylor at number 2, and Tyrell Lomax slotting in as the number 3. Brodie Retallick back into the locking duo. Didn't play in Argentina. Now has the big opportunity of going head-to-head with the Boks. And then Scott Barrett, player who played very decently in that game up against Argentina, keeps a spot in the starting side, just moves from 4 to number 5. Shannon Frizzell slotting in as the number 6. Sam Cane, the captain, at number 7, and Artie Savia as the number 8. Now, he is a man who has a pretty good record up against the Springboks in past games. Unchanged loose forward trio for the ABs. I know that a few people thought maybe Jacobson could have been worth a crack in this game, but instead they stick with what they had last week. They're hoping it's going to be as physical, and they're hoping to find some dominance with these 3 over the Springboks, but that is extremely hard to do up against a tough side like the Boks. Looking at the back line, it is Aaron Smith at number 9 with Richie Mo'unga taking the number 10 jersey from Damian McKenzie, so they have decided to go with that straight switch, although no McKenzie off the bench was something that I've heard a lot of people slightly concerned about from seeing this All Black side. Geordie Barrett keeps a spot at number 12 for me, probably close to man of the match in the game up against Los Pumas. He was running the ball hard, got himself a try, defenders beaten, clean breaks, you name it. Geordie Barrett was ticking it off his checklist, and he'll be looking to do the exact same in this game here. Rieko Ioane on his outside at number 13. Mark Talaire out on the left wing, returning from injury for the All Blacks. Will Jordan returning from injury out on the right. So that will be a big test, having Colby and Makazole Mapimpi running at those two for the full 80 minutes. And Beauden Barrett keeps his spot as the number 15 for the All Blacks to close out a very strong All Blacks starting lineup. In the chat, we have got Horses for Courses, Fozzie Selection. Got some folks lost and confused again, says DK. Yeah, it seems to be the case of no matter what Ian Foster does at the moment, he still knows how to slightly push a couple buttons and also make it so that people still question what he's doing. And it's just a trend that he's almost been able to set. At this stage, that's why our predictions for the All Blacks versus South Africa game, or any game is so difficult because you don't quite know who the wild cards are that Foster is going to give a chance to. So in this game, I guess Tamaiti Williams off the bench, the debut. Finley Christie, Caleb Clark, and Braden Ennor, probably the ones that people were like, why haven't they given someone like a Moni Narawa a chance? Although we did find out that he has an injury. Some people were wondering whether or not McKenzie should have been an option off the bench. We will soon find out. Kevin, a set prediction, the All Blacks 22, Springboks 15. Okay, I like it. I think everyone is predicting a relatively close game here from what I've seen. And also I'm going for the All Blacks 27 points to 19 over the South Africans. Says Hammy V, South Africa. Says Joshua for who he is going to be picking. I'm saying All Blacks 21-17, says Jay. And why is the form fullback Will Jordan again wasted on the right wing? Good question. And we're going to have to wait and see what he can do up against Makazole Mapimpi. But I would have thought that for Will Jordan last year, we did see that he just didn't quite get the ball enough out on that right wing side. No matter how much they tried to get it to him, he only got 1 or 2 runs a game, and it just wasn't quite enough to be able to show what he can do, because we saw him throughout Super Rugby Pacific. He had a sensational season when he did return from his head knock. And, I mean, they're persistent. I'll give them that. They've stuck with Will Jordan on the right wing longer than they stuck with Geordie Barrett out on the right wing side. So perhaps there's something in there that they're thinking, if we can't have him as the fullback, because to Beauden Barrett's credit, he played well last week. So I believe that that is why they've stuck with him as the 15 for this game, with Will Jordan just returning from his injury. But perhaps in the future, they can look at transitioning Jordan to that number 15 jersey, given number 14 to one of these guys like Amoni Narawa, maybe Mark Talia, or even maybe Sean Stevenson. Who knows? Maybe he gets the crack before the World Cup. Welcome back to another championship match, says Abdul Malik. Welcome in, mate. Will Jordan at right wing. Sad memories of legendary Ben Smith being wasted there comes to mind. Fozzie's gone with Beauden Barrett, who's not the best fullback or fly half this season in Super Rugby Pacific, says DK. I think the best way of describing it is the All Blacks selected a team on form, but then they selected their lineup differently. The whole squad, they've got some young players who had very good Super Rugby Pacific seasons. Cam Roigard, Summer Penny Finau, Tamaiti Williams. The list actually goes on. They actually had quite a few. Dallas McLeod in there as well. But they aren't really giving those young guys the opportunity to see if they've continued their form into the international jersey for their debut. Luckily, we get to see Tamaiti Williams coming off the bench in this game, the man mountain for the Crusaders. I think he is going to be one to definitely watch out for. You've got, Cam Roigard. I would have loved to see him come off the bench rather than Finley Christie, but it's one of those ones that until he's been given the opportunity at international level, we just don't know where some of these young guys, such as a Roigard, are actually matching up with guys who have been there and done it before. Springboks 32, AB's 24. I have a feeling that this is South Africa's year, says Joshua. So I assume that is the prediction for the Rugby Championship as well, is that they take out the competition. And fun fact, 2019, they did the same thing. They won the Shortened Rugby Championship, and then from there, they went on and won the Rugby World Cup. I'll watch the game here in China at 3 p.m. Go, the All Blacks, says Rob Rocks TV. And I always feel like the Fozzie Classic is having a bunch of weird bench choices. Specialist 11 on the bench is bizarre and relies on the other wings being able to shift, says Nathan. Yeah, the bench for me, I would have had Damian McKenzie number 22, Braden Ennor number 23. That way, Ennor covers your centres. And then worst comes to worst, if there is an injury out on the wing, Rico Ioane, as long as he's not the player getting injured, but if he was, they'd just swap him straight in the centres. Rico Ioane pop out to the wing, and then you've still got that cover of Damian McKenzie, who offers the kicking tee and also offers that versatility later on in a game of being able to slot pretty much anywhere into that back line that you needed. But they've gone with Clark, one of the players who received one of the lower ratings out of any player in Super Rugby Pacific for the last week's game. So it's going to be interesting to see how it ends up going. Score prediction says Andy Watts, 35 points to 12 for the Springboks. You look beautiful, says Abdul Malik. Thank you very much, mate. Hugely appreciate it. I thought I'd better put the suit on. If there's ever a time outside of the World Cup to wear the suit, got to be this game between the All Blacks and the Box. Guess who I'm with, says Ron. Well, it's nice to know that she travelled safely. Keep her in good hands, Ron, before she heads overseas. No one else will get that reference, but hopefully you will. And then there's the none selection of form players like Sean Stevenson, Cam Roigard, Summer Penny Finals. No opportunity so far for them. Why select them, says DK. It's a great question. And I actually mentioned it on that podcast that I went on a couple of weeks ago. I said it's one thing picking a squad off form. It's another thing playing the informed players. And Fozzie hasn't quite done that as of yet. We know South Africa, they had their split squad plan that did involve having some of the players play in New Zealand and some of the players play their game in South Africa, in which they were very successful winning that game up against the Australians by quite a comfortable margin. But yeah, it's going to be intriguing to see what actually happens in this game, because we've seen an all-new loose forward trio for the Springboks, whereas an unchanged loose forward trio for the ABs. Are you going to have your father for tonight, says Kevin? No, he's actually up the road. Few hours at the moment, so we won't get to see him on the live stream. George as well, I believe, is busy. He's going to get pissed, so he won't be joining me for this one either. But me and George, we are doing something tomorrow, which you guys might get to see some of in the near future. What's the time by you, mate? It is currently 4:10 p.m. New Zealand time, so relatively early compared to when the game is supposed to be getting started. But the reason we started so early is we have got plenty of build-up. We've got interviews with the next All Black. We have got the head-to-head stats. We've done an all-time ABs XV to look through it and see what you guys think about it. But then also just such an experience having so much time before a match. It just builds the feeling and the passion for the game. And I cannot wait. Agent Hamish. Oh, Hamish, where's the earpiece and the black specs? Well, the black specs, if I had them on and the screen reflected, I'd get in trouble by Sansa. Learned that. Well, I didn't even learn that. I just got a copyright strike without showing anything last time. But it does feel a bit weird wearing a suit at 4 p.m. in the afternoon. Definitely in a small town. We still haven't got curtains on this side of the house, and that's where the road is. So anyone who goes past will think that I'm just, well, what's that weirdo doing in a suit at 4 p.m. in the afternoon on a Saturday as well? It's not really a suit day. I'd say weekdays, maybe they'll be like, oh, you must work undercover for the FBI or something. But on the weekend, that's normally when you get the day off, isn't it? Hamish, is Leicester Nuku and Sam Whitelock both injured still? They are indeed. So Leicester Nuku going into this game, Jason Ryan said it was a 50-50 of whether or not he would be able to play. Sam Whitelock, they've said that ever since that Super Rugby Pacific final, he just hasn't quite come right. So they're saving him a bit longer. He may be back for the Rugby Championship, though. And 6 a.m. here, kick off in 3 hours, says Session. And the Bok by 5. Yeah, very early morning start for you guys in South Africa. So I hugely appreciate every single one of you for tuning in. And we will be doing the live commentary for the match when it does come around. And now it's only 3 hours. Oh, no, it's less than 3 hours. It's only 2 hours, 50 minutes, which sounds like a long time. But by the time these interviews that we've got go by, we're going to be very close to kickoff, which is going to be absolutely awesome. D-Max a defense risk. May I remind you what happened last week, says Jimmy Lister. Yeah, although he's also an attacking threat for the Springboks, isn't he? Because something that I quite enjoyed watching last week was the fact that they had Damian McKenzie quite deep. And then from there, he charged up at the line. He was linking up well with Rico Ioane and Geordie Barrett. But because he was coming from such a deep position, the Pumas' defense just weren't quite able to get to him in time before he was able to free up the outside. And there was a gap that just kept on repetitively opening up that they were able to go straight through. Is Eben Etzebeth still playing, or is he at his dad's funeral? He is playing, Eben Etzebeth, which I feel like is going to be, it's going to be a tough game for him. Massive condolences to him and his family for what they've been going through over this past week. The fact that Eben Etzebeth has said, I still want to play, and I feel like that is mainly because of his father's love for rugby as well. He wants to try and get the job done for the Springboks and then head home with the rest of the side. But yeah, it's got to be tough playing with that kind of emotion. And sometimes it either helps a player towards, I said in my preview, actually, I said he's either going to have one of the best games of his career or he's just going to be a little bit lackluster, but no one would blame him one bit for not being able to perform to the level that he normally would like to. Just regarding the chat on form player selection, if it was all on form, Geordie Barrett and Will Jordan wouldn't be playing. Says Nathan, although Will Jordan near the end of the season wasn't going too bad, Geordie Barrett, yeah, he had that game with the Hurricanes and everyone was like, he's not even an All Blacks 12 anymore. And then luckily he was able to have a decent game last week, and I'm curious to see how he goes in this contest when he does play up against the Springboks, who will pressure him more. He's going head-to-head with Damien Dialende, so that is never an easy battle when that takes place. And also your word shorts too, says Robert, and would love to see Jordan versus Colby, says Luke. Luckily, at this stage, I mean, we get to see Mark Talia versus Cheslin Colby, and I've done actually a head-to-head breakdown of each position, talking about the player stats in terms of their age, their height, everything along those lines. And that is a little bit later on in this live stream. And there's some interesting ones. I actually have to pick who I think out of the two will have the better game. And it's an intriguing split. Come on, the ABs, says Jacob McDonald there. Are you live super early, says Kyle. We are, but we had to be because of all of the stuff that we've got planned for this one, including interviews and everything along those lines. We couldn't start at the normal time with being able to fit everything in that I've got to my side here. Springboks kid is one of the best in rugby right now, but the New Zealand actually looks pretty good on the field, says Sam Bell. Yeah, in the pictures, it looked a little bit rough. I think because from a distance, you can't see that kind of snail trail of a silver fern on there, and it kind of looks a little bit more like just a black polo shirt. I see that they're still charging people $150 for it, which is a bit rough because the same version of it, you can get a polo for like $70. So interesting. First scrum is going to be absolutely huge. I don't know if Lomax can hang, says Session. Well, that's the thing. Both sides had dominant scrums last week. The Springboks doing very well up against the Wallabies. The All Blacks doing very well up against the Pumas. Now, in this game, it's the two dominant sides going head-to-head. And I think with the way that Kitsoff was scrummaging last week, it's almost the case of it doesn't matter who's across from him, because if he gets it right, one of the best scrummagers in the world, and Lomax is going to have his hands full, but that's the kind of challenge I feel Tyrell Lomax enjoys, because he's been in Super Rugby Pacific up against some very tough loose-head props. But then is it Stephen Kitsoff that he's been up against? The answer's no. And yeah, that game coming up very soon. It's going to be telling, definitely for both sides set piece. We didn't see too much of the Springboks rolling maul last week, but I feel that if they can get it rolling here up against the All Blacks, we may not just see a try being scored off it, but also maybe a penalty, yellow card type scenario could be just around the corner. As well, Zachariah said, as an Aussie, I'm back in New Zealand. Very difficult to win in New Zealand, no matter the quality of the team they are playing, but it's only going to be decided by a few points. 5 p.m. kickoff. Yeah, which is good, says Zachary Chen. Yeah, much nicer kickoff time for us in New Zealand and Australia than the last week's games, but still going to be very enjoyable as we build just that little bit closer. Prediction for Australia versus Argentina. It's a tricky one to predict because it's kind of the opposite of All Blacks versus South Africa in the regard of both sides haven't played a very good game of rugby to start out their Rugby Championship. Australia, there was a lot lacking in their game up against South Africa, whether or not it was the handling that was letting them down, the set piece they just couldn't get right, penalty count. But then a lot of those same aspects can actually be put into the Argentinian side as well. Their scrum was lackluster. Their rucks, they weren't really getting in there enough for my liking, which is why in this game up against the Aussies, I think it's going to be very important that they do so. But I see both sides have made a few changes. One of the big ones, Michael Hooper, not going to be playing for the Wallabies, which does mean instead Fraser McWright gets the chance, and he is going to be one to watch out for, because last year in the Rugby Championship was one of the standout players. We are treated tonight to a massive clash for sure. Can't wait, says Jacob. Antilia will cause problems, I reckon, says Hanoi there. And as per usual, between our two great rugby nations, whoever dominates the collision area will no doubt come out on top, says Westside. And the big thing is, last week, the All Blacks, they had a much quicker ruck speed than the Springboks. But when looking at overall ruck dominance, I feel like you would say it was in the Springboks' favour, just with the way they were able to clean out the breakdown. When they got the player over the ball, they weren't moving. No matter how much the Aussies tried to shift them, once the Bok is locked over the ball, the only one who's going to get him off the ball is him. When he decides, right, won the penalty, give the ball to the kicker, and we'll try and take the 3. Now, an interesting point to make, though, for this game is there has been a change at fly half for the Springboks. Instead of Mani Lebok, it is instead going to be Damian Valimza. And that, for me, is going to be a very intriguing change for the Springboks. I can hear someone banging on the window. It is George, ladies and gentlemen. He has decided to join me for a little bit of the build-up, although I'm not too sure whether or not he will be on the stream, but instead it might just end up with him being here while the interview that we filmed a little bit earlier on is going to be playing. If the ABs nullify set piece of the box, they'll have to play expansive and the box will win, or sorry, the ABs will win. That, I reckon, says Jack B. And the big thing is trying to get it past those first couple defenders for the All Blacks. If they can get it out wide towards Jordie Barrett, even though he's at inside centre, if his pass then goes out wide, out onto the wing, could be a very handy option to have for the All Blacks when they get to Leah in space, when they get Will Jordan out there. It's going to be very important to try and get that ball out as quickly as they can. Brandon has said hi in there as well, and ABs will crush the 10 channel. Can't play money there yet, says Session. And also we have got there, Hamish, do you want me to tell my lovely girlfriend you say hi? I guess so. Hello to Ollie's girlfriend. And I think the Box hit an 82-minute drop goal to win. Ooh, 82-minute drop goal to win would be absolutely massive for them. And, I mean, we've seen it late in a game before that they haven't quite, you know, the game's not over to 80 minutes, I think is the best way of describing it, even to a certain extent after the 80 minutes. How long until the game? We have actually still got another 2 hours and 40 minutes, but don't panic too much because we have still got interviews with an ex-All Black that are coming up on the channel extremely soon. We've got head-to-head. We've got an all-time ABs XV that we have decided to pick, and also a little bit of a preview in there as well. And also we have got there, that's why you don't feed strays. Says Robert, I feel bad. He's sitting outside the house waiting for me. I think he's messaging me at the moment. A moment, we'll go like this. He's watching the stream from outside of the house. Let me in, says George. And there's, I'll see, I forgot to unlock the door. So he's filming me from the side. I reckon Talia will pop off. I'm worried about his calf just a little bit, to be honest. And when I was talking to Norm Maxwell, ex-All Black Lock, he was talking about injury. You guys will see that a little bit later on. And the thing with an injury is you've always got to be able to manage it. And I feel like there's one of those things in this game where because he's going head-to-head with Cheslin Colby, he's going to be putting absolutely everything into the chase if Colby starts to run down that wing. And the last thing you want for Mark Talia is for the calf to go ping, him go, oh no, and then Caleb Clark have to make his way out onto the field a little bit earlier on than you would normally expect. So the big thing for Talia is managing that injury, knowing how 100% he is, whether or not he is right there ready to go. Because if he's not Cheslin Colby, I think he will be able to expose that out on that wing. And that's actually what we said in the head-to-head, which will be coming up just a little bit later on today. Love the Richie WJ connection, or the Will Jordan, sorry, I should say. At the same time as the Bowden Barrett Talia connection, dual play, making dual finisher, says, yes, I am Lizard. Well, that's interesting because a lot of people were looking at Damian McKenzie being taken out and going, why have they done that? But when you talk about the fact that they've got the fly half combination with one of the wings and the fullback combination with another, we've also got to remember Rico Ioane in the midfield links in nicely with Bowden Barrett and Talia. The only slightly out of place player after the halfback is probably, you'd say, Jordie Barrett. But luckily for him, his brother's playing at 15, so there's that little bit of chemistry in there as well. Yeah, it's certainly going to be an entertaining one when it does get here, which is not too far away. But ladies and gentlemen, while we are away, we have got an interview that is coming up with ex-All Black Norm Maxwell. This is actually a little bit of a throwback interview from when we talked a bit of a time ago. It's, you know, probably from, I think it was maybe 2 years ago that this interview is. But a lot of the stuff that he said in that one is still relevant today. And it's talking about the will to win for the ABs and the fact that, I guess from then, they have found that again and they are now doing a lot better. But nonetheless, I will see you all in a short moment after this interview has been played. It is around 25 minutes or so. So anyone who I guess doesn't want to see that interview, be sure to return in about that 25 and we will be back for a little bit more build-up heading into the Springboks versus All Blacks match. A very special guest. It is none other than ex-All Black and Crusaders lock, Norm Maxwell. You've been on the channel before, mate. Once again, how are you going and how excited are you for this match between the Springboks and the All Blacks?
How you going, Hamish? Yeah, yep. It's always a pleasure, brother. Yeah, pumped. It's going to be a very interesting one. There's a lot of pressure on. So in some ways, it's a little bit of a World Cup trial in terms of the amount of pressure these guys are going under. So they're either going to sink or swim, isn't it? So I'm sure there's going to be a lot of eyes watching this one.
To transition from that, what weakness can the Springboks exploit in the current All Blacks team that they have got? Have you seen anything from recent games or anything you've heard that might be a weakness that the Boks will be able to try and make the most of?
I'm not so much of a technical analyst.
Yeah.
I suppose I could if I really put my focus onto that. But I think the main thing it's just the pressure. You know, if they use the pressure in their benefit, this is probably the major weakness of the All Blacks. Just because that pressure can really affect your ability to sort of be calm and be able to just concentrate on your job, you know, because what can happen is that you tend to like worry about the future or worry about the mistakes that you've made, and it can sort of take your energy away from being really present and doing what you need to do at the time, you know, and the ability to communicate also as a team. Quite often, if you feel that pressure, you could turn individual, you know, you got your own different individual coping strategies. And so if the pressure is really high, sometimes you can turn into an island, you know, and as a team sport, this is very, very challenging. Because if your communication is gone and your ability to support each other and to adapt to the situation is compromised, this makes it really challenging. So for the Springboks, I think the start is the key. You know, if you look at Ireland, the All Blacks are behind, they're a whole different team. You get the All Blacks ahead by 10, 15 points, they'll just tear you to pieces. So you get them, if you get them behind and you get the pressure on and you get people wondering, oh no, this maybe if we lose this, I'm gonna this will be the last game that I play and I won't play for the All Blacks again. I'll let the jersey down. You get them into that space. That's where you got the advantage against the ABs.
And I guess that's where those senior players such as Sam Cane and all those guys really need to help those younger guys who get selected in the side to kind of keep a calm head even when they do go down. We actually, all 3 matches up against the Irish, they did go down with that first try. Sometimes only a couple minutes into that game, and straight away it's a whole different hit to the mentality because you don't expect to have come into the game as heavy favourites to all of a sudden have someone run down the wing 15 phases after like the match starts and score the try against you. South Africa sometimes can be a whole different beast when they do get rolling. Another question, when we talk about South African beasts, you have come face to face with quite a few of them. Who is the South African player you would say has been the most intimidating player to play up against?
Intimidating? No, that's not really part of my... I
was going to say, you're probably the wrong person to ask, aren't you? You'd just run it straight at anyone.
It wasn't really part of my makeup, you know. Yeah, I don't know about running it straight, but it was more just the contact, you know. I enjoyed that especially with the Springboks, but yeah, just some of the raw power that they have. This is the thing that, you know, if you're thinking about intimidation or whatever, it's just the size. So just collectively, they're big people, you know. They're just big bone. They're big. The size is pretty impressive. Yeah. So across the whole broad, you know, the Afrikaans and they're just genetically they're big boys. So just little things in the contact, they've got a lot of weight. You know, it's a tough one. You know, coming back to what we were talking about before with the Irish maintained pressure as well. You know, so they didn't kick the penalties. They went for the line out, you know, and they just kept that pressure on. They didn't give the All Blacks a chance to breathe. And so I think this is another important point. I'm not sure about the current side. I don't know the players so much. They're always going to be physical. They're always going to be physically sort of into the game. So it's up to the ABs to sort of match them. And I think they will. You know, it's a do or die. I suppose it depends if they really want to fight for the coach, if they really want to fight for the unit they have now, because I've lost a couple of coaches, they'll do it, you know. If there's a little bit of doubt within that team or they want change sort of somewhere, that will show as well, you know.
It will be the talking's done on the field, won't it? For that 80 minutes, the All Blacks, they need to be able to step up and they need to be able to match the big South Africans in what's going to be, I cannot wait. The fact that this video or this little interview is actually going to be going out probably about 2 hours before the match
does take place, I'm sure by now I'll be jumping up and down around the lounge while this is playing, just waiting to see this game get underway.
And I think, like, for me as well, it's the ability to sort of let go, I think, would be the interesting one for the All Blacks. In terms of what I mean by that is, like, you just have to say, well, man, this is me. This is me. It might be my last game, but I'm going to give it everything I have, you know? And that's it. If we lose, so be it. I'm just going to empty my tank and just go out with a bang, you know? I think that's the attitude that they need to have, not the old, oof, and we need to win this, or maybe not be here, you know? This is this little shift that they need to take, you know? It's a subtle one, but if they just say, well, you know, because even my mates, obviously my mate Greg, they're under a lot of pressure, man. You know what I mean? It's easy being a fan, I'll get rid of them and all that, but they're people with lives, you know?
Yeah.
They've got kids, they've got future plans, they've got, you know, they've been contracted for a certain amount of time, and they want to be settled within that, you know? And so that's put up in the air now. And it's like, well, it could be it. It could be the whole future's changed in one game, you know? Like I said, it's easy for a fan to say, get rid of them and all the rest of it, but they're people with lives, you know?
Yeah.
So they carry that, not just them, their family, their kids, everybody, you know? So this is it's not easy for a few of them, you know? Like I said, sometimes you just got to get to a place where it's like, doesn't matter. I'm just going to go out and do what I need to do.
Because you mentioned about 2001 for yourself and an Australian tour, and you were saying about the fact how, like, the mindset back then was if you weren't playing your absolute best, there's someone else who could take that jersey from you. And the fact that you were willing to sacrifice that spot if you weren't playing well, like, it's such a make or break for a lot of these guys to be able to go out there knowing that this could be their last tour. You know, it's got to be so hard on the mentality and just being able to stay focused in the process as well. But you did mention something to me not too long ago, and that was the will to win and being okay to lose. Would you like to go a little bit more in depth about what you
that's right. It's sort of the older I've sort of gotten, especially like I've been doing, I've been coaching a little bit over here, and so I definitely got a taste of losing anyway, put it that way. I think that ever since I was younger, I was fortunate to play in like very good teams, you know, ever since I first started. And so I probably, over my whole rugby career since I was like 9 or 8 when I first started playing till I finished, I probably won maybe like 80% of my games, you know. As a coach, I probably lost like 80% of my games, you know, so the book works with balance, you know. So I definitely needed to give the experience of the failure side of it, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they sort of, you know, well, the way I look at it sort of goes hand in hand, you know. To be successful, you sort of need to learn how to lose as well, and learn to be okay with losing, because it's part of the process, you know. And so what I'm talking about in terms of when I mentioned that to you was to be competitive in a competition. Obviously, you need to have a strong will to win. If you don't have a strong will to win, there's no real competition, you know. And so this is for everybody, not just for the ABs. And the ABs have a strong will to win. There's no doubt about that, you know. And there's no doubting their will to win, because this just doesn't exist in the All Black environment. That's a given, you know. If people to question, they didn't really want to win and all that, no, that's just not, doesn't really compute when you're playing for the ABs, you know, and many other factors that come into that. And so we already have that, you know. So let's say that's a given. But being okay to lose is an important point. But they don't counter each other as well, you know, because if you're okay to lose and you don't have the will to win, well, that's no competition either. It's just you'll lose, you know, and you know, it won't matter. So having both of them together, they sort of work well together, because being okay to lose just allows you to embrace what is, you know, accept what is, and see it clearly. So you're not piling on like stuff that's unnecessary. So I suppose it talks about what's the definition of being okay. You know, being okay is just being clear. You're going to be okay if you lose. You're going to be okay if you get dropped from the All Blacks. You're going to be all right. Life's going to continue, you know. Yeah. And that it gives you the ability to be able to see it for what it is, and to be analyze it very clearly and analytically, and then be able to work with it and use it towards winning, not going into these like patterns of, I don't know, pity or whatever it is, this stuff that comes to you when you lose. It's not about not being disappointed. Of course you're going to be disappointed, but that's okay as well, you know. And so it's just not muddying up your experience with things that are unnecessary. You know, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, and with social media as well nowadays, I feel like it makes it just that little bit tougher because you're constantly getting messages about the little mistakes that you make out there on the field. Like someone could have a brilliant game but drop the ball once, and that drop could be the difference between the win and the loss, and that could be the one thing that everyone remembers for that match rather than what you did throughout the other 79.
Yeah, and I think that you need to get to a state where you're self-sufficient within yourself, you know, because this is what I'm talking about before, is that if you've given everything you can, if you've given your best, there's nothing else, because everybody else's opinion is an opinion. There's no real weight to it. It doesn't really affect reality because everybody's going to have an opinion, you know. And so being okay with that within yourself is the key part, you know. So that other stuff just washes away once you're self-sufficient within that, you know, because it takes a lot of time to get there. If you're dependent on other people's opinions, whether they be positive or negative, if you're gonna get pumped up by people patting you on the back, or you're gonna get put down by people stabbing you in the back, this is all beyond your control, you know. And so learning to be more self-sufficient within yourself is very, very important, you know. And playing for the All Blacks, that situation, it's imperative to learn these skills, you know. But as a young player, it's much more challenging.
While you were a part of the All Blacks camp as well, when you guys did kind of suffer a loss, what was the way that the team and everyone got together to try and boost morale heading into the next game? Like, can you remember any certain little things that made everyone kind of get to that stage of, right, that's happened, it wasn't what we wanted, but now we're still the All Blacks, we've got to fight back, next game's just around the corner?
Not really. I think that I think we just suffered sort of on our own, you know. Everybody sort of you sort of go into your own things, like I talked about before. You sort of, you know, when it comes to adversity and challenge and hardship, you know, you tend to have a tendency to sort of go individually or turn to individuals, and so you sort of cope with it sort of on your own. We didn't really have I'm not sure what it's like now, but we didn't really have a collective approach to be able to like work through that, you know. To work through the difficulty. And I suppose that comes back to being okay with, you know, we weren't okay with losing. It was just you know, it was really, really hard, you know, whether it be the coaches, whether it be, it's a really self-reflective time, you know. And like I said, like I've learned from my 80% losing percentage of coaching, it's a real soul-searching, really challenging time, you know. And one of my things, especially like with the team that I coach, is you look at yourself first, you know. Look at yourself first and see what you can do to make a difference, you know, not pointing the fingers to other people and be like, oh, you did this. And as soon as you start doing that, man, it's just a shit fight. And so sometimes we got to that place where it's like, we used to call them shit sessions. And it'll just be a time where you go in and then you just like let it out. So everybody's, you're this and you're that and blah, blah, blah. And then we had a few of those, that's for sure. And you sort of, but at least you get it on the table, you know what I mean? On the table. It's not behind some of these other cultures. This is what I sort of appreciate with the New Zealand culture, is that at least it's up front. At least it's on the table, you know. There's not so much behind the back sort of style. And some of these other cultures, it's more hidden, you know. You won't really understand like what people are really feeling or understanding. It's more whispered behind. And so at least with New Zealand, it's sort of put on the table, which is beneficial. At least, you know, we stand with it, you know. Like I said, it comes back to that point where it's like sometimes you just got to be like, doesn't matter, I'm playing, man. You know what I mean? I'm here, I'm playing this game, and that's it. I'm not worried about World Cup. I'm not worried about next week. I'm here. I got an opportunity to play, and I'm going to take it, you know.
I think that's a great mentality to have, definitely, because like, yes, the All Blacks over the years, they have been dominant, but there's always ups and downs of a journey. And this journey of the All Blacks, if it's anything like the stock market, she goes down and she goes straight back up, goes back to where
That's
it
right.
was. So the All Blacks,
That's right.
they could have something
then-
great just around the
that's it.
corner.
And then the other thing you got to realize is that it's a game, man. It's just a game.
Mm.
There's more important things in life, man. You know, your family, your health. You know, the I don't know, just being alive.
Yeah.
It's more important than, you know, than points on a rugby field. You know, and it's tough when you're in there because you just like. I remember I got to one place where it was just like, man, I just like created this like world of like pumped up the importance of it. You know, and I got to the stage where man, it's just being alive is the most important thing, man.
Yeah.
You know, and that's a lot larger than just a rugby game.
With you in the All Blacks camp, you would have had your roomies and whatnot, the guys that you used to bunk with. Who
Yeah.
was the prankster in your group of
Oh,
All
man.
Blacks friends? Who was the one who was always doing something that he shouldn't have been? The one who you had to look over your shoulder, make sure he wasn't
Yeah.
doing anything?
I've got some stories about that, man. Maybe not for this stream, but yeah, there's a few of them. One of the worst ones was Ron Cribb. Ron Cribb, he's one of the worst pranksters. Greg Feek was a bit of a prankster as well. He'd do things like, they call it short sheet. So it's like you'd get like somebody's bed and you'd take the top sheet off and you'd like tuck most of it down, and it'd be like you'd put like the top sheet under the duvet, like it'd be 3/4 like on the bed, you know.
Mm.
So people are trying to pull it up, like when they jump into the bed, they're like, oh shit, like trying to sleep and they can't pull the sheet up, you know. But just different things in the guys' rooms, you know. It would be like they call it like the phantom shitter. This is like it's like so so the thing would be like, the trick with that one, I'd never do any of these like crash sort of tricks, but it'd be like someone would go into your room, like, you know, did number 2 and like don't flush the toilet, and then like, you know, maybe turn the air conditioning up like super high and then like leave, you know. So you go into your room and it's like, oh no, it's like it's a phantom, somebody's been there, you know. So, these things you get bored on tour, you know. And anyway, old Cribby, I think Cribby was one of the worst for those. And he tells a story about how he got the coach. Like they turned up to the hotel, and usually when they get to the hotel, you got so many gears. You know, you got a lot of you got lots of like practice stuff, and you got all your baggage and everything like that. So you process in terms of unloading, you know. And so then when they got to the hotel, he reckons that everybody was unloading, and he went to the front desk and got the room key for the coaches. You know, he said, "Oh, can I have the key for the thing?" Went up to the coach's room, did the old phantom cucker, come back down, started unloading again. So the coach goes to his room for the first time, puts his key in, and boom, he's been struck by the phantom cucker. So he would have been confused, like, just got to the hotel, and how did this happen? So yeah,
because that's the thing, you got a lot of spare time, don't you? Like when you're waiting in between playing games, like if it's a rainy day or something like that, like you've got spare time that you got to try and fill in. And I guess
that's right.
People do it differently.
That's right, exactly. They go to different extremes, you know. But some of the issues for me as well is that I never really was involved in any of those pranks because the fear of retaliation is worse, you know.
Yeah.
Unless you're the phantom, where you sort of, it's unknown who it is. It's a mystery. You're a mystery man, where you're sort of sitting pretty. If somebody knows you got them, then you're always waiting, like, oh man. You got to have your head on a swivel, like worried about what's coming at you, you know. So I didn't really enjoy that sensation. So I just pretty much kept it real, you know.
Yeah.
But there was a few that definitely would definitely get involved with that situation.
So I guess pre-match as well, because at the time that we are filming this, it will be just before the players kind of start to get ready. They'll already be off the bus. What was your, I guess, kind of routine before making your way out onto the field? Because of course, back when you're playing, we don't have the Bluetooth wireless headphones and everything along those lines that the players have now, how they can just pop on some Spotify and then listen to their certain playlist. It would have been a whole different kind of situation back there. So what was your pre-match routine?
Bro, we're not talking the 1950s here, bro. You know, we're not that old, bro. We did have music. We did have digital music back then, if you might. Maybe not Spotify, but yeah. What was I operating with? Yeah, a bit of music, I suppose. It's funny because it's you get a little bit like superstitious, I suppose. Well, I did anyway. You know, so you play one good game, and you're like, oh, what happened? What did I do then? So you want to try to like sort of recreate it, and then if it doesn't happen, it's like, oh no, maybe I've blown it. You know. I remember I had like no, I won't go into that story. Yeah. So I actually was ahead of the curve with what did I have? One of those MP. Was it MP3? No,
Oh, yeah. MP3 player.
No, not an MP3. Oh, it's like a mini disc player. Mini disc.
Oh yeah, one of the little or not quite Walkman, the digital CD ones. Is it?
Yeah, it was like there were square cases, I think, and they gave you the ability to. It didn't really take off. They sort of in between. That was supposed to be the next leap from CDs, you know.
Yeah.
Before the what was it, the iPod? Yeah, so I had those, but it gave you the ability to switch tracks. You know, you can go from like or whatever. Otherwise, it'd be the CD where you just like click along, like boom, 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 skip.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know, a little bit of music, I suppose. Can't really remember now, but yeah, you just try and get yourself into a space where it's like, yeah, you don't want to be over relaxed and you don't want to be over hyped up. You know, you sort of want to be in that spot where you're ready to go. And you know, if you're too nervous and you're too stressed out, you're burning energy. You know.
Yeah.
If you're sleepy, well, you need a big leap up to try and get up to performance. You know, so you want to try and find that space and what allows you to be in that zone where you're sort of just relaxed but ready to go. And so whatever you do to be able to get into that place is what you need to do, you know. So I listened to a few music. I remember if Cribby was behind me one time, he reckoned I was just listening to the same. I didn't have that many songs, you know. Like I said, you're probably right, bro. So that's a little while ago. You don't have the opportunity to get any song you want, that's for sure. I think it was like, okay, he goes, bro, why you keep listening to the same song? Well, I only had a few that I liked, you know.
Yeah. So I guess as well, pre-match, you got the haka. Can you remember who you were most fired up against while doing the haka in your All Blacks career? Who was the team that you were just like, I'm going to put absolutely everything into this?
I don't know. I think it's relatively even, you know. Sometimes it depends on the occasion. I used to like playing South Africa. It's going to be awesome, man. Like they said, these two teams got a long history, man. They said the All Blacks either going to step up or they're not, you know. Great thing about it is that it's a little bit of a front runner for the World Cup as well. Like you said, the pressure is going to be similar. So if they do come through, it's a little bit of a, you know, going to be a bit of a teaser for that. So they'll have that experience of just feeling the immense pressure, you know.
Because something else that's interesting is of the World Cup, there are 4 teams on the same side of the draw, and those 4 teams are the All Blacks, the Springboks, France, and Ireland. Only 2 of those sides can make it past the quarterfinal, which is like insane. The fact that they have all had their time at number 1 throughout the last couple of years now. Like when it comes to the World Cup, with how early on they did the draw, it means that 2 of those sides will be missing out. So we could see some huge matchups taking place in the World Cup. And of course, Springboks, they are going to be taking on Ireland later on this year.
But isn't it awesome that the landscape of the international rugby is like, it's got these like uncertainties, like, man, like who's going to win and who's the best, you know?
Exactly.
Isn't that great for like competition and great for the spectator, you know? I know it's probably not good for an All Black player or supporter or whatever, but at least it's like, wow, shit, who's going to win?
Definitely, with it being in the Northern Hemisphere as well, with it being in France.
It's anybody's game for right now, you know. So let's see. I'm looking forward to it, man. I'm looking forward to this game. I hope my mate can get through. Like, tough one. Like I said, I got mates on both sides. I'm good mates with Scott Robinson as well. So sort of tough one, you know.
Yeah.
But I'd like to see Vicky, you know, his crew sort of get it through, you know.
So I guess score prediction. Have you got a score in mind for this first test?
No, I don't really. I'm not really good at that sort of thing, but I hope that the ABs can do it. You just never know. They might come out and just like smash them, you know?
Yeah.
Who knows? Let's say ABs by 15.
Oh, okay. I like it. Confidence, you know.
Probably the other whatever.
So with the game only a couple hours away, I guess we are very soon going to get to find out exactly how it does end up going. But while we are on the topic of this game, I had a question I was going to ask you a bit earlier on, but now feels like the perfect time. Of this current All Blacks squad, if you had to pick one player who you could have played alongside when you were playing rugby, who would it have been from this current side and why?
Yeah, good question. I think I like Adi Savia. Yeah, it just looks like he goes and goes, man. So I would like to play against him, man.
Yeah.
Just look a warrior. I just like to play people that are in the fight, man.
Yeah.
People that are in the fight and just going against them, going against the opposition. This to me would have been exciting. So anybody who's not giving up and just giving it everything.
And even back when he was having his injury troubles with a sore knee, like he was still getting more turnovers than anyone else playing on one leg. So like it just shows the heart of the guy.
And just the ability to go forward, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, obviously you're a forward, man. People going forward, that's the thing, man. You know what I mean? So it's nice when people go forward, people go forward and attack, go forward in defence.
Yeah, just keeps on building that momentum for the side on the attack. And that is something the All Blacks will need up against the Springboks, because they are dangerous when it comes to round that side of the breakdown. They can force sides backwards 10 to 15 metres just in a few phases with that rush defence, keeping all that pressure on. So if the All Blacks can get those post-contact metres of Adi Savia and a couple of those other big guys, that could certainly help them towards the monumental task of beating the Springboks. It's going to be awesome, though. It's going to be a sold-out crowd, and the stadium will be absolutely rocking for that contest as well. But nonetheless, I think we are almost at the end of this interview. I do appreciate you coming on the channel once again, mate. You are an honorary Kiwi lad, well and truly, at this stage.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to be here. You're the only one who really wants to listen to me, so you know if that helps.
I mean, I love listening to you, mate. I feel like we're certainly going to have a catch up after this match.
Anytime, brother.
If I hadn't listened to you about this one, I wouldn't have learnt about the Phantom. So that is a new one that I'll be able to take with me.
A bit like Professor Plum in the library with the
Oh, bit of Cluedo.
It was it.
Yeah, see, I mean, for me, when you were talking about that 80% losing record, that hit home for me, because we used to be on a side in about under nines, and I was on the wing because I was like this tall, so I wasn't very big at all. And we had our halfback and the fly half, and they would never pass the ball. And because their dad was the coach, or one of their dads was the coach, he'd go, just run it. 9 and 10 all day. So I touched the ball like twice in a season. So my 80% losing rate, probably somewhere around there as well, with one touch.
Oh, well, welcome, man. Welcome to the club, brother.
Yeah, it's an honorary club, isn't it? Yeah. Hopefully the All Blacks don't find themselves in that club anytime soon.
Definitely not.
But nonetheless, thank you very much once again for coming on the channel, mate. We will be throwing it back over to Hamish in the studio / the lounge. Got a green screen up though, so it looks fancy.
One of the last things I want to say is that, like, being a supporter is being a supporter, you know.
Yeah.
So try and stay with the team, man, all the way. So this is a nice feeling. No, sort of don't jump off the ship halfway through the game. You know, unpack it afterwards, but man, stay there, man. Keep the faith.
Exactly right. Get behind the boys. They will certainly need that support. We will throw it back over to Hamish, which is me, and I will see you all in a very short moment.
See you future Hamish later.
I am future Hamish, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the live build-up. I've pressed the wrong button, but that's okay. There we go. We've got the scoreboard back up next to me. As you can see, 7:05 p.m. is when this game will be kicking off between the Springboks and New Zealand. It is taking place at Mount Smart Stadium in Auckland. At the moment, the weather report doesn't look too bad. It's going to be a little bit chilly. But saying that, we've seen actually in the recent pictures from the Lions Instagram that it's been pretty chilly over there too. Actually, a little bit of snow falling from the sky. But in the first section of this live stream, we talked about the All Blacks starting lineup and their reserves. Now we are going to be looking through at the Springboks, breaking down what they have gone with in terms of their selection. I mentioned that it was a split squad that they had gone with compared to what they did have in the game up against the Australians. But for this one, it's looking pretty strong, and it's given me slightly Rugby World Cup final vibes with a few of the selections that the Boks have gone with. Stephen Kitshoff in the front row, Bongi Mbonambi at number 2, and Frans Malherbe slotting in as the number 3. Now, these 3 men last week were absolutely sensational, other than Bongi Mbonambi. Unfortunately, the propping department, they were very strong. Mbonambi just didn't really get too much of a chance of getting into this game. And I feel like this one up against the ABs, when we see him go head-to-head with Cody Taylor, it's going to be a very important battle because we know that Stephen Kitshoff has the ability to win penalties. We know that Frans Malherbe, he is the same and also normally gets a clean out or 2. Stephen Kitshoff, a turnover or 2. But the big question mark is Mbonambi. He needs that accurate line out, and he needs to have a big performance here. Eben Etzebeth at number 4. I mentioned about it earlier on. Unfortunately, his father did pass away earlier in the week. They weren't sure whether or not he was going to be able to play in this game, but he said, I'm playing. Then I'm going home afterwards. So he is going to be one to watch out for at number 4. The line-out steals for the Springboks could be absolutely massive in this game, depending on how those throws go, like I mentioned. But Ludiacha, if anyone knows a thing or two about stealing line-outs, it is that man. In the last year's Rugby Championship, I believe he was one of the highest when it came to the line-out turnovers. And very dangerous lock and duo, very experienced as well for the Springboks. In this match, Kwaka Smith at number 6, Franco Mostert at number 7, and Jasper Wiese at number 8. So they have made 3 changes from what they did have in that Wallabies game. And I believe that was the initial game plan, was to have the 3 play in South Africa with Dwayne Vermeulen, Peter Steph du Toit, and Marco van Staden, and then to switch them all out and having the better of the players in Peter Steph du Toit and also Dwayne Vermeulen come off the bench. For this match, Faf de Klerk at number 9, didn't get to play last week, now gets himself the opportunity. Damien Valimza is going to be at number 10. Now, that is a change that a lot of Springbok supporters, they weren't sure if it was going to happen, and they weren't sure whether or not they wanted it to happen, but it has happened. He is going to be there, possibly getting the kicking tee. Still the option of Faf de Klerk or Cheslin Colby if they do need it. I'm not too sure whether or not they will pick to go that way yet. Damien Diolende at number 12, Lukanyuam at number 13. Then in the wing department, Makazole Mapimpi and Cheslin Colby, 2 new names for the Springboks this year. And Willie Leroux, after his great performance last week, gets himself another chance. We have got Charles in there. Malcolm Marks would be my choice, and he stays in place of Diolende, says Charles. And I think it was that big question for the Springboks of, do they want their best hooker starting or coming off the bench? We know that the All Blacks slowed down in the later stages of the matchup against Argentina. So I would have thought maybe that is when you unleash, or when you have Bongi or Mbonambi go out there, because the All Blacks wouldn't be bringing as much intensity. But Malcolm Marks, if he was starting, he's the type of player to get you a turnover in the first few minutes of the game. He's also got an extremely accurate line out. So I was a little bit surprised that they went with Bongi or Mbonambi, but perhaps that is the tactic that they'll be going with throughout that World Cup and heading further into the Rugby Championship as well. And here it says game start at 6:55, 2 hours from now, says Grant. So I believe that it might be a little bit early for that one. For me, it's 10 minutes later, depending on, of course, the national anthems and everything. Sometimes they are a little bit later on, but I believe that it is supposed to be a 7:05 or a 9:05 a.m. kickoff for you, Grant. But maybe that is just when they're getting really close to making their way out on the field. Kia ora, Hamish, looking good, brother. Hope I don't get beer goggles. I might end up asking you for a date, says Nazi Williams. Yes, the first time we've had the suit on since, geez, I don't even know what the last game was. Probably the Rugby Championship last year, or maybe at the end of the year. The November internationals may have been the last time that we did have the suit on. The bomb squad will have a huge impact. I agree. I actually did a bit of a head-to-head breakdown, and the bomb squad for me just seems acres above what the All Blacks have to offer off their bench. And I know that that is something that later on in the game could actually win the Springboks this contest. A lot of people feel it's going to be close. And to be honest, I'm feeling the same way. I believe my prediction was that it was only going to be split by 3 points between the two sides. And Box will be putting in the extras for Eben, says Nazi Williams. And I've mentioned about it for him as well. He's one of those players that this will either be one of the best games that he has ever played in his career, or it's going to be one of those games that unfortunately could end up being slightly lackluster for him. I hope that it is the first option, but with the amount of emotion that will be going for that man, it's going to be very tricky for him to get his game face on. But then that's the thing. It might also be what really drives him in this contest and just makes him play on a whole different level. When's the wedding, says Octo Dad. Fun fact, on the day of the Bledisloe Cup first test match, I actually have to go to an engagement party. But before and after that engagement party, we are doing the commentary for the two matches. The Aussies taking on New Zealand, and then later on tomorrow or the day after the morning, we are doing South Africa taking on Argentina. So a busy one for us on that day, as well as, of course, celebrating the engagement. Not for me, I should mention. I am still single as a Pringle. Although that's a weird saying because Pringles normally have like 50 friends. So it's kind of like a Pringles orgy in a can. But that's not the case for me, unfortunately. I think it's 25,000 odd, says Mike Uppies, for the size of Mount Smart Stadium. Yes, somewhere around there. Of course, they could have had a massive crowd if they were willing to have this game at Eden Park. But the reasoning behind not having it at Eden Park is due to the Women's FIFA World Cup. They aren't able to have it there because it has to be, I think it's 2 weeks before the competition or something. You're not allowed any action on the turf. So that is why they aren't able to have it at Eden Park. Do you free on Monday at 8:30 or 8:05 p.m.? I have no idea. At this stage, I'll be honest, Brandon, I believe 8:05 is roughly when the podcast will be coming out, where we do break down this game. I believe we are filming it after the two matches. And good point, Eben coming out like a madman. Definitely one's father bound to do that. But he's professional for sure. Also, sure, he will control his emotions due to penalties, etc. Says Nazi Williams. And capacity is 31,000. Apparently, they added more seats, as they should for this game. I feel like they would have sold it out very quickly and should have just had the game in Dunedin under the cover, says LB. Although I think, if I'm not wrong, is there a women's FIFA World Cup game down there as well? Because I think it's co-hosted by New Zealand and Australia, so I'm not sure if it's just Mount Smart. I know that they've got FMG Stadium. It's had a few renovations recently to adjust for that women's FIFA World Cup. As a Pringle, first time I heard that, says Andre van der Vault. And also, we have got ABs by 20 plus, says Octo Dad. Now, it's interesting because looking at the TAB odds, they do actually have the All Blacks as heavy favourites, although not as heavy as they were at the start of the betting when it first came in. The Springboks were $3.70 underdogs. They have now dropped to about $2.90, and a lot of that money came on the box after the All Blacks announced their side. I don't know whether it was the absence of McKenzie, the absence of Narawa, but something in the way that the All Blacks selected their team made people go, okay, we like the box now. That's a little bit more in their favour. 31K is decent. We have bigger than normal stadiums, says Gareth. And I tried to get tickets, but Mount Smart sold out so quick and only bad tickets were left, says LB. Although even just being in there for the atmosphere would be absolutely electric for this game. This game, for me, has a World Cup feel. It almost, to be honest, has a bit of a World Cup final feel between the two sides, just because everyone's been talking about this game for so long. They want to see where the two sides are set and how they are progressing towards that World Cup. The crazy thing is, the last time that these two sides played, the All Blacks were not in the same spot as they are today. The same can be said about the Springboks. Looking through at the All Blacks' previous fixtures of the Rugby Championship 2022 competition, we saw them lose to the Springboks by 16 points in South Africa, 26 points to 10 in that opening game, and that continued the losing ways for the All Blacks. We've got to remember that was just after they had come off an Irish series defeat. They weren't too happy about it, that is for sure. Then South Africa taking on New Zealand, the rematch 1 week later. The All Blacks actually able to get themselves the win there, 35 points to 23. Bit of a difference in the score margin in both of those games, which is also why this game is harder to predict, because both teams have ended up in the scenario of having one good game, one slightly worse game in that Rugby Championship last year. And this game, it's tricky to tell what is going to happen. And I think it's going to be a whole different game compared to what we saw what we will see just before the World Cup. I believe in about 45 days, these two sides go head-to-head in a warm-up game for the Rugby World Cup. That game's going to be physical. That game could end up having a lot of injuries in it because of the just intensity and the will to win, as Norm Maxwell was saying a little bit earlier on. Both of these sides well and truly have that will to win. It's just whether or not they can put it together in this contest and get over the line. Now, New Zealand-wise, South Africa, they don't have the best record, although more recently it has actually drastically improved. We did see South Africa, I believe it was they had won 2 out of the previous 17 games. Of the last 4 games that they've played and the last 2 in New Zealand, they haven't lost or something along those lines. I think it's the last 2 games they've had a win and a draw on New Zealand soil. In the last 4 contests up against the All Blacks, they have only lost the 1. So they will be feeling relatively confident going into this contest. It's just that question of whether or not they can keep that intensity for the full 80 minutes. Some of these guys didn't play last week, and I feel like those players, we're either going to see that they are heavily boosted in this contest, or we are going to see maybe because they haven't played last week, they are just that little bit more rusty and might take a bit more time, similar to what we saw for Argentina, to find their feet and find that momentum. But for the All Blacks, they also had that 1-1 series up against Argentina in the Rugby Championship. Argentina taking out the first game. That was in New Zealand as well. Their first ever loss to Argentina in New Zealand. And then 53 points to 3. New Zealand, the game after, managed to get themselves quite the one-sided affair. But we will read through the chat. There is plenty in there as well. So I do appreciate every single one of you for being here in the early stages of this one. We are still 2 hours away from the kickoff, which sounds long, but we have got plenty more build-up planned, including head-to-head battle, looking at different players, seeing their stats, seeing their, I guess, their history as well, the caps that they've got, etc., and pick who we think is going to be the more dangerous. Why is D-Mac not in the team? I believe that with the way that the team is set up, Ian Foster felt he had enough fly half cover with Richie Mo'unga and Bowden Barrett, so maybe they didn't want to go with that extra choice, but I definitely would have had Mackenzie off the bench and had Inouye as number 23 rather than having Caleb Clark, who is still yet to find his feet throughout this season. Do you know Brandon? We have 44, not me, says Brandon. Not sure what that means, unfortunately. Sorry, mate. And unfortunately, New Zealand doesn't have large capacity stadiums across the South or the North Islands. Eden Park needs to be upgraded ASAP and other sites. I know that in Christchurch at the moment, they're working on a new stadium. We were actually up there a few weeks ago and we heard about it from a tram that was driving past. It almost ran us over, but from almost getting run over, I heard on the microphone, they were like, this stadium, it's being built, it's going to be ready in like 2024, I think they said, somewhere around there. Will Sean Stevenson ever get to play? To be honest, while Ian Foster's at the helm, I don't see it happening unless there are sufficient injuries for the All Blacks, because we've got to remember, he was brought in for injury cover of Mark Talia. Mark Talia was injured. They still didn't play Will Jordan, still didn't play Sean Stevenson. So even when he was there as the injury cover and he was in form, they were like, no. So unless he gets a chance up against either the Australians in the first or the second test match, the other side of things is now that Mark Talia is back, does that mean Will Jordan, I keep saying Will Jordan, he's also returning from injury, but does that now mean that Sean Stevenson exits the team, goes away from the camp? I would like to think that because they have taken him to Argentina, the fact that he's been with the squad for so long now throughout the year, they've got to at least keep him in there now, because give him a crack. That's all I say. Amoni Nuttall is now injured, so maybe Sean Stevenson becomes his injury replacement. A lot of people wanted to see Nuttall get the chance in this game, but unfortunately did not happen due to his injury. How many box kick or box attack kicks will Faf do? I think we'll see a few early on, but I don't think we'll see as many as we have in the past from Faf de Klerk. I think that territory will be important for both of these sides, and we do actually see a lot of teams try and put the pressure on New Zealand by pushing them back, making them play from inside of their own half. But to be honest, I think that the Springboks, the way that they're able to attack, they are more than capable of being able to just get that ball out the back line and making their meters that way, rather than having to kick it in behind. Yes, there will be a few though, but I think about the same amount as what New Zealand go with in this match. Could be the third biggest game of the year, depending on how things go in the quarters, says Slippery Gecko. Yeah, the fact that we could see Springboks versus All Blacks 3 times in a calendar year, with the fact that they could be playing in that quarterfinal, is, I mean, we're spoiled for the amount of rugby that we've got on at the moment. That is for sure, because these two sides, they know how to put on a performance, and we know that they are going to be doing just that in this game, just that in the Rugby World Cup build-up game, and any other time that they do face off. I'll support the Boks when they try playing rugby, keeping the ball in hand and not going for the 3-4-3 first 5 minutes, trying to be fancy, says Grant. And tell you what, the chat has gone extremely quick. I've gone massively behind, so I will have to skip just a little bit of the chat, ladies and gentlemen. I do apologize for that, but be sure to keep on putting in all of the comments in the chat. We will be reading as many as we physically can. AB's under 20 was shockingly terrible, says DK. Did they end up winning in the end? I know that they were close with Georgia, but they managed to have a lead. I think it was at half time, but I didn't get to see what the end score was in there. I hope Jordi and Rico are on for their defence, or on with their defence, and the forwards take it to the South Africans. Been a long night at the office otherwise, says Brendan. Exactly right. If they can't stop South Africa from making meters, the All Blacks are forever going to find themselves on the back foot in this matchup. And with the territory game that we do see teams starting to use up against the All Blacks, like that's going to be something that they really need to watch out for in this match. And I know that the atmosphere is going to be electric at the game. I believe at the moment in Auckland, the weather's not too bad. I'll just have another look to see whether or not we're supposed to get any rain later on for this one. I hope not anyway, because or else that will completely change the way that these two sides play. It's currently 14 degrees Celsius. By the evening, it's going to be about maybe 13 degrees. 13? Tell you what, we'd take 13 here. We're 6 degrees Celsius at the moment, and that's at 5 p.m. They're going to have 13 at 8 p.m. I think I need to move up north. At AB's 20, he's been bad for years. Quite strange. I really think they would still be up there. Go to AB, says Christopher, and no rain, says Distracted Sports. And also a little bit earlier on, he said, "Baboom, the suit is on." And also, he said, Lydia says you're looking smoking hot. Thank you very much, Lydia. I was going to shave, to be honest, because I'm looking a little bit scruffy. George always describes it as my beard looks like something you see downstairs on an individual, but I think the beard trimming is going to be soon. Maybe even a forfeit for this game. We'll wait and see. Maybe we have something along the lines of if the ABs don't get the job done, then everything but the mustache has to go. Other than the eyebrows, of course, I'd like to keep them, and maybe the hair would be all right to still have. It's 10 degrees here in Pinetown, says Charles. It's a 13, or it's a cold 13 up here, says LB. And as a South African, I don't see a weakness in the AB squad. And that's the intriguing part of this battle, because neither side, I would say to a certain extent, neither side see too many parts of the opposition game that they can exploit in this game multiple times in a row. It's one of those ones that until kickoff happens and until there is a play that the side's like, oh, we'll try that a little bit more. Like for the territory aspect, I think the Springboks are going to have that little bit of an advantage. But possession-wise, I feel like the All Blacks, they might just get the edge there. And it's awesome that this game is only 1 hour and 45 minutes away. Nice suit, by the way. Homie says, greet the sacred cow. It almost didn't fit me, I'll be honest. I've been bulking since the last season, but not bulking because I've been putting on muscle, bulking because I've found food. And, you know, it's a little bit tight across. It was always tight across the arms up here anyway, because my shoulders were a bit too broad for it. But, yeah, I only just squeeze in now to it, so I hope I don't have to upgrade the suit. That is an expense that we don't want to have to do. Now, how many minutes to go, says Kirsten. At the moment, we have still got around that 100 or so minutes before the game does get underway. In fact, maybe about that 110-ish. But we've still got plenty of build-up coming up. We've got our AB's ex-All Blacks interview with Norm Maxwell that is still to come. We've got head-to-head stats between the players and also a little bit more of a preview looking at it. And hopefully Richie has a good game. He's hot and cold at international level. AB's by 8, says Dana. And I agree. I think Richie Mo'unga is going to be one of the keys for the All Blacks, because if he can't distribute that ball out the back line, they are going to have a very hard day at the office trying to get that ball any wider than Jordi Barrett. And the Springboks, they are known for their rushing up defense, being able to shut down a back line just like that. So if the All Blacks aren't able to stop that from happening, you know, there might be a chance that they only see Jordi Barrett having a run, and then that risky pass or that risky cross kick comes into play that maybe Chislin Colby or Makazole Mapimpi could intercept and then try. That's all I hope we're going to see a lot of tries in this game, but I have a feeling it's going to be more like a test match feel of maybe only 2 or so tries throughout the contest. Bigger build up on this game than a Rugby World Cup game. Awesome, says Joel. Exactly right. I feel like there is so much hype for this contest because of the victories that both sides were able to get for themselves last week. Just looking quickly at the way that it does sit. These are the 2 results from round number 1. I hoped for 2 close games. And I think because of that, that is not what we got. Instead, South Africa versus Australia being 43 points to 12 in favour of the Springboks, and New Zealand versus Argentina, actually a very similar scoreline, 41 points in favour of New Zealand to the 12 of Argentina. Now, New Zealand, they did manage to do it away from home. South Africa in this game are the away side, being played at Mount Smart Stadium. I'm wondering statistically, how many times are these two sides played at Mount Smart Stadium? Does anyone know that number? Because I feel like it's not actually that big of a number, is it? But I know that even at Eden Park, they haven't played too much in recent times. And AB's pack is bigger, so I don't know why Kiwis are scared, says LB. I think it's not so much the weight, but what you do with it. Because you see someone like a Kwaka Smith. I believe he's one of the lightest forwards that we've seen in this contest. I think the second lightest might actually be Artie Savia as 99. But yeah, Kwaka Smith, one of the lightest forwards out there. But the way that he uses his body weight, throws himself around, like he is going to be a hard man to get out of the breakdown, I feel. And even though he's going head-to-head with Shannon Frizzell, who does have about that 15 kg advantage, 10 centimeters taller, it could easily be Kwaka Smith, who is the more physical. I'd love to know the numbers watching this game on TV. There's even huge excitement in the UK, says Gareth. And I think the reason that so much hype has been building for this as well, not just because we're close to the World Cup, but to a certain extent, I think it's because of the success we've seen of the South African sides in the URC. It means that a lot more of the UK audience, they've seen some of these South African guys playing, and they're like, I want to see what he's going to be able to do at international level. And some other people will consider this a scouting mission, because when we think about it, in the case of the Springboks, they will be going head-to-head with Scotland. They'll be going head-to-head with Ireland in their Rugby World Cup group. And those two sides, they'll want to get as much intel as they can talking about the Springboks, just to really, I guess, help themselves towards that little slight edge that they might be able to find. But yeah, the Springboks by the World Cup, we could see a whole different tactical game. We're seeing this game, they're going with that split squad. Few players getting sent to New Zealand early, including some very experienced players of Eben Etzebeth, Faf de Klerk, Jasper Wiese. He arrived just a little bit later, welcomed his child to the world, so that is why he was slightly later. So a big congratulations to him. And it's going to be good. It's going to be good, and it's not too far away. I also think that New Zealand were underperforming last year. Then suddenly last week, they showed a bit of their hand, and maybe they're World Cup contenders. This game will show it, says Zach. Because I think last week's game, a lot of people are still uncertain whether or not, like that first half, it's not deniable that the All Blacks played well. But there's also the undeniability. Is that even a word? I don't read the dictionary, so I'm not too sure. I like the sound of it, though. I can't even remember it. That's how much I use that word. But there's also that part of it that people are like, was it more because Argentina were that poor in the first half? And we actually saw a much better Argentinian side in the second 40 minutes, and they scored the same amount of points as the All Blacks. For the Australians, they started that match pretty well up against South Africa, I feel. First 10 minutes or so, they were competitive. 70 minutes after that, not so much. And then that last-minute try for Carter Gordon helped them get that 12 points on the board. South Africa haven't won in Auckland since 1937. Geez, that is a stat, isn't it? That's a lot older than me. In fact, is there anyone in the chat who was alive in 1937? Do let me know. Doing the maths, that would mean that you're probably sitting around about 85 years of age, somewhere around there. We got any 85-year-old viewers? Do let me know. I saw the weights in the box are 10 kgs heavy, despite Kwaka Smith at 95 kgs starting, says Charles. So, yeah, they've got some big men in that front row. Franz Malharba, he probably makes up for a bit of the weight that Kwaka Smith is missing, but he's still a very agile man for the size of him, and that is something that we look at in our head-to-head stats that we have got just a little bit later on. 85 years old, geez, hanging out on YouTube, hell yeah, says Greet the Sacred Cow. And me, says Pads Blaze, well, I know you're about my age, Paddy, so a little bit older than us, of course. And All Blacks going to win this game by 20, says Māori Boy. So in that case, who do you think will be the main standout player for the All Blacks, Māori Boy? Do let me know. I'm curious because I know that from looking at social media, from looking at comments that I've had on videos recently, you know, there are a lot of players who people feel will step up. For me personally, I think Aaron Smith is going to be one of the keys for the All Blacks because it's going to be all about that distribution and all about that first pass. If you can get it out wide, then you've got a chance of being able to make something happen. If you can only get it to the guy right next to you, the Boks are going to be able to shut that down. So the All Blacks, they're going to have to use a nice mix of the wide passing, some quick backline movement, maybe Richie Mo'unga, similar to what we saw for McKenzie, goes a bit further back into the pocket, and then that allows that backline to start flowing for the All Blacks. No way. We put 20 on this box side. Says, greet the Sacred Cow. You're looking at both teams, pretty strong lineups. And, for me, I only see it sitting around maybe 3 points difference, somewhere around there in this contest, just because I think both sides are going to be extremely competitive. Talia is my standout, says Joe Webby. I hope he's back 100% from his injury. That's all I'll say, because if he's not, we talked about it in an interview I did with Norm Maxwell, having that injury, being only able to play at 90% even up against the Springboks may not be considered as enough, because he's going to be going head-to-head with Cheslin Kolbe, one of the more dangerous wingers in world rugby when it comes to that step. And if Talia is not quite able to get that acceleration push-off that he would normally get, that's going to make it difficult to be able to catch him. I saw that someone said even with 100% Mark Talia and even with Beauden Barrett covering, they felt that Cheslin Kolbe would still be able to get through the whole of the AB's defensive line. You can't get a long or good long pass going if the forwards aren't clearing. So that's where the All Blacks have to perform. Yeah, they have to muscle up with the box. Plain and simple. Breakdowns, there's going to be a lot of bruises after this game. There could be injuries, but you've got to make sure you're at least stopping the Springboks from being able to counter ruck, which is somewhere where I'm a little bit worried about Finlay Christie coming off the bench for the All Blacks, to be honest, because throughout the Super Rugby Pacific season, we saw that he would be looking to the ref going, he's coming through the side or asking for a penalty, and then that's when the opposition get the bulldoze over the top of the ruck and there's the turnover. So something to think about later on in the game. I certainly fancy the bomb squad's chance of going well off the bench with that extra forward. They're going to bring a physical game to the first maybe 60 or even maybe 40 minutes and then make a few switches. And who's the ref, Hamish? It is Mathieu Reynel of France. I believe he is head referee in charge. I'm not too sure about the assistants, but yeah, French referee for this game between the two sides. And also the guys with lots of experience having played the box for a decade will be key, says Slippery Gecko. And that's where someone like an Eben Etzebeth, Stephen Kitsoff in the backline, Faf de Klerk, he's got quite a few cats, Willie Leroux, after the game plan and the tactical kicking that he had last week, if he is able to replicate that, that's going to be something dangerous. And the All Blacks, I mentioned about it, I feel like territory-wise, we might see the Springboks get a little bit more in this matchup just because of the extra bit of, I guess, well, they've got so many kicking options, don't they? They've got Willie Leroux, they've got Damien Valimza, they've got Faf de Klerk, and then, Cheslin Kolbe, he's not completely unlikely to put a kick downfield. Damien Dialende may just sink the slipper into it and go for it. That frontline battle is going to be very interesting. I think the ABs will edge it until Marks comes on and then watch the box pack step up a gear. And Malcolm Marks later on in the game is going to be massive for them because he will be able to get that line out, I would say 90% accurate, if not 100. Whereas Bongion Banambi last week, he was having a little bit of a shakier line out. That was actually somewhere where the Wallabies were actually able to match the Springboks throughout that 80 minutes, was those line out turnovers. But Banambi's tackling, I'm a little bit concerned about that. I think last week he made 2 tackles throughout the time he was on the field and then also missed 2 tackles. Who's the fastest player out of these two teams, says Brendan Hewitt? It's a good question. We did a bit of a Google last night, myself and Rugby Itch, when we were doing the podcast. And surprisingly, I don't think the stat is correct. I'll say that right now. But Rico Ioane, he ran 100 meters in, I think it was 9.35 seconds, whereas Cheslin Kolbe runs it in 10.7 seconds. And we were looking at that stat going, surely that cannot be correct. But we were talking about it as well in terms of Cheslin Kolbe for the length of his legs, seeing as he's 170 centimeters tall, compared to Rico Ioane, who's closer to that 190 centimeters tall. It means that for their body types, it's very tricky to know how quick they would be if they were actually the same height. And doubt that Olympic time, says Slippery. Yeah, it just sounded too quick, didn't it? Definitely because it's a whole 1.5 seconds quicker than Cheslin Kolbe over 10 meters, which I can't imagine that being the case. But we might get to see them go head-to-head in this one, which is going to be entertaining, watching Rico Ioane maybe having to chase down Cheslin Kolbe or vice versa. And as I said, Kolbe beats players with footwork and acceleration. He doesn't need top-end speed, says Greet the Sacred Cow. Well, that's the thing. Normally, for Cheslin Kolbe, if he ends up doing the step and breaking the player's ankles, who ends up falling over, it's definitely got to be like, no one's catching him. If he's gone past one guy, Usain Bolt is 9.3 or 58 years. So surely that is wrong for Rieko Ioane. I'm going to do another quick Google now. I think they said that his quickest time, 9.35 seconds. That's apparently the 5th quickest rugby player over 100 meters, which is crazy to think if that is the case. Mark Taylor is so good, says Ollie is the best. And can you honestly say man-to-man, oh, that one's gone back up, in the pack, your blokes match the box from South Africa? Love your content, says Cheeto. To be honest, no, not really. I think that the 4-pack, there's certain aspects that the All Blacks have got the advantage, but the front row is definitely not one of them, because you look at someone like a Franz Malherbe and Stephen Kitsoff, they're just brilliant. I would say that we've got the advantage in Cody Taylor. The locking duo is tricky to know who's going to have the better performance. The physicality of Barrett, I think, will match up quite nicely with the physicality of Eben Etzebeth. Brody Retallick and Lud Diacha, I think that they will have their own little battle out there on the field also. I'll burn off Rieko Ioane, says Nazi Williams, and Howard and Mbana with 10.4s, says Slippery Gecko. So, yeah, surely someone has got that slightly wrong, I'd like to think, because maybe that's even during the match performance. Although, how do you run 100 meters? You'd have to go right from your end goal. Never mind. Forget I said that. I realize the rugby field's not quite long enough. And it's a running stat, says Greet the Sacred Cow, and Colby has more acceleration than top end speed. His legs are too short for good top speed. Yeah, so that was kind of the breakdown that we were looking at, was in terms of Chisel and Colby for his size compared to Rieko Ioane. You know, they're probably about around the same in terms of speed for size. 9.3 is probably starting at pace, not standing start, says Michael. That's a very good point, Michael. Maybe that's the difference. Maybe Rieko Ioane, they've started him running full tilt, whereas for Chisel and Colby and the other fellas with the 10 point something, they may have been a start from pretty much nothing. So that's actually a very good point. That probably debunks it a little bit. And I says, Dracolis, welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing very well. I met Damien McKenzie, Geordie Barrett, and Will Jordan in real life. Damien is short compared to me, says Ollie. Yeah, he's not the biggest man out there in the world, Damien McKenzie, but normally he has the biggest heart when it comes to those All Blacks backs. He will just put his body on the line. And, I mean, sometimes he gets run over, but the fact that he keeps getting up after being run over. Are you going to the supermarket soon because you got your good clothes on? Everywhere you go, always put your good clothes on, says Laser. I mean, I haven't worn this suit in a very long time, so it almost didn't fit me. I was a little bit nervous when I was trying to get it over this part, and I was like, uh-oh, if I rip the back of it, it's not going to be ideal. Luckily, I do own the suit, though, so that makes it a little bit better, but yeah, doesn't quite fit as well as it used to. The funny thing is, though, this is actually the shirt that I had at high school, which is crazy to think that was like 5 or 6 years ago. When does the match start? We have actually still got another hour and 30 minutes until the match. It sounds like a long time, but it will fly by with the amount that we have got to look at throughout this upcoming moment. 90 minutes, says Grant. And the fact that it was actually, we started this live stream an hour and 30 minutes ago. And it has gone by just like that. And Zoe Hobbs is great. Hope she makes the Olympics final. And 9. Says a Robert, Hamish, I knew George was taking you to KFC a lot, says Obi, although some of those times I have just watched and observed at the KFC, and yellow and red cards will play a major part in this test match, says Dan Wilson. I think everyone here can agree the last thing we want to see is a red card in the first 10 minutes. Are we all in agreement there? Just because I feel like it would definitely damper what happens in the contest. I remember there was the Six Nations game, or it might have actually been one of the November internationals last year, that we had a red card pretty much instantly and everyone went, well, this game's over. It might have been Ireland when they were taking on the Italians, maybe, or one of those games. And French ref, so cards might fly, says LB, and world record is 10:58. Rico is probably 10:35, says Kirsten there. And Colby says Robert, and yes, says Dan Wilson. The agreement, a good dressed man feels good, says Obi there. I mean, at some stage tonight, I'm sure I'll be feeling very tired. We have got the Wallabies versus Puma match. It is taking place straight after this game, so we will be covering that one on the channel as well. Okay, Rico is at 10.3 per second at top speed, says Gareth. And morning, Hamish, you getting married? No, I'd have to find a girlfriend to do that. What is the date? No, we're in July. I was going to say it's almost a year since I had my last girlfriend, and she's almost She's getting close to giving birth, I think, with the new fella. Fun times. What's the red card laws in Rugby Championship? Down to 14 all game. I think it's a 20-minute red card. I could be wrong with that, but yeah, I think it's 20 minutes and then you're allowed to have a player off the bench make their way out onto the field. But it's just the player who got the red card isn't allowed to return in the match. You guys have no idea about sprinting. Says Greet the Sacred Cow. Vermeulen world record is 9.58 there as well. But looking through at the benches for this game, I've realized we talked a lot about the starting lineups. We've mentioned the bomb squad a couple of times, but we haven't shown you guys what they're looking like. Malcolm Marx, Thomas du Toit, Vincent Koch, R.G. Snyman, Peter Steph du Toit, Dwayne Vermeulen, Grant Williams, and Mani Lebok. Now, interestingly enough, the only player who did not play last week off the bench is Malcolm Marx. So he will be fresh, raring to go. I hope that they give him a 40 minutes or so, maybe even 30 at worst. But I feel like he's got to be a little bit earlier out there on the field than the last 10 or 15 minutes because he does still have such an impact when he's out there on the park. I could certainly do so. Yeah, I don't know what Vermeulen brings off the bench, to be honest. Says Pienaar. I think they're trying to test him out to see if he is going to be more of a starting 8 or an off-the-bench impact player because I think it was always initially the plan to have him play in both games but have him come off the bench in the second, which I feel like it's strategic. The Springbok coaches, they normally have a little bit of a plan in the back of their mind, so it might be that side of things where they want to test him. Same with, Peter Steph du Toit for me is probably the starting 7. I think a lot of people would feel that same way, although Franco Mostert, very good option there as well, or Quagga Smith, depending on what happens with the Khaleesi injury and also how Marco van Staden is progressing towards that World Cup. I'm guessing Marx is on before the half. Oh, you think they're going to make that change at about 35 minutes or so? I know that they've done that in the past, haven't they? But the question is, will they also take off the other two? I don't think they'll take off the other two. I think they may just get rid of Bongi or Manambi in that case. And also, we have got there about why did you stream so early? Pretty much, there was so much build-up to this match that we had planned. We've still got a few other videos that we'll be playing a bit closer on to the kickoff, including our head-to-head stat battle between these two sides. But it's just one of those ones that makes it extremely hard to fit everything into a short period of time with the amount of excitement and the amount of information that we have regarding this test match. No Visa needs game time. We're rotating for the game time. Same for Lekaniwam. He was probably supposed to sit out this game, but he needs game time, so Creel sits out. Says LB. Yeah, it was a bit of a surprise to see that Jesse Creel didn't have any part to play in this contest, mainly because I think the plan originally would have been Andre Esthuizen and Lekaniwam the first game, Jesse Creel and Damien Dialende the second, just to have themselves covered in both regards if there was an injury happening along the way. But they've gone with the strongest pairing, I feel, Damien Dialende and Lekaniwam. Those two could certainly cause damage when they're out there on the park. Bongi is a good player, guys, underrated. Says Pienaar, he's good on his day. Sometimes, though, he just struggles to get into that game just a little bit, I've noticed over the past year or so. Like for the Sharks, he does very well normally. For the Springboks, he's a very good player to have start a game and then get you that little bit of momentum early. But Marx is just unbelievable when he gets going. Bongi on his game is excellent, but better than Marx, says Charles. And from the land of green and gold, but sitting waiting in the Philippines. Hope it's a close game, says Brian. I do too. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, while we're at it, while we're looking through at this All Blacks bench, do let me know your score predictions. While we currently sit 1.5 hours away from this kickoff, who do you think will have the advantage on the scoreboard at the end of the game? Even more reason to put Rico back on the wing with his wheels and better read a defensive play than playing centre, says Brendan. And do the New Zealand fans rate Andre Esthuizen? I do personally, but I think that's because I do watch a lot of the Gallagher Premiership. So I've watched him for the Harlequins for a long time, and I've seen the damage he's able to do there. The question mark was whether or not he could replicate that at international level, but to be honest, I feel like he has been able to do pretty well since getting that chance. And because it's always a comparison with Damien Dialende, it's never going to be easy to be people's first choice option. If the ABs have one Bok in the team, who is that guy? or if the All Blacks can have one Bok in their team, ooh, I mean, it's a great question. I've never really thought about it, to be honest. Tell you what, that is a question for the chat, ladies and gentlemen. If you could swap one All Black, the best All Black for the Springboks perspective, who you'd like to have in the team, and one All Black who you'd like to have in the Springboks. Did I say the same thing twice? Yeah, one Springbok to be in the All Blacks. Do let me know. I love this guy's podcast, and I'm a Safa. Hashtag Glass says, Cheeto, thank you very much, mate. We do remain impartial during the matches as well in terms of our calling of the game. So, yeah, whether you're going for South Africa or whether you're going for New Zealand, we're going to be calling it straight down the middle when it does kick off. What's the weather doing up there? At the moment, it is about 15 degrees Celsius, or 13 degrees, I think, is going to be the low for throughout the matchup, and it's pretty decent weather. No rain in the forecast. Might still be a little bit slippery due to the dew on the ball, but I don't think it's going to be heavily impacted by the weather, which is terrific to see. There's been a little bit of rough weather up north lately with the rain. This game's going to be played in relatively dry, cold conditions. Cody for Marks says Distracted Sports in the swap. And I pick Andre Esterhuizen over Dialende, says Gareth, and Brody Barrett. Most definitely, says Joel. And there as well. And I think Armour's still trying to get back into things from his injury. He didn't look 100% yet last week, says LB. I'd agree with that. I think he's slowly getting back to where he wants to be, and he might peak just at the right time for that Rugby World Cup if he is able to maintain not being injured. Because I know that someone in the centres that I look at who got very unlucky was Jack Goodhue. He came back from a long injury layoff, and then the first game back, I believe he actually re-damaged that injury and had to sit out for another few months. So Lukanyuam, maybe we see him be a little bit more hesitant towards going at that 100%, similar to what Norm Maxwell said a little bit earlier on when I was talking about it. With him, he said that as a player, you've got to know your body and you've got to know how hard you can push yourself when you've just come back from that injury. Because if you try and push it too hard early on, something's going to go bang or something's going to go ping and you're going to be out for a lot longer. And he actually said in the road to recovery and just after recovering from an injury, it's actually normally the opposite side of the body that then ends up giving out. So he mentioned how he's known so many players who have hurt their knee and then they come back and then it's the other knee that gives out straight afterwards just because of that adjustment that you do try and make. Sad that we don't have Narawa or Whainaa Nuku, says Benis the Menace. Yeah, it's a shame to see that they have both picked up injuries throughout their Super Rugby Pacific seasons. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they incorporate them into the squad once they are 100%. Whether we do see Whainaa Nuku take that spot out on the left wing, or whether we see, a Moni Narawa. He can actually cover both sides, so perhaps he could be an option, one of the two sides. Sounds like when I'm bonking the misses, if I go hard too early, I go bang early, says Nazi Williams. At least you have a misses, though, Nazi. That's the main thing. We want that 149 kg dude. The prop, says Kirsten, or the hooker, and then the prop says LB. So that is Tamaiti Williams, number 17, coming off the bench for the All Blacks. The man mountain, I like to call him. And he is an absolute tank of an individual. He's very good at his scrummaging. So him versus Vincent Koch, I think, will be a massive tester for him. And that will help us gauge where he is sitting international level-wise. But yeah, it's going to be an absolutely terrific one when those two go head-to-head. We have quotas to meet, but they deserve to be there, says Gareth. Will Jordan for Etzebeth, says Co. An extra Super Rugby game time this year has changed things up. Extra Super Rugby game time for the players or just in general? Because that's the thing. Some of these URC boys, they haven't had as long, I guess, or they've had longer to prepare for this game due to not playing as much rugby. Like we see someone like a Vililaru, a few of these other guys who have played in Japan, like he came back and he actually took to it very quickly, being able to do nicely for the Springboks. But some of these guys who have been playing consistently overseas, they haven't had that Super Rugby Pacific just hit up contact all the time. Same with the URC. These guys are hitting each other hard throughout that competition, although it did come to a close a few weeks prior to Super Rugby. I'll take your arm off, Ferrari, to be honest, says Pinar. And also enjoy your live chat, Hamish. Some awesome comments from viewers and yourself, says Brendan. That's why I always love doing these pre-match build-ups, is because we get so many great opinions from you guys and also so much, I guess, of the feeling of the hype for the game. if that makes sense. Like, you guys are always the ones who just hype the game up even that much more than we already have it hyped up. And I feel like that is something that is absolutely awesome to have on these live streams. Looking through quickly before we go too much further, these are the next 2 games of the Rugby Championship. So we've got 2 weeks break here. So a lot of the players, these are the games that they're trying to get selected for. The Springboks taking on Argentina. That is at 5:05 a.m. New Zealand time. Going to be a nice early morning one for us here in New Zealand. And then on the 29th of July, Australia taking on New Zealand. It's the first game of the Bledisloe Cup, and that is certainly going to have a lot of feeling. And behind it, Mapimpi is the full package. He can create tries himself, kick, and the recovery game is on par with the best of the best. Says, greet the sacred cow. And at the moment, Grant Williams is probably the fastest Springbok, says LB, and they have got him coming off the bench. So the fact that he will be fresh and quick, dangerous, likes to run it around the side of the breakdown as well, I think that that could be a very handy option for the Springboks in the later stages of the match. Great stream, very knowledgeable host from Joburg, says Stuart. Thank you very much, mate. Hugely appreciated. I will mention anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We are going to be live for the match doing the commentary on the channel. And also we have got Australia versus Argentina that has taken place pretty much straight afterwards. It's going to be a very epic one. 80 minutes, says Grant Rothman. So yeah, only 80 minutes until the kickoff of this game. Sounds like a lot, but by the time we have a head-to-head breakdown that we do show and also the preview for this game, it will be getting very close indeed. But yeah, game will be kicking off at 7:05 p.m. New Zealand time, 9:05 a.m. South African time, and I believe for a majority of the UK, it is around that 8:05 a.m. kickoff time. Grant Williams at scrum half is quickest, I believe. And does the All Blacks still rate the Box as most fearsome competition? 100%. Yes, they've had some tough battles up against the Irish, up against the French as of late, but this rivalry is just a very special one for both of these sides. They both know that their teams are brilliant. Both sets of fans bring the passion into a game, and you know, it's just a rivalry that is built on respect and just built on the love of rugby and the love of having competitive matches when they go head to head. So this game, I'd like to think, will be no different. It's tricky to know because there's a part of me that, due to the respect between the two sides, I feel like the All Blacks will do some sort of thing before the match, perhaps for Ebenezer's father. Whether or not it's similar to what they did with Maradona for the Argentines, maybe they have an All Blacks kit with Etzebeth's father's name on the back or something like that before the game. I'd like to see a show of respect like that, because at the end of the day, how long have the All Blacks been playing up against Ebenezebeth for? He's had 110 caps for the Springboks. They've gone head-to-head over many, many years. We've seen Brodie Retallick with them. We've seen Whitelock, Scott Barrett more recently. And I think that it would be a very nice show for him. Heavyweights here, Chito says audio, and also, is it too early to open a beer, lads? 7:45 a.m. in South Africa. Nah, it's all right. It's a weekend. Or is it? Yeah, it is a weekend in South Africa. I thought for a second it was a Friday, and I was thinking maybe not if you have work, but it's Saturday. Might as well. Drink responsibly, I should say, as well. It doesn't get much better than the ABs versus the Box. In South Africa, the All Blacks are held in awe, rightly so, says Stuart. And I heard Talia's dad could be Chester from Super Rugby touring days, says Hanoi. Geez, that's a little while ago, isn't it? I don't know too much about Chester Talia. Is that his name, Chester Talia? And Colby Arinsa is a dilemma. I don't think, where'd that go? I don't think they'll ever be picked together, which is sad. The problem that they've got with those two men is they are very similar in stature, aren't they? So you kind of, like, a lot of people for this game wanted to see Kurtley Arinsa start at 11 and then have Cheslin Colby out on the right wing at 14. But the problem with that setup is you haven't, like, Cheslin Colby's good under the high ball, so is Kurtley Arinsa, but you haven't really got that massive bloke out there on the wing, the big, strong fella who will run over someone rather than run around them. So I think that's why they've gone back to Makazole Mapimpi in this one, just because it does help a little bit more in terms of the dynamic of the field. They've got Willie Leroux at the back, who will also possibly look to attack just a little bit more. Oh, Chester Williams, says Hanoi. And then Talia's dad. Oh, no, that was from Marco. And I have to wait until second half to watch due to load shedding. Thank you. That's that's really rough that the Springboks are playing at the time of load shedding. Is that, how many regions is that the case for, Charles? Do let me know, because that seems pretty rough that they won't end up having it available for you guys. Do you have DSTV or something along those lines that you might be able to catch it? And also, when does the game start, says Moses? It is going to be kicking off at 7:05 p.m. New Zealand time, so an hour and 20 minutes time. And then we are right into the action. Damn set and all, says Isaac. And there, we're certainly dressed to impress for this game, because this game, I think it's going to be a very impressive one between the two sides. Neither will want to take the backward step. And I think that's why it's going to be a very hyped up 80 minutes. The biggest concern I have, just a little one, is whether or not these two sides match each other too well. And then maybe it's a little bit more of a low scoring game, which, to be honest, I wouldn't really mind as long as both sides are playing well. So that's all I care about. I want to see both sides progressing nicely and being able to have a big impact in this game. Looking towards their next contest as well, working out the picks. Load shedding all over South Africa. Sadly, the state has fallen apart, says Stuart there. Yeah, anyone who does have data to be able to watch anything on YouTube while you have got the load shedding, we will be here throughout the whole match. We will also be doing the Argentina versus Australia game. So if you need commentary or you want to know what's happening in the game, be sure to stick around for that one. But anyone who is new to the channel, I should also mention, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. It is hugely appreciated. You guys will be in here before the matchup. I've still got plenty more build-up coming in the very near future. But the next thing that we have got is a short little 10-minute preview that I did end up filming a little bit earlier on in the week. I break down some of the key players for both of these sides, and also in there we give a little bit of a prediction. So do let me know in the chat as well your predictions. We will be back in a very short moment. All Blacks taking on the Springboks, part of the Rugby Championship. Round 2, this game is going to be electric. Both sides coming off great victories last week in round 1. We'll be looking to do the exact same, continue their momentum into this fixture as well. But throughout this preview, we will be looking through at the lineups that have been selected for this matchup, their previous fixtures, and then also key players to watch out for alongside a prediction at the end. But jumping straight into it. But first of all, looking through at the All Blacks lineup, they were announced more recently than the Boks. We did announce their side earlier on in the week. For the ABs in the front row, it is Ethan de Groot, Cody Taylor, and Tyrell Lomax. So the two props keeping their spot in the starting side. They did do very well up against Argentina. It's going to be a great scrum battle, because we also saw Kitsoff and Frans Malherbe do very well up against the Wallabies. So I feel scrum time could be a little bit of a 50-50, and if either side find their momentum early, could be absolutely crucial towards who does get themselves the victory. But Cody Taylor added in rather than Dane Coles, who has been taken out completely from the side for this match. In the lock-in duo, it will be Brody Retallick at number 4 and Scott Barrett at number 5, and the loose forward trio unchanged for the All Blacks. Shannon Brazil at 6, Sam Cane the captain at number 7, and the dangerous Ardie Savia slotted in as number 8. Number 9, Aaron Smith keeps his spot from last week's game up against the Pumas. Then number 10, they have made a change. It will be Richie Mo'unga starting rather than Damian McKenzie, but unlike the game up against Argentina, McKenzie will not be coming off the bench like Mo'unga was. McKenzie not in the 23-man side up against the Boks. Number 11, a return from injury, Mark Talia. So hopefully he does go all right in the centres. Combination that worked well last week. Geordie Barrett at 12. Number 13 being Rico Ioane. Number 14, another return from injury. It is Will Jordan. And then number 15 to close out the starting side. They have gone with Beauden Barrett. Looking through at the bench, Samasoni Taukei'aho, Tamaiti Williams on debut. And number 18, it is Nepo Lolala. Number 19, Tupavai. Number 20 being Dalton Papali'i. So the All Blacks, they have gone with the 5-3 split, unlike the Springboks, who have gone with the 6-2. Number 21, Finley Christie. 22, Braden Enoch. And number 23 to close out the All Blacks side, it is Caleb Clark. But now looking through at the Springboks, they did announce their side on Tuesday relatively early, and it was expected to have a lot of changes after the Springboks sent 1/3 of their side early to prepare for this New Zealand game, and then the other 2/3 did end up staying in South Africa. But looking quickly through at the starting lineup, Stephen Kitsoff, Bongio Manambi, and Frans Malherbe, the front row unchanged from what they did go with last week. Eben Etzebeth at number 4. Now, there's a little bit of uncertainty there. Unfortunately, Eben Etzebeth's father did pass away a little bit earlier on in the week after the side was selected. I believe the coaches have said it's up to Etzebeth whether or not he plays or whether he does want to go home early, but condolences to him and his family. Number 5, they have gone with Ludiacha, a player who did not play in the last week's fixture up against the Wallabies. And the loose forward trio all changed from last week's fixture up against the Aussies. Will be Kwagga Smith at number 6. Number 7, they've given to Franco Mostert. And then number 8, it is Jasper Visa, the 9-10 combo, also changing from last week. 9, they have gone back to Faf de Klerk, a man with a lot of experience. We'll be hoping to utilise that kicking game here up against the ABs, with number 10 being Damien Valimza. The question mark for me is whether or not he is given the kicking tee, or whether they look to someone like de Klerk, or maybe even Cheslin Colby as the goal kicking option. Number 11, Makazole Mapimpi, takes that spot back out on the left wing, even though we did see some fantastic work from Kurtley Arinsa last week, getting himself the hat-trick, but they already had the plan of switching those two no matter the form, and Makazole Mapimpi does get that start. Number 12, Damien Dialende, with number 13, Ben Lukanyuam, which I believe was predetermined. I thought maybe they would go with Damien Dialende and Jesse Creel. Instead, they go with that combination that will certainly cause the All Blacks trouble. That is Dialende and Lukanyuam. Out on the right wing, they have gone with Cheslin Colby, the man who I mentioned just a little bit earlier on, possibly getting the kicking tee. Knows how to sidestep anyone in front of him. In this game, he's going head-to-head with Mark Talia. And then number 15 to close out the starting side for the Springboks, it is a Willie LaRue quickly looking through at the bench. The bomb squad is what they have decided to go with. Number 16, Malcolm Marks, Thomas Tatui at 17. And then number 18, Vincent Koch. Number 19, RG Snyman. A lot of people feel he has had a real impact since making his way back into the side. And after last week, do certainly have to agree. Number 20, Peter Steph Tatui. And number 21, Dwayne Vermeulen. The replacement backs, Grant Williams, number 22. And number 23, Marnie Lebok. Those are the two starting lineups and reserves. Now looking through at the previous fixtures. Now, we've only had one round of the Rugby Championship up till this day, and both teams finding themselves having comfortable victories. South Africa, they had the first game of round 1. They were able to win it up against Australia, 43 points to 12. Australia, they scored the first try in that match. They scored the last. The only problem was the Springboks scored 6 in between those two tries for Australia, but they were looking clinical. Kurtley Arinsa getting himself the 3 tries for the Boks, and they did have themselves around 70% possession in that contest, which is actually kind of similar to what we saw for the stats when it came to ABs versus Argentina. The All Blacks in the end winning that game 41 points to 12, so a little bit closer, but only by the 2 points, 29 points difference, which is why after round 1, the Springboks do sit top of the table with both sides receiving 5 points. And I think because we saw both sides win so comfortably in their first round games, it makes it even harder to judge this contest, but not just this one, also Argentina versus Australia, due to those two sides getting beaten by such a margin. I'm curious to see who makes the most adjustments out of those two sides and who can walk away with that victory. But for this game, I'd say it's going to be a relatively close one, and that is where key players will come into the mix. And for each of these sides, I've got 3 key players who I feel will do very well throughout this fixture, starting with the All Blacks. First name on the list, it is Big Brodie Retallick. He had a fantastic season throughout Super Rugby Pacific. He likes to run the ball. He's often in support when it comes to a line break, which is actually very impressive when you consider the man is a number 4, over 2 meters tall, and he runs around like he's a back. And I feel like that is something that the All Blacks will look to use, even if it is just to make them a couple extra meters. Big Brodie Retallick could be crucial. And also we've got to remember the line out accuracy for these two sides could be make or break. They've got Cody Taylor starting hooker for the ABs. Brodie Retallick can win a few against the throw, but also retain a majority when Cody Taylor's throwing. Could help the ABs get that little bit more position that they will require. In this matchup, the next name for the ABs that I have got as a key player is Aaron Smith. Now, we saw some of his clinical passing in the last game up against Argentina. I feel like his vision will certainly help the All Blacks when it comes to finding gaps in that Springboks defence, but also maybe the occasional kicking behind, looking for a bit of territory when the Springboks do present the opportunity. And then the last name for the All Blacks to watch out for is Beauden Barrett. Felt he had a good game last week, easily could have gone with his brother Geordie as another option. But this game, I feel Beauden Barrett in behind, if he's shutting down the line breaks that the Springboks may get for themselves, could be a very busy man throughout this game. But it's much better him being busy than him sitting there watching the Springboks go try after try after try which they've certainly got the potential of being able to do. They've got a world-class backline, some brilliant forwards. So I like to think that Beauden Barrett, if he gets his positioning right, can try and shut down those kicks in behind that may be coming in, but also be able to run that ball back, create opportunities for the All Blacks on attack. But looking through now at the Springboks, the first name for them, you don't have to look too far through at that lineup, and that is Stephen Kitsoff, the number one. His scrummaging last week was extremely strong. I said it on the live stream, I've said it since then as well. I don't think I've ever seen someone be able to dominate Alan Alaalatoa in a scrum the way that Kitsoff was able to, just forcing the man back, making his legs slip out from underneath him, penalty one after penalty one. He's going to be head-to-head with Tyrell Lomax, someone who quite enjoys a scrum battle out there on the park, but it's that big question of whether or not Tyrell Lomax can handle those first couple scrums from Stephen Kitsoff, because if he can't, it's going to be an extremely long day at the office. The next name for me is Willie LaRue. I felt that he was very good in the last game up against the Wallabies. He impressed a lot of people. His kicking was precise when he did have to clear the ball downfield. And also him and Marnie Libok last week, I felt made a very dynamic duo. We don't get to see it this week. It will be instead Damian Valimza. But if he can kind of match what he did last week in this game with Valimza, I feel like that could be an attacking option that the Springboks look to utilise. And then the last name, it's a man who's coming off the bench, and that is Malcolm Marx. We know how accurate his line-out throw is. We know how dangerous he is when he gets over the ball, looking for that turnover opportunity. Doesn't take more than a second for that man to be locked in over the ball. Penalty one for the Springboks. And penalties could be crucial in this upcoming fixture of the Rugby Championship. So I think overall, just with what he adds to the side, it's very hard to have three players who I feel will be key and not have Malcolm Marx on that list. Now looking at the betting odds, New Zealand, they do come in as favourites, $1.37 compared to the $3 of the Springboks. Although before the lineups were announced, the Springboks actually $3.70. It seems that they have dropped down just that little bit more. But surprisingly, according to the New Zealand TAB, the most likely outcome of this game is the All Blacks to win by 13 plus. Now only very marginally above All Blacks winning 1-12. But it seems like that is the betting favourite at the moment for them to win by 13 or more in this fixture, which, to be honest, with my prediction coming soon, I don't quite see happening. I feel like this one will be a lot closer. Although an interesting stat that I did find from the first two fixtures of the Rugby Championship was that New Zealand's ruck speed was 2.5 seconds per ruck throughout their game up against Argentina. Now, that is probably one of the quickest ruck speeds we have seen from New Zealand in recent times. The Springboks in their game up against Australia, even though they were dominant, their ruck speed was 3.4 seconds per ruck, which does mean maybe that ball will be in there a little bit longer, but it was what they were doing with it that was meaning that they were able to get so many points on the board, scoring themselves 6 tries in that game up against Australia. New Zealand scoring 7 up against Argentina. So this game's a very hard one to predict, but for me, I am going to say that it's a narrow victory of only 3 points, and I'm going to go with New Zealand as the victors in this one. I feel like having the home field advantage will benefit them quite nicely, so I am saying New Zealand win this game 25 points to 22 at Mount Smart Stadium. But that is very likely to be wrong, because as you guys know from the past, my predictions, they are normally very wrong, so we will have to wait and see exactly how this match ends up going. But it will be a 7:05 p.m. kickoff here in New Zealand, directly followed by the game between Australia and Argentina at 9:45. But local time in South Africa, when it is kicked off, will be 9:05 a.m. on the Saturday morning. So be sure to check that out. We will be doing the live commentary on the channel also. So if you are new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. Also later today, we will have the Rugby Recap podcast coming out, where we do our live preview. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. That information was from the past, but we are back ready to go for this match that is only about an hour away from kicking off between the Springboks and the All Blacks. It's going to be electric, it's going to be entertaining, and it's going to be hard to predict, ladies and gentlemen, for this game after both sides getting such a one-sided affair in their first round of the Rugby Championship. It makes it that both of the sides, they are in great form heading into this game. But the big question for me is who's going to be able to back it up? Because we see quite a few changes in both of the sides. the All Blacks, they've gone with about 3 or 4 in the back line that they have decided to change, with their 2 wingers and Mark Talia and Will Jordan both being added in for this game up against the Boks. But also the change of Damian McKenzie out and Richie Mo'unga in for the ABs. Then for the Springboks, we have seen some pretty impressive players getting taken out and some pretty impressive ones coming back in. Eben Etzebeth going to be playing at number 4. He'll be playing with pride. He'll be playing with heart because of the tragic news that he did have earlier on in the week. We've seen Lou Diacha. He will be back in. Quagga Smith, Jasper Visa, Franco Mostert, an all-new loose forward trio with Faf de Klerk at number 9 and Damien Valimza, the man. And number 10, Boks don't like soft ground. Says Daniel, I mean, I think they like any ground that they get to run over their opposition. And this is a game that they might certainly look to use that tactic. That's Australia's B team last weekend. Says Daniel Watson, I don't know about B team. I think they were only missing a few players. We saw that Australia A, they actually got beaten by Tonga, didn't they, in a more recent fixture. And Marco, is Kane signed for next year? I think he might be for the ABs. I don't know about for the Chiefs yet. And coding, Hamish, are you Superman? You changed clothes in 1 second. How's that possible? Well, very speedy. Just like that. Switched it over. Does he stream the game? Says Revamp. I apologize, but no. Sadly, due to licensing, if we showed any match footage or audio, we get taken straight off YouTube. So I do apologize for anyone who is looking for the game. I believe you won't really be able to find it on YouTube unless there's like an illegal stream, but more than likely that will start up just before the live stream rather than anything an hour beforehand. So that might be something you could look for. But if you do need commentary for the game, if you want to know what's happening, if you want to get involved in the action, then here is the place to be. Did George bring food? No, he didn't. He didn't even bring food for himself, though. He just came round, pretty much said hi, and we were just organising what we're going to be doing tomorrow. We're going to be getting up relatively early. Big day of filming plan, which is very exciting, I should say. And yep, he is. Razor will swing the axe, baby boy. Sam, you're at McCaw Kane. And also, it's commentary, not allowed to show the game, or you get pulled. Says great. Yeah, unfortunately, we get taken straight off YouTube. We've even had cases where we've had our titles, what they've decided to copyright strike us for. So it's pretty strict overall. And that is why, sadly, we are unable to show any footage or audio. But that does not mean we can't have fun. We have done a lot of these live streams in the past. I think we're actually close to 1,000 live commentary matches done across rugby, rugby sevens, and the cricket. So that's pretty awesome. But this game, only an hour away. They are just currently showing a little bit of the rivalry between the All Blacks and the Springboks from the past years. This game, though, it's got a real big match feel to it. Whether or not we see both sides go out of the gates absolutely firing, finding all their passes quickly and have an accurate attack, or whether we see a little bit more of a methodical build-up to this game with about maybe the first 10 to 15 minutes, the feeling out process, both teams trying to work out how the opposition is going to be playing. Because, you know, from last week's game, after coming off 2 dominant wins, it's hard to know who's going to be able to have a dominant win here. And to be honest, I don't see someone winning dominantly in this contest. I see it being close, going to the final whistle, and perhaps one penalty or drop kick in the final moment could be what decides it. Is this match also shown by the same company which gave you copyright? It is, which is why we definitely won't be able to show you anything on this one. Boks need to short pass and smash game, or like to short pass and smash game. They do, and it is a good tactic, because I believe that in this game, if they are able to get a little bit more of that front foot forward, the big forwards crashing the ball into the AB's line, I think that that will be heavily beneficial for the way that the Springboks backline is able to fire. Because when you've got Chisel and Colby and Makazole Mapimpi out on the wing, straight away New Zealand will be like, right, we can't let those 2 men go. So if you are able to lure in the All Blacks defence, compact them a little bit, and leave those gaps out wide due to your forwards just bulldozing towards the opposition line, maybe that is then when we see Chisel and Colby and Makazole Mapimpi get quite a big opportunity. Because last week in the game for the Springboks up against the Wallabies, they did like to shift it sideways and kind of run at that slightly 45-degree angle, looking for that next pass to then fly up. But the loose forward trio, it's looking strong for the Boks, that is for sure, with Jasper Visa, Quagga Smith, and also Franco Mostert in there. But like I mentioned, only about an hour away from the kickoff, ladies and gentlemen. Anyone who is new to the channel, please be sure to hit that subscribe button. It is hugely appreciated. You guys all being here for this stream. We have got plenty more just around the corner for New Zealand. In their starting lineup, it will be Ethan de Groot, Cody Taylor, and Tyrell Lomax. So they have made one change from what they did have last week up against the Argentinians. That is Cody Taylor. Dane Coles actually, for me, didn't go too badly last week, but they did decide to make that switch just to see what Cody Taylor could do in the starting lineup. And I believe that is also to put that little bit more pressure on Bongi and Manambi. And then off the bench, it's Takiaho versus Marks. And that one will be must-see. Brodie Retallick returns into this All Black side. He will be starting at number 4. And Barrett, he did start at 4 in the last game, now transitions to 5. And that is in replacement of the youngster Josh Lord. And Barrett last game, he has been impressive throughout Super Rugby Pacific. He was good in the game up against Argentina. And I think he'll enjoy this game up against the Springboks with that physicality. The big thing for him, though, is to not let that physicality turn into ill discipline. Because unfortunately, we have seen Barrett get himself a few cards in the past. And this is one of those games you cannot afford anyone going to the bin. I believe throughout this fixture, we're going to see at least one yellow card from one of the sides. Maybe even a red. It just seems to be how it happens when these two sides clash. But yeah, I'm sure the All Blacks won't want Scott Barrett to be the man who is sent from the field. Shannon Frizzell at number 6, Sam Cane, the captain, at number 7, and Adi Savia will be starting at number 8. So unchanged from what they did go with up against Los Pumas in the last matchup. Savia at 8, I feel like in this game he can offer a lot more than what he had up against the Pumas. He was still strong, but with that physicality battle that he's going to have with Jesper Wiese, it's going to be fantastic to see how it goes. Shannon Frizzell at 6, he has got quite the size advantage over Quaha Smith as opposite number, but somewhere that Smith definitely has the advantage is getting into those breakdowns and getting the turnovers. For the Boks, Sam Cane, number 7, still getting the opportunity, made a few tackles last week, had the biggest hit of the day. And I'm not talking about the pitch invader, so that is why he is there as the number 7. Aaron Smith gets to start at number 9 again with Richie Mo'unga as the 10. That was probably to be expected to a certain extent, but a lot of people still wanted to see maybe the option of Damien McKenzie for a second week in a row after the way that he did play last week. Tell you what, they've got an all-star panel for this one. They've got Skulk Berger, they've got Kieran Reid there, a couple greats for their respective sides. The only one they're missing is Richie McCaw somewhere, but say he's probably still down south. Maybe? Where's he at? He's got a helicopter. He could just fly up there, couldn't he, Richie McCaw, if he wanted to? And also we have got there Caleb Clark play left wing. He should play left, right out, and go to Toulon instead of Whainā Nuku, says Marco. Yeah, the big surprise was seeing Caleb Clark still on the bench after the way that he did play last week. But I believe that also was because of the Amoni Narawa injury. They did decide to keep him around for that little bit longer just because, I mean, Sean Stevenson was still an option, wasn't he, that they could have gone with. They did decide against it in the back line. Also in the centres, unchanged from last week, Geordie Barrett at number 12. He, for me, was my man of the match. The way that he played up against Argentina was crashing the ball well, which does work in quite nicely with him going head-to-head with Damien Dialende in this contest. Also alongside that, able to set up the man on his outside and the wingers. And for this game, number 13, they have still got Rieko Ioane. His pace is the main thing that I think the Springboks will be looking at to try and shut it down early. If he gets any type of line break, normally whether or not it's the pass off to the side that then sets up the try. We actually saw, there was a highlight on the All Blacks Instagram that showed the Will Jordan try from not too long ago. I think it was last year, and just the pace that him and Rieko Ioane have when they're running in support or giving off that pass for the man in support. The Springboks can't afford to let that happen. And to be honest, I don't see them letting it happen too much in this game, maybe even at all, with the way that they were defending. Up against Australia, the back three, it will be Mark Talia at number 11, coming back from his injury. Did have a great season for the Blues, actually scored the most tries matched throughout a season for the Blues since Dougie Howlett way back in the day. I believe that was around about 2003. Maybe a little bit later, that Howlett was able to set that record. Will Jordan returning out on the right-hand side. So both of these guys coming back from their injuries, and it's not an easy day at the office because they have to go head-to-head with Cheslin Colby and Makazole Mapimpi in their first contest back in the black jersey. And then Beauden Barrett starts at number 15. I felt he was strong last week in the game up against Argentina, it's going to be good to see him tested in this game up against the Springboks, because if he proves himself again, perhaps people start saying he could be the option at 15 heading towards that Rugby World Cup, although a lot of people also want to see the man on this right wing side, Will Jordan, get the opportunity at right wing, at fullback for the All Blacks. We will look at the Springboks side as well, though. But first of all, we will read the chat. Nothing more frustrating than being an All Blacks fan in the USA. Kicks off at 2 a.m. my time. Will I be able to stay up? I usually fall asleep after the haka, says Kerman. I remember my dad told me about how back in the day, when they didn't have the option to be able to record a game and you didn't really get the chance of watching the highlights afterwards, they'd stay up all night, ready to watch an early morning game. And then the whistle blew, and then you wake up in the morning going, oh, no, not again. And he said he missed countless games from being up early, ready to watch them, and then falling asleep just as the action was starting. And I do know that it is currently 8:10 a.m. for you guys in South Africa who are now tuning in. So a massive welcome to you guys. Hope you are excited. Hope you're wide awake and ready to go for this contest, because it is going to be an absolutely awesome one. Looking through at the South African starting lineup, they went with the split squad compared to what they had in the Australian game. In this game, Steven kicks off at number 1, Bong Umbanambi at number 2, and Franz Malherbe at number 3. So no changes there for the Springboks in terms of that starting front 3. Eben Etzebeth at number 4. Did have the brutal news earlier on in the week that unfortunately his father has passed away. So condolences to him. He decided he wants to still go out on the field and captain the Springboks side, which, I mean, just shows you how much of a fighting champion he is. I know it sounds weird to say fighting champion, sounds like the UFC, but this man is a Rugby World Cup champion. He's willing to put one last game in for the Springboks before heading home, and it's very, very noble from him. And I hope he plays well in this contest when he goes head-to-head with a big Brody Retallick at number 5. Speaking of big, they don't come much bigger than Ludiacha in the international world in terms of the height. He's got a massively long frame, which will benefit the Springboks when it comes to that line-out time, because if they can get a couple turnovers, possession could be quite hard to get throughout this one. So anything that you can get, that little bit of an advantage, is going to be massive. Morena Hamish tuning in from Istanbul. Is there 20-minute red cards in this tournament? There is. That is one benefit of this game, because I feel there will be, like I said earlier on, a yellow card or a red card. But hopefully we don't see too many of them. New Zealand by 12 plus, says NZ for life. We've seen Grant has said the All Blacks to win by 40 points to 3, whereas Robert has said 42 points to 10 in favour of the All Blacks. So it seems like everyone is either going with that very close margin or a runaway. It doesn't seem to be anything in that relatively in between. I haven't seen many people predicting someone will win by around that, that 7 mark. Box with Kurtley Arinsa, 45 points to 18. Without Kurtley Arinsa, 25 points to 18, says Annoy. The man did get himself a hat-trick in the last contest, that is for sure. But we have got Sebastian in the chat as well. Welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing extremely well. And Eben is a real top G. What a man. His old fellow would be proud, says Marco Vanapola. And I think that would have played, of course, only speaking by speculation, but I believe that would have played a little bit of a factor in his decision. Like we've seen on his Instagram in the past, like his father's been there by his side when it comes to his rugby career. So he didn't want to head home without putting on one last big performance for the Boks. And yeah, it's a tough moment for Eben Etzebeth. I mentioned how I felt like the All Blacks might do something similar to what they did with Maradona for the Argentines, and that would involve putting a jersey down. But then we also had the tragic news of another South African player passing away a little bit earlier on in the week. So it's been a rough week for the Springboks overall, and their mentality I don't think would have changed. If anything, it would have fired them up just a little bit more. That audio, what are they doing? Says 10, is that for me or for the commentators? Do let me know. And Eben will put Sam Cane on his pants again, says Sev. Are you going to stream the game or just commentary? Thanks, says Janice. Janice. Sadly, we are just commentary here due to the broadcasting restrictions that SANZAR do have, which pretty much means if we show any match footage or audio, they take us straight off YouTube, which would be a shame, seeing as we've got a World Cup just around the corner. But yeah, we will be doing the play-by-play commentary, talking all throughout the match, having you guys in the chat as well, deciding what we think in terms of what's happening in the match. So be sure to stick around if that is something that you are interested in and you aren't able to find the alternative. Hopefully you are able to find somewhere to watch the game though. I know if you've got a VPN, you can set yourself to Australia and get a Stan Sport free trial, and then at least that would give you the matches of this round. It wouldn't help you with the next round though. And what time is the game starting? It is starting in 50 minutes time. It's getting closer and closer, which means my nerves are going up and up. The suit almost didn't fit for this live stream, but it felt like a big suit occasion. So that is why it's back out for this contest. Looking at the loose forward trio for the Springboks, it will be Kwaka Smith at number 6, replacing Mako van Staden from last week, Franco Moster at number 7, and Jasper Visa slotting in as the number 8. So 3 new changes for the Springboks in that loose forward trio. They've got 2 of the players, though, who did play last week coming off the bench. That is Pieter-Steph du Toit and Dwayne Vermeulen at number 9 and 10. 2 more changes. Faf de Klerk as the starting 9 rather than Kobus Reinach, who did play in the game last week, and Damian Valimza. He's there at number 10. After the performance that Marnie Libok had last week, some people thought maybe he would get himself another start here. But I believe the premeditated plan was to have Damian Valimza start this match and Marnie Libok to come off the bench. And he is actually the sole back replacement, other than the halfback that the Springboks have got for themselves. Damien Dialende at number 12, new name in after Andre Estesen played last week. But Lucanio Arm keeps his spot in the starting lineup, similar to the number 15, Willie Leroux. They decided that those two too valuable to be able to miss out. This game up against the All Blacks, Makazole Mapimpi out on the left wing rather than Kurtley Orinse. And I mean, if that situation with Makazole Mapimpi and Kurtley Orinse in terms of who gets selected doesn't prove that they had already decided who they wanted the team to be for this New Zealand game, I don't know what will, because to have a guy score a hat-trick, they more than likely would have loved to have him out there, but they had their plan. It's Makazole Mapimpi, and he is a try-scorer machine when he gets going. Speaking of try-scorer machines, Jeslyn Colby out on the right wing for this game. He is going to be the starting 14, and Willie Leroux, like I mentioned, he is there as number 15. Anyone but me in the USA watching these show horse sales. We have got Kerman from a little bit earlier on. He was popping in, and also Robert, another USA viewer that we have got. Imagine having Snowman, Pieter-Steph du Toit, and Vermeulen coming off the bench. OMFG, what players are to have, man. These blokes are impressive. They are. And when you look through at this bench for the Springboks, they call it a bomb squad because normally they reap a little bit of havoc and they cause damage. But in this case, if there was ever a bomb squad to have, it is this side right here. RG Snyman. It's great to see him back at international level after so many injuries that he has had in the past. Pieter-Steph du Toit had a big game last week, looking to do the same here off the bench. And then Dwayne Vermeulen as well. They want to test to see what he can do off the bench for the Springboks here and see if he is the right option heading forward for the Boks. And this is pretty much the South African forwards in the bomb squad. They got owned at Ellis Park last year, says NZ for Life. True, but I think a lot has changed since then. Both New Zealand and South Africa, they weren't in their best form in the last, maybe before the November internationals, a little bit before then. It's pretty impressive to see how well these two sides have been able to turn around their momentum. The question is, though, was it just one big game at the start of the Rugby Championship, or are both of these sides going to be able to continue that momentum heading forward? Last week, the Bok had a kangaroo barbecue. This weekend, it's tender New Zealand mountain goats, says Adrian, or even just some New Zealand lamb would be all right. We have quite a few sheep around. I know that there was a stat a while ago that was for every Kiwi in New Zealand, there are 3 sheep, which means that, no, I can't say that joke. I was going to make a joke about the stereotype in New Zealand, but now that I've waited a little bit, it doesn't make it so bad. I was going to say, so that means there's plenty of girlfriends to choose from. Joss has said, good morning, Hamish, back in Muscat for the weekend, then off to England for a month. Thanks for the commentary. You're looking very smart, my mate, says. Joss, thank you very much, mate. Usually appreciated you being here for this one. Do you eat red meat much? Says Hanoi. I mean, I've had a fair share of lamb in my time being in New Zealand. Plenty out on the street. No, there's not plenty out on the street. Do I remember when you had less than 1,000 subscribers? 25.5k now. Richly deserved, bro. Your commentary is the best by far, says Jonathan. Hugely appreciated, mate. And we've been going pretty much since the start of the World Cup cycle. And now the next World Cup is just around the corner. I am so hyped to see how it ends up going. And it's going to be great. Come on, Hamish. I came for the sheep shagging gags, says Sebastian. You're streaming the ABs versus Japan? Sadly not, due to the timing of that game and the game between Argentina and Australia. They actually do overlap, which means that we aren't able to do both of those contests, but we will be keeping you updated on what's happening in that New Zealand game up against the Japanese while doing Australia versus Argentina. Do one eat a kiwi? Is it like a chicken? I have never tried a kiwi. I don't think you're allowed to eat them. I think it's illegal. So probably lucky that I haven't, but I'd assume they're like a chicken and a duck combined, although they don't do much, the kiwis. They don't really run. So I guess it would be quite white meat, seeing as they haven't really got those muscles flowing and making the meat a little bit darker due to the blood flow throughout them. I think that's scientific. I think I learnt that back at school, that's the reason why chicken legs are a little bit darker than the breasts, because they use their legs more. And New Zealand, their bench for this game: Samasoni Takiaho, Tamaiti Williams, Nepo Lulala, Tupavai, Dalton Papali, Finley Christie, Braden Enor, and Caleb Clark. Now, some people were questioning that selection a little bit with Caleb Clark off the bench after the performance that he had last week. Some felt that he wasn't quite up for it. But this game, I feel like this is going to be probably do or die for him, because if he isn't able to perform, it means that more than likely, you know, whether it is Amoni Narawa, whether it's Lester Whainā-Nuku when he is coming back. And my brother got banned from Tonga for saying something, which I'm not going to repeat because I would like to go to Tonga one day. How do you get banned for saying that, Fallon? It must be really bad, is it? Beautiful Hamish looks super, or really super, in a black suit and tie with a mustache. Says Ruth, I will mention I should have probably shaved before this match after, I guess, dressing to impress. I reckon the team that avoid penalty is the team that's going to win. Simple as that. Yeah, penalty count's going to be a massive factor in this contest, because if either of these sides are giving away drastically more penalties than the other, that could be the difference, you know, whether or not we see the sides look for 3 points. It's actually something that neither side wanted to do last week. They were just all guns blazing, trying to get as many tries as they could. The Springboks got 6, the All Blacks got 7, and you know, I don't think we're going to see 13 tries in this game, even though if we did, I mean, a lot of people would be loving that attack, but some people would definitely be questioning that defense alongside it, and should probably create a 2-year membership badge due next month. Yeah, we'll have to try and work something out. We'll have to ask you guys who are members what you would like to see as that 24-month badge, because to be honest, I didn't at the start of making them expect anyone to be a member for 24 months. So yeah, it'll be a big achievement for yourself, Sebastian, and also a huge thank you from us as well. And don't forget that's whoever controls territory has a huge advantage of this game as well. And for me, I've actually said that the Springboks, I feel, will be the more dangerous side when it comes to their territory game because of those kicks in behind. They'll be looking for space. The benefit New Zealand have in this game is that they have got Bowden Barrett at the back, and then they've got Will Jordan and Mark Talia as the two men who might try and run it forward. And down that wing, Mark Talia, I'm a little bit more concerned about his injury than Will Jordan's, because we know Will Jordan's going to get hard in this game, but I believe his was more of a head issue in terms of migraines and whatnot. So hopefully he is going to be all right throughout this game. But Mark Talia's calf, I am concerned about, because if he isn't 100%, definitely from talking to Norm Maxwell a little bit earlier on in the week, talking about injuries and the way that they can affect a player coming back from an injury. If you push too hard, something goes snap and you're out for even longer. Same as territory in rugby. Says, greet the sacred cow, you need a beer after the feed of mutton bird to cut the grease, says Bill Walker. Mutton bird sounds like a woman that's gone past her sell-by date. Interesting. I don't know of too many of those. Did Jordan have concussion? He had concussion-like symptoms, I believe it was. But it was something to do with he was getting migraines in the back of his head or something like that. So because of that, he wasn't able to play rugby for the first half of Super Rugby Pacific. He came back, but I think it came back a little bit more for him more recently. So he's a little bit of a precautionary one that you don't want to end up hurting him. And of course, player safety has to be number one priority. But yeah, it's going to be weird to see how that progresses towards the World Cup for him, and also throughout his career. He's still very young, which is a shame to see that he's having to deal with that this stage of his career. And whoever punts All Blacks to win by 14 or more, you can thank me later, says Mafui. Well, fun fact, in this game, the All Blacks to win by 13 plus is actually the favourite option. But saying that, it's on the New Zealand TAB. So that, I would say they've got that slight more edge to New Zealand because of that case. But I saw that South Africa at the start of this Rugby Champ, there you go. That's a difference. New Zealand now $1.42 favourites. South Africa $2.80. So South Africa have dropped a whole dollar over the last maybe 46 hours or so, which just shows that people feel like South Africa are nowhere near going to be out of this contest. 32-25 AB's win. It's a tough task talking and entering for hours. So hit the thumbs up button, folks. Says Robert Wood. Yeah, the voice is going to be gone tomorrow. That is for sure. But it is hugely appreciated you guys all being here for these live streams. We've had a lot of fun throughout the Rugby Championship in the past. It seems like only yesterday we were covering that 100th match between the All Blacks and the Springboks. That was actually back in 2021. And now we're here again in 2023, just before a World Cup, looking for an entertaining fixture. And I think that this one is going to deliver. Looking at the first round results for both of these sides, I mentioned it a little bit earlier on about South Africa. They had that victory over the Australians, 43 points to 12, with that 31 points differential, which is why they sit number one on the Rugby Championship table. New Zealand, they had a victory over Argentina by a relatively similar margin, 41 points to 12. So they sit second on the Rugby Championship ladder. And the points differential by the end of this competition could actually play a huge factor, but not just that. Whoever wins this game puts themselves in the box seat to take out the Rugby Championship. Next week, or the week after, New Zealand will have Australia in the first game of the Rugby Championship between those two teams, and also the Bledisloe Cup matchup. South Africa will have Argentina in South Africa, so they will consider themselves heavy favourites walking into that game, although we don't know how Argentina or Australia is going to be going. But yeah, this game for me almost all but determines who wins the Rugby Championship, which is why both of these sides will want to go out there and put on an immaculate performance, precision, any chance that they get as many points on the board as they can. My deepest sympathy to Eben and his family. Yeah, the fact that that man is playing just shows the character of him. Because, losing your father earlier on in the week and then not going back to South Africa, going, I'm going to play this game because my dad loved watching me play rugby and I want to captain the side to a victory here before I head home. Like, it's massively, massively noble of Evan Etzebeth, and I hope that he has a good performance in this game. And who knows, maybe that emotion will just take him to the next level. The ball game going to be streamed here, tuning in from New York City, says Peter. Sadly, due to licensing, we aren't able to show match footage or audio. We will be doing the play-by-play commentary, which, to be honest, on YouTube is probably your best option, mainly because any live stream that has the game normally gets shut down instantly. They normally start right up before the game. But yeah, if you want somewhere to chat about the game, find out what's happening in it, and then be able to catch the highlights afterwards, I would recommend watching here, because we have got plenty of build-up still to come, and then also the exciting match. I can't wait. It's going to be a great one. Defense line speed will be as vital as upfront strength from the box to close us down, says Bill Walker. Exactly right. And I think that the physicality straight away in the first 5 to 10 minutes, we're going to know what type of tactic both sides are going to go with. And more than likely, it is going to be that tactic of going out there, hitting hard, just smacking into the opposition, see who wants to take that backward step. And for both sides' mentality, it has to be, we are not that side that's going to step back. We have to march forward and hope that we are able to get that front foot ball going, because the forwards, I feel, are going to be extremely crucial in this game. The backs might be the ones scoring the tries, but the forwards are going to be the ones who help set them up by getting those clean outs in the breakdown, and also just creating that little bit of indecision in the other side's defensive. South Africa front line is stronger, says Joshua. I would agree. Looking at their side, Stephen Kitsoff, Bongio Manambi, and Franz Malharba in the front row, I feel they will be able to do very well, although I would give the edge in the number 2 jersey to Cody Taylor out of those. But in my head-to-head stats that I did a little while ago, I did actually give Stephen Kitsoff and Franz Malharba the edge over Ethan de Groot and Tyrell Lomax about 30 minutes ago, says Robert Wood. Exactly right. And then the game is going to be underway. It's a shame that it's only 80 minutes, to be honest, just because of how much excitement and anticipation. Everyone would have loved to see this as about a 3-match series. But the thing is, these sides could end up playing each other 3 times throughout the Rugby Championship this year. Or sorry, not throughout the Rugby Championship, but throughout the calendar year. And the reason I say that is because they've got this game, they've got the warm-up game for the Rugby World Cup that does take place in about 45 days. And then after that, they may find each other in the quarterfinals of the Rugby Championship. Banish, can you still fit the green blazer, mate, says Kerman, sorry, I should say. And also, Eben is still, or is made of iron. He's made of steel. He's Iron Man. And never give excuses for anything as hard as solid gold. Exactly right. Like, the man just he lives and breathes rugby. And, you know, this performance, I feel, is going to show that as well. The fact that he was willing to put that jersey on, because he's done it 110 times. And a lot of players by that stage, you know, they would look at it as, I've done enough, now's the time to go home. But he knows that this game is one that it will mean so much to his family as well to see him go out there and play well. And, you know, it's going to be a special moment for him if the Springboks do get over the line. And Eben said he's playing for his dad, and his dad will be sitting in front row watching as son today cheers dad, says Ruth. Yeah. And that is, like, those are big words in terms of, like, the impact and the emotion you feel from just hearing them. Because, you know, at the end of the day, as a rugby player or as a person in any regard, most of the time, all you want to do is make your family proud. And I feel like Eben Etzebeth, he's already done that with what he's been able to do throughout his career. But to add, you know, another win over the All Blacks, another Rugby Championship, and another World Cup under his belt, like, that would be more than anything he could ever ask for. And this prediction is difficult. Although I want South Africa to win, something is telling me it will be the All Blacks today, says Samuel. So I actually went with a 3-point difference between these two sides. And I said that the All Blacks would win at 25 points to 22. As we get a little bit closer to kickoff, I'll be honest, I've had moments where I've swayed in the other direction, thinking South Africa are going to be able to get themselves the victory in this game. But no matter what, I hope that it's close. I said that about the first two games of the Rugby Championship, and they were anything but. Both sides winning by 31 and 29 points. But yeah, this game, I have a real test match feeling about it, which makes me think it's going to be extremely close. And Gareth Mason, G-Man, is missing tonight. He would have loved this just a moment in his absence, says Shane. Yeah, unfortunately, that news, was it last year or the year before? It's crazy how quickly time flies. But on that next Springbok game, we did do a massive shout out to G-Man. He's one of the founding fathers of rugby on YouTube, and actually one of those guys that we're doing the live commentary for the Rugby World Cup 2019. So he's one of those blokes who paved the way for young guys like me and other YouTubers who are doing it now to have a platform and have a chance of being able to do this. So yeah, it's tragic news when he passed away. He's one of those guys that we always wanted to do a collaboration with, and we were probably only about maybe a month away from getting one done. And, you know, it's one of those regrets that I wish I had been able to collaborate with him, because he just had such great energy about him. He had just a passion for rugby, and everyone could see that through their screens. And, you know, he would have loved this game. That is for sure. Who's excited for the game, says Monsieur. Hopefully I've said that correctly. And I am very excited. We are getting closer and closer to the kickoff of this one. Only 30 minutes away now, ladies and gentlemen. Looking through at a few of the previous games, or in fact, do we go previous or do we go upcoming? We're going to look at previous games, first of all, for New Zealand, what they were able to do in their November internationals. We saw a 25-25 draw up against the English. It was a close game, and in the end, England, they actually managed to come back very nicely in that contest, which seems to be one of the trends that are slightly there up against the All Blacks at the moment, and that is a team playing better in the second half against them than they did in the first. Scotland, they had a relatively close game with them, but New Zealand able to get the victory 31 points to 23. I think it might have actually been a last-minute try for the All Blacks in that game as well that made the points differential. Before that, they had their game up against the Welsh and also up against Japan, which was also relatively close in the fixture department. For the Springboks, it looks like they are hiding from my previous fixtures, but I know that they had a couple tough games up against the Irish and the French last year for the rugby internationals in November. But from there, they've just looked like they've progressed so nicely in the last little while. And I think this game is going to be absolutely awesome to see what they do from here. Definitely with that split squad that they did go with. They had half their players playing in that Aussie game, half of them coming to New Zealand a little bit earlier. And we can't underestimate how much of an impact that could have on the way that they play here, because they will be fresh. We've got to remember the New Zealanders, they've come from Argentina recently. The South Africans, they've come from South Africa after playing Australia, but they do not have that little bit of an extra week that they can use to refresh, to rehab, and be ready to go. So I think that the likes of a Damien Dialende, the likes of, who else have we got? We got a whole new loose forward trio for the Springboks. They are going to be possibly the keys for them in this one. Any other Kiwis nervous about Raynell? I mean, every referee at international level now has been questioned in every single game that they have. I just hope that it's relatively free-flowing. That's something that I felt both referees, Ben O'Keefe and Angus Gardner, did well in the first round of the Rugby Championship, because they were both able to pretty much use the play of the game and just allow it to free flow. Yes, if there was a penalty, they'd go back for it, but a majority of the time we got to see some free flow in rugby, which I think is absolutely massive. Does anyone know if I can buy New Zealand stamps in Ireland? Oh, that is a good question. I unfortunately do not know. I know that Trade Me have them here in New Zealand or anything around the local shops, but I guess that's not quite getting over to Ireland for you, unfortunately. A drop a cheeky like, guys, takes 2 seconds. Yeah, anyone who hasn't already, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. It is hugely appreciated, everyone being here for this stream, and we've got plenty more action to come. It's coming up in a very short moment. He wants a girlfriend, says Robert. Is that myself? I mean, I'm dressed like I'm on The Bachelor, but I don't think I'm getting any ladies anytime soon. Not with a beard like I have anyway. Sorry to hear of the passing of G-Man, says Ian Curtis. And yeah, it was either last year or the year before, but it just still feels very recently for a lot of us content creators, because, you know, he was such a presence and a prominent figure in the rugby kind of community. And what impact will the outcome of this game have on the Rugby World Cup? I don't think it will have a huge amount, but there's still a lot to play for. Like, we look through at the Springboks, their next games that they've got coming up in the near future. They will be playing Argentina. That is at 5:05 a.m. New Zealand time. That is in 2 weeks' time, I should mention. So we've got one break week, and then they're heading back to South Africa. The week after that, they will play in Argentina. That is at 10 a.m. New Zealand time. So actually around a lunchtime game for them over there. And to be honest, the way that South Africa played in that first game, the way that I feel they're going to play in this game, I can see them winning both of those games relatively comfortably. So the big question that we have here is, are they going to be the team walking away with a victory in this contest, or will it be the All Blacks? And whoever walks away with this game, I believe, walks away with the Rugby Championship, with the lack of time remaining, with it being the shorter format. They also have an international warm-up game for the Rugby World Cup up against the Welsh. That is going to be on the 20th of August on the Sunday morning New Zealand time. And then on the Saturday, we get to see them go head-to-head with the All Blacks again at 6:30 a.m. That game is live from Twickenham. It's going to be an absolutely electric atmosphere for that one. Cannot wait to see not just who walks away with this game, but also who walks away with that warm-up game for the Rugby World Cup, because I feel like that game probably is the one that will determine the Rugby World Cup just that little bit more than this one here, mainly because sides will be trying a few combinations, seeing what works for them and also what doesn't. For the All Blacks, they have got their game up against Australia. That is at 9:45 p.m. New Zealand time. We will be covering that one on the channel on the 29th of July. That game on the 5th, I actually have an engagement party to go to on that same day. Not my own, but I might wear the suit. Who knows? I don't know how formal it is. But we will be actually watching that game, covering it on the channel for you guys with the live commentary, then going to the engagement party, and then the next morning covering that game between South Africa and Argentina. So there is plenty more live commentary coming. We are not missing any of the Rugby Championship or the Bledisloe Cup games that are taking place. Then they've got their warm-up game up against South Africa, like I mentioned. And then this one right here, France versus New Zealand, only 55 days away from the Rugby World Cup, ladies and gentlemen. The fact that it has got so close is, I'm almost too excited about it. I remember when we had pop-ups on the channel saying it's going to be 970 days until the Rugby World Cup, and now we're down to 55. Doesn't get much better than that for international rugby, that is for sure. And a lot of people want to know, will the Springboks defend their throne of the Rugby Championship, or Will it be a new contender? Will it be a Southern Hemisphere brother, or will it be a Northern Hemisphere side that managed to get themselves over the line? What impact will the outcome? Oh no, I read that one, didn't I? I love you, Beard, says Evan. Thank you very much. It's pretty patchy on the sides, so I'd like to grow it so that it sits a bit nicer, but yeah, it's coming along. Hi from South Africa. My sister and her husband are at the stadium. Go the Box, says Albert. And also, we have got there, what's your thoughts on the ABs in the Rugby World Cup? I think that they're building in a better direction than what they looked 1 year ago. Me and Norm Maxwell, ex-All Black himself, he talked about in that Bledisloe Cup series a long time ago, like they kept on not quite getting the championship, the Bledisloe Cup. But then in 2003, it came back to New Zealand and they had that fighting spirit to be able to keep it for so long. And I feel like for the All Blacks, it's been a little while since they've had a World Cup. And all throughout the 2019 period, everyone's waiting going, when are we going to see the All Blacks back to their best? I don't know if they're quite there yet, but I feel they will be contenders in this Rugby World Cup. And I don't think a majority of people were saying that about 12 months ago when they were going through their very tough period, I should say. And he's wearing a black suit. That's a clue, says Robert. And also, New Zealand won the Rugby Championship narrowly last year, I remember. I reckon it will be somewhat similar this year. New Zealand have been rebuilding nicely, says Username. And the tricky thing for these two sides is whoever does lose this game, even if you walk away with a bonus point, you pretty much just have to hope that the side that beats you loses their next contest in the Rugby Championship. Because it's only a 3-match series, it leaves you very little margin for error. And that's why I say whoever wins this game, I believe, has a very good shot of winning the Rugby Championship, just because there's not really enough time for anything else to happen in that regard. And Showhorse Sales has said the weather at the moment, about 13 degrees Celsius at the ground, maybe even 14 degrees. So actually quite a nice day for a match of rugby in the evening. Mount Smart Stadium, no rain around. Little bit of slipperiness on the ball with it being an evening fixture, but nothing too serious. No rain in the forecast. Should be a very awesome game to watch. New Zealand 19-15, South Africa. That's my prediction. Both teams is too good, says Space Otara. And I think that that has been the case for a lot of people. They feel like there's no easy way to be able to judge who will get the advantage. And a lot of the territory battles and a lot of the possession head-to-heads, it makes it very hard to decide who will have the better. Game commentary only, says John. Yes, sadly, due to licensing, we are unable to show any match footage or audio, but we will be doing the live play-by-play commentary all throughout the match. And then I can recommend the Super Rugby YouTube channel or the Rugby Championship YouTube channel to be able to catch the highlights directly after the contest. But we will be doing this for the Argentina versus Australia game as well. So anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. But we are only 20 minutes or so away now, ladies and gentlemen, from the next fixture. Looking at last year's Rugby Championship, all the games for the All Blacks, we've squeezed them into one sheet. South Africa versus New Zealand, 26 points to 10. That was a brilliant performance from the Box. And if they were able to match that, the way that they played there, and just from the first whistle, they were just on the money. They need to make sure that they're doing that in this game. Yes, it's a little bit chillier, I was going to say, than what they had seen in South Africa, but there's snow in South Africa at the moment. And if it had been about maybe 3 degrees or so, that would have been a little bit of an advantage to the All Blacks. But because this game is being played at relatively similar conditions to what we are used to seeing for both teams, it means that everyone should be on their A game. No rain around, like I mentioned. They're just showing that Ardie Savia Springbok celebration last year in the Rugby Championship. But to be fair, looking at some of those guys that were playing in 2021, their side has changed a lot for the Springboks. The same can be said about the All Blacks. You know, no Sia Khaleesi at the moment due to his injury. I saw Elton Yankees, they were showing him, and he nailed the final kick to make it 31-29 for the Box back in 2021. And in this game, it's going to be that close. That's what I'm predicting. I'm saying one side will win it by 3 points. I just haven't decided who that side will be yet. I think it could be either, though, with the way that both of these sides are able to play. With it at Mount Smart Stadium, the last time that these two sides played at Mount Smart was about 1937. So it's been a wee while, about 85 years or somewhere around there. We saw New Zealand. They did lose to Argentina last Rugby Championship, but their points differential just got them over the line in the end, which is what they'll be looking at in this game as well. Looking at the Rugby World Cup, though, as it gets a little bit closer, New Zealand, France, Italy, Uruguay, and Namibia, all in Pool A. And then Pool B, that is the one that a lot of people have got their eyes on. Definitely after the last performance we saw from Tonga up against Australia A, having a few of those big dogs back, such as Charles Piatel, Malakai Fekatoa. Also in their fullback, they've got some terrific players. Ex-All Black Vai Fafita now getting himself the chance in there as well. But South Africa, Ireland, Scotland, Romania, and Tonga, I would say that, to be honest, that's probably one of the groups that are most up for grabs overall, just looking at the caliber of the sides. South Africa, though, they're sitting at number one. I honestly feel that they will be sitting there at the end of that Rugby World Cup group stage also, after getting themselves a few victory. I'm very scared of Aussie. I got feeling yeah, says Mr. Loom. And also Talia versus Colby. Yep, and Talia is just returning from injury. So if Jezelyn Colby's able to get himself a dash down the wing, I feel it will be quite hard for Mark Talia to be able to catch him. And that is one aspect of Mark Talia's game that a lot of people have been questioning in the past, is his defense. He's great on attack, matching the try-scoring record for the Blues throughout Super Rugby Pacific, alongside Doug Howlett from way back in the day. But the defensive stat is where Talia, he's going to have to make sure he's 100% here, or else Jezelyn Colby, how do you stop him? That's the big question. We've seen what he's been able to do up against sides in the past. We've seen him do it up against New Zealand in the past also. But then the other side of things is, maybe because he hasn't played too much against the Kiwis as of late, it could be a little bit worrying. But I still feel he's going to be extremely dangerous throughout it and rest of the year, says John. Yep, one of the many players that the All Blacks will not have for that Rugby World Cup. I would actually rate Colby's defence over Talia's, says Greet the Sacred Cow. Both are capable of punishing with the attack, though, says Greet. Yep. And I feel like both of them will definitely be looking to attack early throughout this match. We have got Shani Smith as a new channel member. Thank you very much for hitting that membership button. You now have access to exclusive emojis for the channel, and Ireland to upset the box, says Grant. Now we saw him crush England's hopes and dreams, and we loved it, says Greet the Sacred Cow. Well, that's the thing. I've said that's the thing many times throughout this live stream. I think that's where my brain goes when I'm too excited to think of words. So I just pretty much say the first words that come to mind. And somehow that's the thing, is the first thing that ends up popping into my head. But that wing battle on that side, also alongside that Mark Talia, Jezelyn Colby on one side, you've got Makazole Mapimpi and Will Jordan on the other. Now, those two last year in the Rugby Championship did go head-to-head, and we saw them both do relatively well. Marika Korombedi versus Makazole Mapimpi, I think, was still the most heated battle out on a wing throughout the Rugby Championship 2022. But Will Jordan, the pace that he has got, we actually saw him score a try early on last year up against the Springboks. But I think that was actually the game that the Springboks came back to win in the end, if I am correct. Or in fact, it might have been the year prior, actually, that they were playing in New Zealand that he managed to score himself the try. The rugby calendar, it just flies by, which is why these two games, they'll be here before we know it. 14 days' time for Australia versus New Zealand, and 15 days' time for South Africa versus Argentina. But quickly looking through at the chat, and then we will be looking at the lineups for maybe the last time before we get into the live commentary. Nice suit. Are you a member of New Zealand coaching staff? I am not, which is probably fair enough, because I am terrible at predictions. I'm terrible at tactics. I just talk fast, and that's about it. That's my best aspect. I think it's just the fact that I can talk quickly and talk for a long period of time. I wouldn't have a slightest idea how to coach a side. I think I could take a best under 8 side in New Zealand, and they would end up losing a lot of games. Call me Ian Foster, if you will. Don't actually do that. I don't want that nickname. A man mountain to Mighty T, or Mr. T, says New Zealand for life. And also, we have got, tell you what, the chat is going extremely quick at the moment. I do appreciate every single one of you for being here. It's the adapt towards the end of the year for me, says Audio Check. And also we have got there, what year did the ABs beat the Box? 57-0. That was 2017, 18. Was it? It's a little while ago. Is that a clip-on tie? No, I tied it myself. It's a double Windsor. Sounds a bit fancy. Somehow I learned how to tie one. And ever since then, that is the tie, not that I go to. I don't want to move it too much because I'll probably end up breaking it. But, yeah, the old double Windsor. And box like soccer players, anything to get the 3, says Grant. Although I think that this game, we may see a couple 3-pointers early, but not too many throughout the middle patch. I believe that both sides will be wanting to get the tries on the board, because that could be the bonus point that then leads to you getting the victory in the whole Rugby Championship. Streaming the game live, sadly, just the commentary, but we will be doing the play-by-play all throughout the contest, letting you know exactly where the players are on the field. So we may not be able to show you a picture, but we're going to try and paint a picture in your head of what is going on in the game as best that we can. Go the Box says Yelp, or Yape? Yape? Is that how you would say that? Hopefully I've got that correct. South African flags there from Mickey. And then also just the one AU flag at the very end. Is LaRue kicking? I don't believe so for the Springboks. I believe that they will be going with, well, that's the thing. They've really got maybe 3 or 4 options. I was about to say I believe they'll go with Damien Valimza, but they don't seem to back him for the kicking aspect. So maybe they won't go with him out of the options that they have got. Instead, maybe Chislin Colby or Faf de Klerk might get themselves the opportunity. But looking through at this New Zealand front row, it will be Ethan de Groot, Cody Taylor, and Tyrell Lomax. Just the one change from what they did have last week up against Argentina, and that is Cody Taylor moving into the starting lineup rather than off the bench. And he is replacing Dane Coles, who does not have himself a spot in the starting side for this match or off of the reserves. Another man making the return into the side, it is Brodie Retallick at number 4 for the All Blacks. He had a sensational Super Rugby Pacific season, helping the Chiefs win that game up against the Brumbies with a final minute try. And Big Brodie, he likes to score them at international level as well. So perhaps could have a good chance here. Scott Barrett, he is sitting there at number 5. He'll be looking to have a physical game, just like he did last week up against the Pumas. An unchanged loose forward trio here for the All Blacks, with Shannon Frizzell at number 6, the captain Sam Cane at number 7, and Artie Savia slotting in as number 8. Aaron Smith and Richie Mwonga. One change there with Richie Mwonga coming into the side for Damian McKenzie. I'm questioning what type of tactics we will see this week compared to last, because McKenzie was attacking from quite deep. It allowed it allowed the All Blacks to have enough time to get that pass out the back line. Whereas in this case, I think the Springboks rush defense, if Mwonga is flat, may get shut down pretty quickly. So the All Blacks, they'll have to take that into consideration, try and work out where the best place to have him is and how he's going to be able to feed the rest of the backs, which Geordie Barrett, he is at number 12. I believe this is actually his 50th cap for the All Blacks as well. So a big congratulations to him. He will be playing inside centre after a terrific performance last week up against Argentina. Rico Ioane at number 13. He had one big line break in that last game, beat a few defenders along the way, but him versus the Box is one of those games that I feel like him and Lukhanyo, they're both trying to prove themselves as that starting number 13. Lukhanyo, I feel, already has it in the bag. Rico Ioane, some people are still saying he should be out on the wing. So if he has a very good game here up against the Springboks, perhaps he will be undeniably that number 13 option. Mark Talia out on the left wing, Will Jordan out on the right, both men returning from injuries. Talia, it was a calf strain. Will Jordan, it was a head knock. And now both of them back in the side in the same game to go head-to-head with Makazole Mapimpi and Chislin Colby. And then Beauden Barrett, he will be starting at number 15 after a terrific performance last week against Los Pumas, playing at the back. They've decided to keep him there. And I think that might be partially why Damian McKenzie isn't an option for the All Blacks in this contest, is because of all the fly half cover that they do already have. But we have got 26 new messages in the chat, I do see, ever since I started talking about that AB's lineup. I bet a Barrett draw, come back next minute will win. Says it was Mr. Lerman also who is going to get the first try. That is a great question. And that is probably going to be our next one straight after the lineups, is who do we feel will be starting this match well and who will get themselves the first try of the fixture. Looking through at the Springboks starting lineup, though, it is going to be Stephen Kitsoff, Bongi Mbonambi, and Franz Malharba. Now, I mentioned that the All Blacks hadn't gone with too many changes in their front row compared to last week. The Springboks, it is identical for this game up against the Aussies, or as their game up against the Aussies, I should say. But Stephen Kitsoff, he was dominating Alan Alatoa at scrum time. Franz Malharba, a huge unit of an individual, which is going to be a tough battle for Ethan de Groot. And then Bongi Mbonambi in the middle. He might be replaced around halftime, and that would be with Malcolm Marx, an absolutely fantastic impact player who's a part of the bomb squad. And tell you what, this bomb squad's looking pretty good for later on in the game. Eben Etzebeth at number 4 and Ludiacha at number 5. Etzebeth getting the tragic news earlier on in the week that his father had passed away. He said that he wants to play this game for his dad, and then he's going to be heading home. So massive condolences to him, and I hope he has a terrific performance. Ludiacha at number 5. Didn't play in the game last week, but does get the opportunity for this one and has got that really long arm that just manages to steal a line out no matter how far away he is from the ball. The fingertips get to it, and the Springboks normally get that turnover, which is something that could be hugely beneficial in this match, because if they have more possession than the ABs, I honestly feel there are about 3 different aspects that could win this game for these sides, one of which is possession, one of which is discipline, and then also physicality. Those are my 3 big ones in this game, and I feel like Ludiacha, he could help them get a little bit more of the position, and also he could probably help with the physicality as well. I like 2 cents, but as far as commentary goes, this channel rules, says John. And there, yeah, analysis-wise, 2 cents is still acres above us. He has a huge amount of rugby knowledge. We've talked to him in the past on the channel as well, but I do appreciate you being here for this one. It's going to be exciting. See exactly how it goes. They've already started the light show at Mount Smart Stadium. They mentioned 31,000 was the sold-out number that they could have at the ground, and I believe they would have sold that out within the first afternoon of tickets being available. New Zealand will have the ref advantage, says DD. I don't know about that. It is a French referee, Matthew Raynel. So, I mean, it's going to be a tricky one to judge overall, but I'm hoping the refereeing is consistent throughout this game. The last thing anyone wants to see is a red card or anything early on that could be considered controversial. I just hope that both sides play their best rugby on the field and the referee is just an accessory to the game rather than the main star. But looking through at the loose forward trio will be Kwaka Smith at number 6, Franco Moster at 7, and Jesper Visa at number 8. So they've actually got an all-new locking duo and also an all-new loose forward trio compared to what they had in the last game up against the Wallabies. Faf de Klerk at number 9, Damian Willemse at number 10. A little bit of a change there. And I feel like Faf de Klerk, even though a lot of people associate him with that kicking game, I think that his passing will be the more crucial aspect throughout this fixture, and he may be able to get a 50-22 alongside that. Damien Dialende and Lukanyuam as the midfield combination, the best in a lot of people's opinions for throughout World Rugby, and this is going to be no different in this game, I believe. Damien Dialende, he's fresh. He didn't play last week, and he will be now ready to go and try and crash over the top of Geordie Barrett in that midfield battle. Lukanyuam at 13, like I mentioned. Makazole Mapimpi returns into the side out on that number 11, or out on that left wing. Cheslin Colby at 14, and Willie LaRue slotting in as the number 15. And the reason he is there is he had a sensational game last week. It felt like there was no way of denying him this opportunity, and I hope that he goes out there as a very good performance. But nonetheless, 17 kilometers of wind, 13 degrees Celsius, a brilliant night for rugby. I don't think they could have asked for much better conditions. They are just showing for the Rugby Championship. The Springboks, they won their first game up against Australia. That was 43 points to 12 in their favour. New Zealand winning their game 41 points to 12. And I don't see either side winning this game by more than 10 points. To be honest, I have got it split by 3 points. We'll have to wait and see how close that is. Only conceding 3 penalties throughout the 80 minutes for the Springboks is a stat that they have just put up on the screen. And that discipline is something that, out of the 3 words that I had, physicality, discipline, and possession, that's ticking off one of them for the Springboks. But looking through quickly at the benches for this game for New Zealand, it is Samasoni Takiaho, Tamaiti Williams, and Nepo Lolala, Tupavai, and Dalton Papali, the 2 other forward replacements, the same as what they did have last week up against Argentina. Finley Christie, Braden Enoch, and Caleb Clark. Couple people questioning that choice of backline replacements. But for now, that is what the Kiwis have got. South Africa, Malcolm Marks, Thomas Detoy, and Vincent Koch, the replacement front row, easily could be the starting side if they needed and would still be world-class for the Boks. RG Snyman, Peter Steph Detoy, and Dwayne Vermeulen. I mentioned earlier on, when you speak about a bomb squad, that is what people dream of having as the players that have come out onto the park. They're all dangerous. They're all game winners if they get the opportunity, and the All Blacks will have to try and shut them down as quickly as physically possible. Grant Williams at number 22 and Mani Lebok. After his game last week, they have kept him in there, and I believe that in this game, he might have an important decision to make later on in the contest, whether or not that is a kick or maybe a drop kick to try and help them go over the line. Listening in from Colombia, says Sean, welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing very well. Can you put the game on the screen, please? Unfortunately, if we were to show any match footage or audio, YouTube take us straight down. So sadly, we aren't able to show any, but we will be doing the live play-by-play commentary all throughout the game, and then the highlights will be on YouTube straight after the fixture is over. To be sure to check those out. But now we are at the stage of the national anthems between these two teams. Smart grow on my squads, says Keith, and Springboks kick their asses, says Reptile in there as well. But the New Zealand national anthem, the South African national anthem, and the haka, those are the only three things we've got now before the kickoff of round 2 of the Rugby Championship. Just before we get into the contest, though, we will have a look at how the table sits. South Africa, they are sitting in number 1 on 5 points with a points differential of plus 31. For the Kiwis, they are sitting with a points differential of plus 29, just marginally winning by a little bit less than the South Africans did. Argentina and Australia, they are playing a little bit later on tonight, and that game could heavily determine who we see finish third in the Rugby Championship. But they have got the national anthem of South Africa playing, and I have to say, the Springbok side is looking pretty intense. They've got Ebenetzebev captaining them. Of course, he had that tragic news earlier on in the week. He will be playing his heart out in this game. He said that he's going to be playing it for his dad, and I have no doubt he should be able to have a great game. When is the game starting? It is starting in 5 minutes' time, so we are not too far away. You're going to show the whole game. Sadly, we are just commentary on here. If we were to show any audio or footage, YouTube take us down and we get sued, unfortunately. I hope those Blues are I hope those Blues in the All Black jersey lift their game today, says Daniel Watson. Yeah, the likes of a Caleb Clark off the bench, I feel like he is a player who's got a huge amount of pressure on him, because a lot of people felt that he was pretty lucky to get selected over the likes of a Sean Stevenson. Moni Narawa was injured, so I can understand why he was left out. This is the real deal, and Drill in the Box was sent a strong message to the European teams in the World Cup, says Fergus, although it is the same vice versa. If the Springboks are able to get themselves a big victory over the All Blacks here, all of a sudden the World Cup opens up even more than it already is. And I've mentioned it, whoever wins this game, I believe the Rugby Championship will be going to that side. Remember when Evan captained in Cape Town and the game went to 90 minutes, says JP? I mean, he's had an illustrious career, 110 caps, the most cap player out on the field for the Springboks. I believe the second most capped in the whole match. I think the only one above him is actually Aaron Smith. And Go New Zealand, says David, and Sean Stevenson is a class above Caleb Clark, says Fergus. And the New Zealand anthem, says Grant. So, yeah, we are only about maybe 3 minutes away from the kickoff of this contest, ladies and gentlemen. If you are new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. It is hugely appreciated you guys all being here. We will be back for the next round of the Rugby Championship and also the other game a little bit later on, and that will be the game between Argentina and the Australian. Hope Fuff kicks a lot, says Rodu. Hopefully I've said that correctly. The big thing here is we've seen sides in the past actually push New Zealand in terms of that territory, trying to force them back into their own half, and then that is when New Zealand has been known to make a few mistakes. So I wouldn't be surprised if South Africa do try that kicking tactic early, but then there's also a chance that that could end up backfiring because they have got the back three of Barrett, Jordan, and Talia. So those three have got a good chance of being able to run the ball back, and Fuff kicks are like unicorn rainbows, says Octodad, and never hope born he was kicking, says Grant. And the Kiwis need to move the ball around, says Fergus. And a big part of moving that ball around is having those forwards do the job in the breakdown. Because if you're not able to get those clean outs and get the ball out the back for Aaron Smith, like they were able to do last week up against Argentina, we actually saw one of the fastest ruck speeds we've ever seen from the All Blacks with 2.5 seconds on average. If they aren't able to get that ball out to Aaron Smith, I feel like it's going to be very tricky for them to find those men out on the touchline with Mark Talia, Will Jordan. We need commitment to the breakdown, says Fergus, and come on the box, let's win, says Rugby itch there, and kicking off, says Grant. And there as well, yeah, we are getting very close. Just the haka to go for the All Blacks. Sam Cane, he's looking extremely determined, almost more locked in and focused than I have probably seen him for a little while. He looks fired up. He's ready for this one, and he knows that this is going to be an absolutely massive challenge between these two sides. Do let me know now, ladies and gentlemen, as we get extremely close to the kickoff, who do we feel will be the player to score the first try in this contest? It's a very tricky one to predict. I feel like the wings will have a decent chance of possibly getting themselves over the line, but then one of those big forwards in the loose forward trio, I think if New Zealand score first, it could actually be Ardie Savia who gets himself the try. Whereas for South Africa, I'm looking at those guys in the centre combination. Maybe Lukhanyo has a very good chance. When do they start? They start in about 2 minutes' time once the All Blacks have finished the haka. Sweet As has donated $2. Much love to the brother Eben and his far now up the ABs. Says Sweet As, yeah, he looked extremely stoic and focused during the national anthem, Eben Etzebeth. And I hope he plays well. I know that this game, there's a lot of emotion in it for him. A few of his teammates as well who have known him for a long time, they will have the emotion in this game. And you just wonder whether or not that emotion is going to fuel them towards a massive performance or whether it will be one that hurts them just that little bit. He cuts through in almost every game he plays. Says Fergus, hello, says Flavio, welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing very well. And also Savia straight up the middle, says Andrew. And Taylor first try from the maul off the line out, I hope. There's Kerno Wick. Well, I was actually talking to ex-All Black Norm Maxwell, and he was telling me that for him, he feels like the kicking game from the All Blacks, they've been doing it a little bit too much prior to the last maybe about 7 months or so. And from this game up against Argentina that he saw last week, he said that the mentality of going for the corner is something that the All Blacks need to utilize in this game as well. They can't afford to play the safe game, going for the 3 points, because South Africa, they know how to match that. And New Zealand will be wanting try after try to put on the pressure. We've just seen the haka being performed, and Tamaiti Williams, the number 17, all 140 kgs of him, was looking extremely fired up. But we now are here for this match, ladies and gentlemen. All Blacks versus Springboks. It's going to have a big match feel, and I am already extremely nervous for both of these teams. It's at Mount Smart Stadium, the first game of round 2 of the Rugby Championship, and Matthew Reynal will be in charge of this one. Angus Gardner and Pierre Brousset, his assistants, and Ben Whitehouse, the Welshman, as the TMO. From the 9th of September, they're just showing that it is going to be the Rugby World Cup. This is a bit of a prelim for what we're going to get to see there. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. And copies, Cody first try, says Daniel. And I'm a Kiwi, and I believe that these are the top 2 teams in the world. Whoever wins this, or whoever wins, I'll be happier, says Fred. Springboks have an 18% win rate against the All Blacks in Auckland. But I feel like the thing is, yes, that's a record in the past, but the last time they played at Mount Smart Stadium was 1937 or so. So there's been quite a time since then. None of these players were born, and now they're all trying to make themselves definitely World Cup contenders in the squads. See how it goes. It's going to be the Springboks kicking off this game from left to right, and we are underway, ladies and gentlemen, for the round 2 of the Rugby Championship. Mark Talia claims the ball inside of the 22 for New Zealand, his first touch since coming back from his calf injury. Aaron Smith goes to Shannon Frizzell on the right-hand side. Low tackle made by Bongi Manambi. Now Bowden Barrett in the pocket. Does boot the ball downfield. Doesn't quite find touch. Damien Valimza takes it. Now goes off to the big man, Yaskavisa. A brilliant run from him. Richie Moong asking for a knock on there, and the referee does say yes, it was. And now the All Blacks are going to have themselves the first scrum of the game. And this scrum is going to determine a lot throughout this fixture, because we know how dominant both sides were in their last week's fixtures of the Rugby Championship. And now they're going head-to-head. Kitsoff versus Lomax. De Groot versus Malharaba. And then in the middle, Cody Taylor versus Bongi Manambi. Retallick first try, says Obi. First 3 minutes, box 3. New Zealand nil, box first in the last points. And also a bit overdressed for a rugby match, Amish? Well, I'll tell you what, we had a big match feel for this one. And normally when it's a big match, we put the big match suit on, which hardly even fit me, to be honest. It was a bit tight across the shoulders. So probably got lucky to get into it, to be fair. Congrats, Amish, on creating such a popular channel, says Fergus. I mean, it's all down to you guys. At the end of the day, without you guys, I'm just a guy talking to myself in the lounge of my house. So, yeah, without you guys, this channel wouldn't be anywhere near where it is today. Aaron Smith now going off to the left-hand side to Richie Moonga. Bowden Barrett. In fact, it's Geordie Barrett goes with the kick off the left boot. Now Vili LaRue inside of the 22. His clearing kicks last week were very good. And once again, he's been able to do so. But Richie Mo'unga takes the quick throw. Now Will Jordan with the step gets round. Faf de Klerk. Here comes Jordan through the tackle of Lukanyoan, but he passes it straight into Aaron Smith, who managed to just get back on side in time as Jordan ran past. And now Bowden Barrett nailed in the tackle by Jasko Visa. Shannon Frizzell's through the gap, breaking through 2 tackles. Moves up to 20 metres out from the line for the All Blacks. Now Smith goes to Mo'unga. Rico Ioane breaks through the tackle of Bongi on Manambi, but dragged down by Damien De Allende. Now Smith off to Ethan de Groot, tackled by Franco Moster, who has ended up getting stuck underneath the breakdown, so they will almost, no, they didn't get the penalty advantage. Now Mo'unga back across to Barrett, short ball intercepted by Kwaka Smith. A no-look pass from Barrett, not quite proving effective there. Now the Springboks kick it down the middle of the field. Great bounce of the ball in their favour, which now pushes Barrett back inside of his own 22. Goes across to Mark Talia, who didn't want to kick it. He wants to run it straight up the middle. He's nailed in the tackle by Eben Etzebeth. And that is a sensational hit for the first match, or the first game of the Rugby Championship for Etzebeth there. Now the All Blacks, they look to slow it down. Everyone needs to catch their breath. You need a shave, says Jared. I know. I was going to have one before the match, but unfortunately the only razor that I could find was the one that we got sponsored by Manscaped, and they're a ball trimmer, so I wasn't too sure whether or not it would work on the face. Now, Rico Ioane going off to the left-hand side. Aaron Smith goes to Brodie Retallick. A majority of the possession so far in the early stages of the contest has gone the way of New Zealand throughout the first 3 minutes of the game. Nice offload from Frizzell. Goes to Richie Mo'unga. Thought about the offload. Now over the ball for Kwaka Smith. Not able to get the turnover. Quick hands. Sam Cane down the wing. Thought about the inside ball. Goes to Tatalia on the outside. Tackled by Faf de Klerk, although there was a tip tackle there from de Klerk on Ardie Savio. I think it was just as the players ended up colliding. It's going to be an advantage now in favour of the All Blacks for offside. Frizzell taken down again. 40 metres out from the line. Sam Cane thought about the step. Tackled by Ludiacha. There haven't been too many Springboks players who haven't had to make a tackle in this game. If it is a gentle enough for the balls, it will be gentle for the face, says JC Oliver. That's a good way of looking at it. Now Mark Talia thought about the offload. Tackled by Cheslin Colby, up to 9 phases now for the All Blacks. De Groot goes to Mo'unga. Now Bowden Barrett thought about the skip pass, and he does now find Will Jordan, who backs himself on the outside. Great low tackle made by Billy LaRue, but Jordan gets back up to his feet. He's through the gap. Smith on the inside, and the All Blacks score the first try of the fixture. How about we slow the game down a bit? I'm gonna go light-headed before the end of this one, that is for sure. But Aaron Smith scores the first try of the match. The intensity from ball number 1 has been massive for these two sides. But Bowden Barrett decided to wait that little bit longer to go to Will Jordan. Then from there, got back up to the feet, Will Jordan, as he wasn't held, carved through the gap and found Smith on the inside. And Aaron Smith gets the first try. But fast day, says John. Yeah, fast-paced start to the contest, that is for sure. But a brilliant start to it for the All Blacks. The Springboks, I believe they have only touched the ball for a very brief amount of time before they kicked it downfield. And then it was the All Blacks who were able to get themselves the counter-attack. Calm down a little. Giving me a heart attack, says David. And update your scoreboard, says Neres. I don't actually get to it, does it itself, as it keeps on ticking over. But Will Jordan, fantastic run from him. I'm South Africa, says Grant. You're a lot of people then, in that case. And beauty, fair play, Amish, you were revving like a KH750, says Kerno Wick. And also, what a game so far, doing amazing work, Amish, keep it up. Thank you very much, Xavier, hugely appreciated, mate. Do let me know your score prediction for that later game between the Argentines and Australia. But now 7-0 in favour of New Zealand after the conversion is successful from Richie Mo'unga. Mark Talia takes it inside of the 22 for the All Blacks, and post-contact meters makes a few of them as well. Now Aaron Smith passes it into Frans Malherbe. It won't be a popular penalty to have. I know that is one of those ones that we see throughout Super Rugby Pacific that people hate to see. That Smith has got the offside penalty in the All Blacks' favour, and they will now kick it downfield. And it is Geordie Barrett who has got the kick in towards touch. Well, that wasn't preferable, says Gareth. Exactly right. Not quite the start that they would have liked to have for this match. The Springboks giving away that penalty there for offside was Frans Malherbe. And now Cody Taylor. going to throw this one in. They had 20 lineouts throughout their game up against Argentina, which is an absolutely massive number. Aussies by a 20 if Gordon gets on the park early second half. If not, us by 10, says Xavier. And we will be covering that game between Australia and Argentina straight after this one. The All Blacks setting up for a kick. They get themselves another penalty this time for not rolling away against Stephen Kitsoff. No, it was actually dragging it down against Kitsoff there. And thank you, come on the box, says Bert, and love to everyone tuning in from around the world, says T. Riwa Tapau. Yeah, anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We're going to be back with that next game of the Rugby Championship, like I mentioned, but also the rest of the Rugby Championship. We've got the Rugby World Cup that we are doing on the channel and a whole heap more. We announce the lineups when they are put out there, predictions of teams. Be sure to hit that subscribe button. Hugely appreciated you all being here for this fixture. But Cody Taylor now going to be throwing the ball into Brody Retallick, who takes it at the front of the line out. Sam Cane breaks off the back. Now runs at Bongi Umbanambi. Great hands from Aaron Smith, who is tackled from his knee of Franco Mostert. Looks like Frizzell wants to have a bit of a pick and a go around the side of the breakdown. Again, yes, he does, and has a bit of a stutter step over the tackle of Franz Malaharba. Now 22 metres out. Savia with the pick and go run straight into Eben Etzebeth, who drives him back a few extra metres. Now on the 22 still, the All Blacks just looking to use a couple phases up against those big South African forwards. Jasper Vesa look for the turnover. Sam Cane knocks the ball on, but it's another penalty in favour of New Zealand. Aaron Smith trying to rip that ball off Etzebeth early. Richie Mo'unga helps him up. That's smart from Richie Mo'unga, because you don't want to make Eben Etzebeth angry, because or else then you're going to get smacked. Not smacked in terms of a hit, but you're going to get smashed later on in the challenge, just like we saw in his first hit of the day. Looks like Richie Mo'unga will be taking on the 3 points now. Just looking here, what was this penalty for? So Jasper Vesa, he was trying to turn the ball over, but player not rolling away, I assume. Maybe they've pinged Eben Etzebeth for being underneath that breakdown is the only thing I can see there. It's an 80-minute game, guys, says Aaron. And this is why kicking less makes sense, says Fergus. And also we've got there the big South African boys, maybe too big, says Isaac. I mean, their forward back is immense in terms of that size, although they've got one of the smaller players out of the forwards out there on the field in Kwaka Smith. But for the size that he is in terms of his weight, he throws it around massively and is absolutely brilliant. Try by someone sex for fun and disabled toilets at the airport, says Monsieur. I mean, he's doing one better than me. I'm not getting any at the moment. He's doing well in that regard. Penalise the box, maybe their box, says, or because their box, says Neres. And also try, or time for the box to blame the refs. We're a bit early on, of course, but there has been repeated penalties against the Springboks in the first stages of this contest. We've seen the first 10 minutes pass and 4 penalties against the Springboks. Geordie Barrett now having the run from inside of the 22. South African flag from Malta. Welcome in. Hope you are doing well. Nice run from Shannon Frizzell up to the 22 again. Now back into the pocket. Beauden Barrett puts it high, and that seems to be the option that they've been going with rather than having Richie Mo'unga kick. Knock on from Damien Willemse. But Scott Barrett gets over the ball. Is it a clean turnover? No, they are going back for the scrum now. Dude, I got a brand new Gillette razor for you, says Henry. I mean, if you want to send it over, I will more than happily accept it. Like I said earlier on, the only razor I could find was a ball trimmer that I got sent. So I wasn't sure whether or not that would be a good option, even though it's still in its box, of course. But, you know, although my friend does say that my face looks like what it would look like for someone downstairs. And I hope you got a beer there, mate. I got water. It's not quite as exciting, I guess, but going to be needed throughout this one. Yes, the Springboks have not gotten off the plane yet, says Hanger Rat. They have been a little bit slower getting into this game, but I know that the physicality, we've seen a couple big hits already. It's still there. It's just that they haven't quite been able to find their feet. But the second scrum of the day, first one was relatively solid from both sides. I assume the second one will be similar. Box Live commentary has depressed already, although we're still very early on in the game. We've seen some miraculous comebacks from both of these sides over the past. That's the thing. They've played each other 105 times or so. So there is still going to be a lot that these two sides can do in terms of being able to find their momentum later on in the game. That's a bad start indeed, says Lucanio. And also hard out to Eben for the focus man, says Audio. Yeah, a lot of players would have gone home. Eben Etzebeth, he said that he's playing this one for his dad and he's hoping to have a real impact in it. New Zealand used to never take 3 so early. says Grant. I think it was just the positioning on the field, though. It made sense to take those 3. Like, it was a give me 22 meters out. So that's why they decided to go for it. But now the All Blacks go on for the scrum and they win the penalty there. On the far side, if they said it's against Stephen Kitsoff, Kitsoff goes and looks at the referee and goes, "Are you sure?" Knee on the ground against Franz Malaharba. There you go, and here deal with Ethan de Groot. Never underestimate the box. Just keep hitting them hard and rack up those points, says Matthew Osborne. Exactly right. You can't afford to take your foot off the gas up against the side, because if the Springboks aren't going well out on the field, you've got to score points then and there, because when they're going well, they're a hard time or a hard team to stop scoring. So they're saying that Kitsoff's gone down on the far side. Maybe. Interesting. But Cody Taylor now with this line out. And Fozia says Te Auriwa. Thrown to the front to the All Blacks. Now Aaron Smith goes across to Richie Moong. A big crash ball from Geordie Barrett. Man who played very well last week up against Los Boomers. Kicked him behind by Aaron Smith, looking for it up and under. Will Jordan chasing after it. Almost takes it, but he knocks the ball on. Rico reaches out. Scores the try theoretically, but I believe they'll have to go back for this knock on from Will Jordan, who's just clapped like that, so you'd assume that in that case he has dropped it. I thought it was clear as a knock on, but the referee still wants to go upstairs for this one. You can borrow my shaver, says Jared. I feel like the shaving community seems very generous, doesn't it? And Love Your Commentary beats a black screen, says Emil. Thank you very much, mate. Yeah, it is a knock on. They didn't need to go upstairs. Will Jordan just not quite able to take it. Makazole Mapimpi did not read that one too well. I thought that he would have had the ideal positioning to be able to run on and get that ball, but he actually ended up just waiting a little bit too long to go for that jump and ended up with Will Jordan in and up above him. And also, anyone know what sites to watch the game on? If you've got a VPN, you can set yourself to Australia and watch it on Stan Sports. I'd highly recommend that as an option, because you can actually get the free trial. So as long as you own a VPN, it's actually free to watch. Does anyone here on the stream still play Super Brew? Is it still a thing? I think there's a few that still do a bit of Super Brew. I would be the worst person at Super Brew, because normally my predictions are about as far off as they can be. Like, I picked someone to win this game by 3 points. I'm happy with that prediction, but there's also a chance that it could be a little bit more than that for either side at this stage. Now Faf de Klerk feeding the ball in the first scrum of the match for the Springboks, and it's extremely solid, no movement whatsoever. So the Boks have to use it from 5 meters out now. Out to Willie LaRue off the left boot. Kicks it downfield. Fantastic kick from him again. He's done it multiple times throughout that Argentina game, and he's doing it again here. And it's been absolutely brilliant to watch how he went from a player that some people didn't want to see in the side to now a player who you almost can't afford to leave out. Do they practice the food? Practice is Fluffy? I doubt that one. Sure, they're being fed very well while they're being in New Zealand. Scott Barrett now goes off to Aaron Smith. Artie Savia runs at Damien Valimza, who is bumped off in the challenge. Now Savia, one of his legs is up in the air from Quagga Smith. The other getting wrestled down by Damien Diolende. Richie Moonga in the pocket, puts up the up and under. Mark Talia chasing after this one, slaps it back in favour of the All Blacks, and now Aaron Smith picks it up. They decide to shift it to the right. Bowden Barrett, cross kick, goes into the hands of Will Jordan. Tackled by Makazole Mapimpi, but Geordie Barrett is there in support, who finds his brother now Bowden on the halfway line. Sam Cane, short pass off to Cody Taylor. Oh, Shannon Frizzell not quite able to get that pass away to Mark Talia, but now up to big Brodie Retallick. The All Blacks, they're quick through the hands at the moment for this game. Talia round the side of the breakdown, tackled by Lucanio. Now Bowden Barrett tries the little chip in behind. One defender block, but it goes back to Bowden Barrett, who finds his offload to Sam Cane. Wrestled down by Chisel and Colby. How have the All Blacks been able to maintain this position throughout the early stages? Will Jordan almost right through the gap, slings the pass out wide to Taylor. Now to Shannon Frizzell down the wing, bumps over the top of Willie LaRue. And it's the second try of the match now for the All Blacks. They've started this match with a hiss and a roar, ladies and gentlemen. And they just haven't slowed down as of yet. Springboks have touched the ball very rarely throughout this 14 minutes, but Will Jordan, he's been on fire throughout this picture so far. Morning, Amish. Can't believe my daughter, Riley, wanted to listen to the rugby. Says the Ox 2003. So hopefully she is enjoying it so far. The All Blacks, they have started this match as best as they could have. And yeah, I don't think Shannon Frizzell was going to be stopped in that one over the top of Billy LaRue. He's had probably the best 15 minutes of rugby we've seen from Shannon Frizzell, to be honest, at international level. He has upped it completely for this game, typical All Blacks first 20 minutes. Says up in energy. Opportunity. I've said that really badly, haven't I? And great commentary, says Millie. Thank you very much. Anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. It is hugely appreciated you guys all being here for this commentary. And we've got plenty more coming in the near future. But at this stage, the All Blacks, they are 15-0 up against the South Africans after 17 minutes. I can barely believe the quality of New Zealand or Rugby New Zealand are playing. Offloading is insane. Yep, they're just keeping that ball alive. And to be fair, I believe that is to the credit of the Springboks, because the All Blacks know if they go to the breakdown, the Springboks will look to get that turnover penalty, and more than likely they would. So that is why they've got to keep the ball alive. That kick has gone over from Mo'unga, and now it is 17-0 in favour of the All Blacks, and Boks need to bring their own ball to play with. Says Mayer's there. I think it's just, they just need some ball is the big thing. It's about 90% possession at the moment in favour of the All Blacks. We think you lot went out on the piss the night before. And so says Gareth. And also we have got, as this live says, David, it certainly is. So 17 minutes into the game, 17-0 for the ABs. Mark Talia taking that ball nicely inside of the 22 once again. And he is tackled by Ludiacha. Now Shannon Frizzell back to Bowden Barrett, looking to run this one out of their own 22 out to Will Jordan, who was out wide. Tackled by Damien Valimza, still just inside of the 22, so they can look for that kicking option if they want it. Even Etzebev rushing up to make the tackle on his opposite number, Brody Retallick. A great ball security so far from the All Blacks, not allowing the South Africans to get the ball. Now Smith boots it downfield, goes into touch, taking that one quickly for the Springboks. It's a knock-on from Jesper Visser, just a little bit too far out in front. Does tap the ball down. Scrum feed now again for the All Blacks. The Boxers come in with a new strategy, says Henry. And well, lost a live watch after the first try. We have got as well, going to have to keep up the fire commentary for my imagination. Hammy says audio. We will try our absolute best, but anyone else who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. How can we watch with your comments? Says David. Unfortunately, the only way to do it would be actually through having the service or some sort of subscription to the game at the moment. I was about to tell you what the time is on the clock, but they're actually going upstairs now. What do we got here? Sounds like the decision's been changed. Okay. So after the run from Jesper Visser, after the knock-on, there was a high tackle from Shannon Frizzell on Jesper Visser. So that will now be a penalty in favour of the Springboks, their first of the game. And I was just praising Shannon Frizzell. I said how well he was going, but not very smart play there. High tackles continue to be a plague on the game. And South Africa are just no good. I'll talk from their fans, says Herbal T. Although we are still very early on in this contest, they are looking to kick this one for the corner as the Springboks. They are down by 17. They are looking to get a little bit further. But yeah, Jesper Visser, he ended up flying in after the knock-on. And yeah, high tackle was called. Who's your pick, or who's your favourite player in South Africa? I mean, Stephen Kitsoff's always a great one to watch during the scrums. I'd say Eben Etzebev. He's been a long stayer for the South Africans for such a long time at international level. Always brings that physicality and that aggression to the game. Now de Klerk goes across to Ludiacha. I believe is the referee playing advantage. He only had his arm out for half a second there. Now, ball. Penalty goes the way of the All Blacks. I think that was Shannon Frizzell this time who gets over the ball and wins the penalty for his side. Malcolm Marks says, Rebel, I hope that the AB's expertise extends for the 80. Let the box back into the game at your peril, says Kerno Weck there. And also we have got there, seriously, would be nasty to Evan. Or why be nasty to Evan? He lost his father. You lose your dad. Those with the negative comments, says Simone Furi. I feel like I've missed a few maybe in the chat. But yeah, at the end of the day, like, for the fact that he's even playing this game is remarkable for Eben Etzebev. And, you know, it's incredible to see the passion that the man brings to the Bok jersey. He said that he's playing this game for his dad, and So far, he has been pretty strong throughout this game. Yes, the Springboks are down, but he has been physical throughout the first stages, Ebenezer. Now, Richie Mo'unga goes off to Geordie Barrett. That's going to be called as backwards for Geordie Barrett. Now, Cody Taylor cleans the ball up in the breakdown, tries to charge forward, tackled by his opposite number, Bongi Umbanambi. And no one beats New Zealand with a lead like that. Now, nice pick and go from Rieko Ioane. Counter-ruck there from the Springboks, and they get that ball back. It's going to be now passed back from Franco Moster. Lukanyuam, his first chance with the ball in hand. Tackled by Sam Cane. Tried to get over the ball. The ball comes free, and the Springboks managed to hang on to it. Savia tries to hold him up. Bongi Umbanambi across to Diacha. Springboks, it looks like they are going to be physical in those breakdowns when they do arise. Willie LaRue with the wide cut out pass to the left-hand side. Damien de Linde gives it to Makazole Mapimpi, who cuts back on the inside. Now Faf de Klerk looks to the short side, almost managed to find a sneaky gap. I don't think the All Blacks were expecting the pick and go from the South African number 9. Now Bongi Umbanambi tackled by de Groot. South Africa getting some nice go forward here. Stephen Kitsoff tackled low by Rieko Ioane. Now off to Damian Valimza. Wide cut out pass. Here comes Cheslin Colby. His first run of the day. Looking to carve his way through. He's tackled by Savia. I think they're saying that it could have been a little high, but I think Savia straight away looked at the ref and said, I didn't mean to. He was falling down to Leo over the ball. Doesn't get the penalty. Now going to Ludiacha again. Now inside ball from Willie LaRue, tackled by Cheslin Colby. Brody Retallick trying to get out of that breakdown, but they have given away the penalty. Now Willie LaRue passes off to Damien de Linde. Driven back to the 22-metre line. Counter ruck from the All Blacks, and the penalty will go back for the Springboks. We've got a new member on the channel, Alani Lepin. Thank you very much for hitting that membership button. You now have access to exclusive emojis on the channel. We should get Faf piss legless and shave off his mane. Says Fluffy there. Well, I feel like it's one of those things that for so long, Faf de Klerk, when you look at him or you look at that hairstyle, you just know it's him, don't you? And he's a dangerous player. He actually had a very nice snipe down the short side there. I smell a 57-0 coming, says Luke. I do not. I think South Africa, they're going to get back into this contest with a try relatively soon. They're looking aggressive when it comes to the penalties. And Springboks are showing their true class now, says Jason. Yep, winning a couple penalties in their favour, but also just making those running meters, which I assume you're referring to, being able to get themselves just huge go forward. South Africa, don't be blaming the ref if you lose today. We've had quite a few penalties throughout the early stages of the match, I'll say, for both sides. Right now, a few people were concerned that we were going to see a lot of penalties conceded by both of the teams, but the Springboks actually already conceding more penalties in this game than they did in their last. Now, looking for this rolling maul, the South Africans, Bongi Umbanambi, starting to creep forward just that little bit more. Damien de Linde joins up, and big shot there on Makazole Mapimpi by Brody Retallick. It's going to be the advantage for a knock-on against the ABs. They may just check that one with the shot on Makazole Mapimpi. Big Brody went, I think, head first into Makazole Mapimpi's chest. So far, Jordan is playing great, says Luke. And Shannon Brazil as well, even though he did give away that penalty a bit earlier on, he has had a pretty strong game. Keep it up, boys. Keep the foot on the windpipe, says Kerno Wick. And any real players knows you win this game, or you win the game regardless of the ref. Guys, don't be soft. There's a Wopes Rabbit. And as that fullback, Geordie Barrett, it is Bowden, but Geordie Barrett, he does sometimes drift a little bit further back to be able to cover that. And they've actually had Bowden Barrett doing quite a bit of fly half receiving throughout this one, doing the kicks downfield for Richie Mo'unga, doing a great job again. Hamish, may the best team win, says Chalabi. Exactly right. It's been an epic start to this contest. Already 24 minutes through the match. And, it's absolutely flown by. And I'm looking forward to seeing how this game progresses towards the halfway mark, whether or not we see the Springboks start to come back into it, or whether the All Blacks can once again get themselves another try. If New Zealand win, do they win the Rugby Championship? Whoever wins this game has a very, very strong chance of winning, that is for sure. But it is not impossible. And we have got there Marco Vanapola on your brother Hamish. Thank you very much, mate. Hugely appreciated for the support on this stream. You've been here since actually the first time we covered an All Blacks game on the channel, which was about 3 years ago or somewhere. So it's been awesome to have you along for the ride. Should the Boks have kicked 3 points? Says Annoy. I'd say at this stage of the match, it's very hard to go for the threes when you are down by such a margin. But later on in the game, we might see a couple frees if they can get back into the contest. Up until then, though, I believe they will keep on kicking for the corner, try and tire out the All Blacks, because they have actually scored the most rolling maul tries out of any international side since about 2022, I think it was, or 2021. So they'll look to use that. It's something that they are good at. It's something that they could end up getting the All Blacks a penalty or two against them by doing. Springboks are not out of this one at all. Lifetime of time left says West Side exactly right. Possession at the moment, 71% possession for the All Blacks. Territory, 59% in their favour. Also well dressed for the match, says Byron. We are indeed. We had a tradition back on, actually around when we had 1,000 subscribers. And that was if there was a big match, we'd put a suit on. And I feel like they don't come much bigger than this matchup between the two sides. Big push there at scrum time. Once again, the Springboks unable to get that push in forward. Big tackle made from Will Jordan on Damien Dialende. Little knock on from Faf de Klerk there, but no one has seen it. I'm wondering whether or not my eyes were playing tricks on me or whether that was actually a knock on. But for now, the Springboks are going to be continuing their attack, the dangerous attack that they can use out to this right-hand side. Bongion Manambi hits the ball up. Now de Klerk, that was actually, maybe that's just the way that he picks the ball up. It does look close to. It's slipping away. 5 meters out from the line now. Eben Etzebeth collapses to the ground. Now off to the left-hand side. Damien Willemse tries to step. Tackled by Rico Ioane. Now de Klerk goes off to Kwaka Smith. The ball pops out the back. Now Faf de Klerk with his cross kick. And Tim Colby goes up for all. I think he might have taken that, Cheslin Colby. He's claiming it. He may have just beaten Bowden Barrett in the air for the ball. They're going to have to go upstairs and check it, though. New Zealand owned this South African fought back at Ellis Park. A little bit earlier on from, it was New Zealand for life. So I don't think anything would change in New Zealand. I don't know. I feel like the Springboks fought back. They have got momentum in their favour. Same with the All Blacks, though, which makes this game so hard to be able to predict. So the All Blacks from the Wairarapa, or go the All Blacks, sorry. And thanks, Kiwi lads. Appreciate you, says Shane Bond. Thank you very much, mate. Or Bold, I should say. So Bowden Barrett had it in his hands. He was the first one to take the ball. Then for Bowden, that ball's loose. So if Cheslin Colby, I think that's a try for Cheslin Colby, because Bowden Barrett, he had it. And then from there, the ball did go, I believe it may have gone forward from him, but it doesn't really matter whether it went forward or backwards from Bowden Barrett. Loses the ball, gets it stripped, and then Colby puts the weight down on the ball. I think this is going to be the first try of the match for South Africa. Yeah, no, it's at the... Oh, that's a knock-on. Oh, was it? That might be a knock-on from Cheslin Colby. That angle looked a whole lot different than the other, that is for sure. They're checking the grounding. From one angle, it looked really good. Then the other angle, it looks like Cheslin Colby might have knocked the ball on. Yeah, I think they might call that as knocked on from Cheslin Colby. That angle's a whole lot different than the other one. This one looks good. Because that makes it, that's the wrist of Cheslin Colby. I think this one is going to be one where no matter what they give it, it's going to be a bit of a 50-50 of how people feel about it. From the first angle, I thought Cheslin Colby got this down nicely. There is separation from Cheslin Colby, they say. Oh, this is actually, I see what happens. So it's actually his left hand, Cheslin Colby, that hits the ball into his right hand where he forces it. So whether or not, are they going to call it as a knock-on or are they calling it as a try? We're about to find out. It's called as no try, knocked on. So yeah, what happened from that last angle, it was a little bit more evident, is Cheslin Colby, after the ball was bouncing around, it hit the left hand, which from one angle we couldn't see that tap. Instead, it looked like his knee and then the leg again. But it actually ended up hitting the hand on the left, going across to the hand on the right, and then he put it down. So they ended up going with the no-try decision. But that just showed how threatening the Springboks can be in one little split second. You see my feet as ahead, says John in there. So, yeah, be sure to wait just a little bit longer with no spoilers in there if you can avoid it, just because, yeah, we are a little bit behind because we are watching on Sky Sport now rather than Sky in general and no dice. Says Floyd Kingy. And also now everyone has had a breather. They have. And 60 metres out, straight through the hands of Damien Dialende after knocking the ball. Oh, did it go straight through? No. Unfortunately for Damien Dialende, had the hands ready and it actually went straight through him like he was a basketball hoop. And that will now be the scrum feed for New Zealand. Thanks for doing the commentary. Really enjoy it, says Jarrett. Thank you very much, mate. Hugely appreciate it. How do you feel about Billy LaRue getting hammered by Shannon? I mean, Billy LaRue, a lot of defenders from there. The problem was he had to go low, and I think he went just a little bit too high around the waist, which meant that he pretty much went straight over the top of him. I'm watching on ESPN Argentina. And was it off the knee, says Anoy? So it was off his left knee first, then it hit his his left hand, and then went to the right hand, which placed it. Because the grounding was good. It wasn't that hand that did the knock on, it was the other, unfortunately, for Cheslin Colby. Tackles so far, we've seen 70 made by South Africa. That's impressive work rate in the early stages of the match, but that is because of how, great work there from Eben Etzebeth to actually get the turnover at scrum time, putting the pressure on Aaron Smith, and now Box back in possession. Kick downfield from de Klerk, looking for the ball to Cheslin Colby, but the bounce is not favourable, goes into touch. He obviously tackles Smith without the ball. There's Fergus there, and poor Springbok scared, says Herbal T. Where's this? Yeah, there was a little bit of contact early on between the two of them, but now the All Blacks back in possession. It will be Artie Savia, tackled by Franco Mostert. All Blacks looking to extend this lead by the time we get to halftime. Nice big run from Brodie Retallick. Thought about the offload to Smith. Sides against using him now. Ethan de Groot fires it back to Richie Mo'unga, who decides to put the ball high. Will Jordan chasing after it again. Goes up. Doesn't quite get it that time. Willie LaRue calling for the knock on. Ref said play on. And it's going deep into Springboks territory. Cheslin Colby picks it up, decides to have a bit of a run, and then places the ball down. I think that might have been a knock-on from Will Jordan again there. We're going to be checking this kick from another angle, but does he get the hand to it? Knock-on, I think. They haven't gone back for it here, so instead I think it's going to be a goal line dropout, unless, of course, it gets overruled, which you hope that it does in this case. Or that not gone. Spoilers coming, says John. All you have to do, though, in that case is just not put them in the chat up until a little bit later after we've reacted to them. That's all we ask, so that we don't have the action spoiled. Are they going to be going back? No. It is going to now be the goal line dropout. It was a try accepting Kiwiland robbery, says Michael. Now nicely taken by Richie Mo'unga. Going off to Artie Savia Lutiacha. Does make the tackle on him. Kits off over the ball. Penalty for the Springboks. And that is something they have to definitely watch out for when you've got Kits off out there on the field for the Boks. He just gets over the ball so quickly and you just can't move him. It was not a try. It was a cry from the fans. He had not grounded it. There's Herbal T. And we have got there. You were so right about the breakdown challenge, says Fergus. And is Bowden Barrett playing or on the bench? He is he is out there on the field, number 15. For this game. Listening from the What of Scotland, says Haggis Productions. Welcome in, mate. Hope you are keeping well. Of course, Scotland, they'll be looking at this game, seeing the Springboks in action for a bit of a prelim of what they will have for that Rugby World Cup in 2023. Although the big thing is, I think the tactics may have completely changed in that time for the Springboks. Bongi Umbanambi now going to have himself a line-out throw. I wouldn't be surprised if Malcolm Marx is on the field before the end of the first half. Great time for Marnie Libbok to come on. Might be still a little bit earlier, but I feel that Libbok will be the better option rather than Damien Willemse. Just what we've seen early on in this game. Geordie Barrett ends up with that ball after the turnover in the line-out from Eben Etzebeth. Nice take from Willie LaRue. Doesn't call for the mark, so instead now we'll kick it out from inside of his 22. Goes into touch. Going to be a line-out for the All Blacks about 40 metres out. Malcolm Marx says Rebel and South Africa need a try before halftime, says Nathan Barnes. Certainly do. And that's the thing. If they score a try and convert it, that means that we would only end up 10 points difference between these two sides heading into halftime. It means more than anyone's game in the second half. I was on a South African stream. He said All Blacks getting all the calls. Says Tioni, they have had a lot of penalties so far in their favour, the All Blacks, throughout the early stages of the game. But I mean, there's been a couple hard done by ones, you'd have to say, early on, but I think that's just from the extent or the amount of penalties that we have seen. Be interesting to see how the game does progress. That's going to be a free kick now for South Africa at line-out time due to the All Blacks closing the gap. Neil from South Africa, don't write the box off just yet. Exactly right. They are a fantastic side who know what it's like to dig deep. Stephen Kitsoff calls for the scrum. He wants to have another crack at Tyrell Lomax. South Africa need to score before half-time, or it's over, says New Zealand for life. And Bok A-Team RIP, says Herbal T. The All Blacks, Ian Foster, Jason Ryan, Joe Schmidt, all chilling. I think they're just talking about that line out there. We see the South African coaching staff there ready for this game. We see Rassi in the background constantly talking to someone. They will be talking tactics. They'll be trying to work out what the best approach is for the later stage of this first half. Hamish, it's Achilles, long time no see, brother. Welcome in, Achilles. Hugely appreciated you being here. Hope you have been keeping well. Yeah, like you said, it's been a wee while. And have a beer on me, great game, says Sam. Thank you very much, mate. Hugely appreciated the donation. Yeah. I mean, I don't know about a beverage. I've got the water at the moment that we are going with. Well, that's one big push from the Springboks. That's the kind of scrum we expected to see. And they have now got themselves the penalty advantage. Damien Dialende going off to the side. Willie LaRue, Waikato, Basta, Chisel and Colby tackled by Rico Ioane. We were having a conversation yesterday about who was quicker out of those two. We worked out that Rico Ioane, he seems to have the better when it comes to the acceleration game. When it comes to the pace game. But Chisel and Colby, his acceleration is absolutely awesome. Now, Bowden Barrett goes back to Geordie, cross kick. Out to Will Jordan. Actually went backwards. Now Will Jordan kicks it downfield. Out on the full just narrowly. And it means the Springboks will have themselves an attacking opportunity from just outside of the All Blacks 22. They are showing Sam Cane winning. Turn the ball over from Faf de Klerk. You're a real commentator and worth millions. Cheers, says Tumi Kumach. Hopefully I said it correctly. Unfortunately, I did not pronounce that too well for me commentary. Please confirm the backsides for us. Hamish says Rebel Rose. So I believe that the Springboks, they haven't actually, have they showed it? I may have missed when they had it up, but I believe the Springboks have a slight edge of about 10 kgs in their favour. Bongi on Manumbi now. Hopefully they show it again, but I believe both sides well over that 900 mark. Now, Faf de Klerk almost, broke through the tackle with Tyrell Lomax, but tackled by Shannon Frizzell. Damien Dialende off the Diacha. Tackled low by Sam Cane. Ball bounces out the side of the breakdown, and Cody Taylor takes possession back, but Kitsoff's on it. Kitsoff is not letting it go. He wins another penalty for the Springboks. Every time you see that man in a breakdown, you know that there's going to be a turnover possibly just around the corner. And he has done it all throughout the URC season for the Stormers. And he's doing exactly the same thing in this game up against the All Blacks. Can you play rugby? I used to play rugby out on the wing. I touched the ball hardly ever because we had a very greedy halfback and fly half. So in the end, I had to give it up just because I was just not getting the ball. And anytime you tried to go off the wing because their dad was the coach, you weren't allowed to. So we lost a lot of games. It wasn't the best strategy, I have to say. South Africa starting to get back into it, says Nathan Barnes. And also, bro, Springboks, come on, man, says Green Zone Boy. Now for the Springboks here, do you kick for the corner with 5 minutes remaining in the first half, or do you take the 3 points? It looks like they are going to be taking the 3, and that now answers about who will be kicking for the Springboks. They've gone with Faf de Klerk. This is going to sound harsh, but I don't know whether or not this will be an agreement with a lot of people. If Faf de Klerk's kicking, why is Damian Valimza starting at 10 rather than Mani Libok? Because if Valimza isn't your kicking option, is he the best 10 that they've got at the moment? Or would some people say maybe Mani Libok is that better option? But that kick has gone over for the Springboks now. 14 points difference between the two sides. 17 points to 3. Buff buffed off Lomax. Slow and steady. We have a long year ahead of us. Says Rebel Rose and New Zealand giving them chances, but they aren't taking them. And good to be listening from the north of Thailand. Thanks, says Gaz. Jay, thank you very much for tuning in, mate. Usually appreciate it. All Blacks get the ball back now on the halfway line. Now Bowden Barrett charges at the line. Brodie Retallick almost tackled by Stephen Kitsoff, but managed to find the offload. Now Smith, going to be another penalty in favour of the All Blacks for Stephen Kitsoff running back. I want to say that one was less on purpose than the Franz Malharba one, but I think that one was probably pretty strategic from Aaron Smith once again. And we've actually seen in games of Super Rugby Pacific that they would actually go against that idea of getting a penalty for that. They actually decided for some of the games that it was just going to be play on. Scott Barrett did have the tackle, and then Aaron Smith. Okay, that one looks less on purpose for Aaron Smith there. I think it was just that was when they were going to be. Oh no, Bowden Barrett did the eyebrows. Maybe it was on purpose. But they are they playing now? They certainly are. 36 minutes through the game, and currently New Zealand sitting with a 17-3 lead. Black Ferns had a big win. Says Kevin there, and take the 3 and regroup. Says Renier. And there as well. And Jason has got the question marks. I can't really read out many of your comments, Jason, because they've been pretty rough today. I do have to say, be sure to keep it nice and friendly rather than the stuff you've been putting. We've also got there, looks like it's load shedding soon by us, says Luke. And also South Africa will make a comeback, says Milix. And also Bundy rum time, New Zealand to score next, says Stuart. So question for you, Stuart, will New Zealand score before half time with 3 minutes remaining, or do you think it will be a second half thing? That does end up happening. That kick has gone over from Richie Mo'unga, so his kicking has been very successful for the All Blacks throughout the early stages. And Springboks, you can do this, says Bradlin. And there as well. But Mo'unga, kicking has been accurate. He's actually got 4 from 4 so far throughout this fixture. How much time is left in the half? Only 3 minutes remaining in this half. South Africa, they have got that 17 points difference, and absolutely no doubt here, says Stuart. Let's go All Blacks, New Zealand. Says King Sledge, that one close to the touchline, but Geordie Barrett keeps it in the field of play now. Mark Talia just outside of the 22, tackled by Kitsoff and Franco Mostert. Now, Shannon Frizzell. Aaron Smith again. Going up high to Bowden Barrett. Going high, Will Jordan looking to take it, but Makazole Mapimpi cleans it up for the Springboks, and they are now in possession about 40 metres out from the line, but they kick it in behind. And Bowden Barrett, plenty of time to be able to kick this one back down the field. Springboks in position. The ball has not gone into touch. About 50 metres out now from their own line here, the Springboks. Willie LaRue with the wide cutout pass to Chisel and Colby, who's going to back himself a pace on the outside, but he's tackled by Cody Taylor low and Barrett high. Now the Clerk back to the left-hand side again. Stephen Kitsoff. He's had a fantastic game so far throughout the early stages. Does New Zealand have 20 or 17? They do have 20 at the moment due to the last 3 points that they took. Now Aaron Smith. In fact, it was Artie Savia that time. Bongi Umbanambi. Let's go for the clean out. Now de Klerk to Vili LaRue. Lucanio arm tackled hard by Shannon Frizzell. Now 1 minute remaining, up to 6 phases for Makazole Mapimpi and his Springboks side. De Klerk goes to the left again. Vili LaRue with the skip pass to Huaka Smith. Just waiting for that ball to come out again here for the Springboks. They cannot afford to have any mistakes here near the end of the half. The ball almost actually ended up on the side of the ABs, but it has popped back out the back for the Springboks. De Klerk goes to Vili LaRue off the Lucanio. Goes passing across to Makazole Mapimpi. He's a long way off his left wing, but perhaps now this is when they decide to shift it to the left. Vili LaRue again, first receiver. To Etzebeth on the 22-metre line. De Klerk back to Vili LaRue. Damien Willemse actually second receiver this time. Does a few steps, trying to jump his way through, but he is tackled by Ethan de Groot. That is the halftime siren, but the Boks still in possession. Lucanio skip pass out to Makazole Mapimpi. He's tackled high. That will be the penalty advantage against Mark Talia. And this is the perfect opportunity now for the Springboks to just throw everything into it, although they have now gone back for the penalty. And do we get a penalty point now? It's 20-3. Yep. So there's the score at the moment. Dangerous tackle, Vili LaRue asking the referee. I think he was trying to say it could have been a penalty try, was he? And there, Vili LaRue looks like Damien Willemse will be kicking this one for the corner, and the Springboks going to continue their aggressive nature throughout this first 40 minutes of going for the corner, trying to get that 7 points. Too high from Mark Talia around the throat. And they've gone for the line out here again. Bongi Umbanambi. Perhaps could be the last line out throw that he has throughout this game. Juan Luke Miller has said South Africa taking it easy. It's not World Cup time yet. I mean, the players out there, I feel like they would definitely not agree to not go all out in a game like this. But I think they're just struggling to find their feet at the moment at times throughout this first half. And now the rolling maul, this is somewhere where they can be extremely dangerous. Like I mentioned, one of the most clinical sides when it comes to rolling mauls throughout international rugby. Now going short side, Aaron Smith bumped off by Umbanambi. Might have been side entry there from big Franz Malaharbo and Sam Kane, but now still 5 meters out from the line. Faf de Klerk. Looks like Etzebeth's the one who's put his hand up and said, I'm ready for this ball. It goes across to him. Now to the left again. De Klerk, rush defense from Richie Moonga. Doesn't make the tackle though. Kwaka Smith now. Faf de Klerk. Spin from Damian Valimza. Box getting closer and closer here. To the left, Franco Mostert. They are just out in front of the post now. Now Eben Etzebeth with the step. Close to the line. He's going to be held up over the line, I believe. Or he just tried to wrestle it down. And they are short of the line now. The All Blacks. What's happened now? Matthew Raynell. What's happened? He's going upstairs. This is a massive call because that ball was out the back for the Springboks, which means if this is not a try, it's going to be half-time. I think it's held up, but I'm not sure. Well, he should have waited a bit longer, perhaps, while they were still... Oh, they don't need to check the grounding. They've got a neck roll in the middle of the field. Wait. Neck roll. Neck roll. Penalty. Oh, no. Okay, I was very confused. It's a neck roll against Ludiacha. So that will be the penalty to New Zealand. So they don't have to check the grounding. And New Zealand get the penalty. I was so confused for a second there. I was trying to work out who rolled who and who did what. Yep, round the neck of Shannon Frizzell. In fact, round the neck of Artie Savia there for Ludiacha. It's going a little bit too high. The All Blacks, they've kicked this one into touch off the tap. And a halftime in this fixture, it has 20 points to 3 in favour of New Zealand. Yeah, there's the replay. Ludiacha. I didn't actually see it at the time. I was too busy looking at those guys on the outside that they could have gone to. And Ethan Jacobs has said WTF and Classic Box versus the All Blacks. They had us quick and early, and we spend the match trying to catch up, and the All Blacks take their opportunities and win by 13 plus. Not today, boys, says Francois. And Necro, WTF is that. So pretty much in the breakdown, Ludiacha, he was round Artie Savia's neck and then pulled him to the side, which is what they've ended up giving the penalty for. But yeah, it was interesting that Raynell straight away went, we'll check that grounding just in case it's held up, but I wasn't sure. And then the ball ended up short, so it could have easily been play on for that little bit longer. And up the All Blacks and up the style bender, says West Side and go the mighty All Blacks, says Rochelle and begin to the start. Begin to the start. And All Blacks all the way, says Charles. And there as well. But looking through at the way that the table sits currently, ladies and gentlemen, there is a lot on the line for both of these sides in this fixture. South Africa, they are sitting first on the Rugby Championship table with 1 win from 1. They managed to get themselves the bonus point victory also, sitting 5 points in their favour and a points differential of plus 31. Then for New Zealand, they are sitting with the 5 points also. The only difference was that they scored 2 less points up against Argentina, which means their points differential sits at plus 29. South Africa just slightly in the edge there. At the moment in this game, we've seen 2 tries scored from the All Blacks, 0 scored from the Springboks. So if New Zealand got themselves 1 more try without the Springboks scoring, then we would sit in the position of a bonus point margin, depending on how the tries and the rest of the game go. So there's still plenty of time left to determine this contest. Of course, everyone or whoever loses this game wants to be within the 7 as well for that bonus point. Actually, the All Blacks came their way, says Slippery Gecko. And also, we have got another Rugby World Cup win on the way for the ABs, says Liam Donald. And for a South African, I must say the All Blacks are dominant here, says Marco Brown. I don't think I've seen them come out as firing as they did up against the Springboks. To be honest, in the last few years anyway, the way that they were able to start and keep possession pretty much throughout the first 14 minutes was pretty incredible. But South Africa, they've had their little moments in this game, and I feel they will score at least 1 try throughout this game because there is still plenty of time and they started to find a little bit more of their momentum. Stephen Kitsoff, brilliant turnovers. He has been the pick of the forwards when it comes to getting those steals in the breakdown. But some of those forwards for the ABs running, Shannon Frizzell, he has been pretty strong throughout it as well. Man, remember when it was 0-0 and the Box fans were still talking about B teams and such, says David. And Injustice paid Kiwi ref something not right, pure robbery, says Michael. And there as well. And Frizzell is having a good game, man, in the first half, Says, oh, might you managed to get himself the first try, or sorry, the second try of the game. Aaron Smith getting the first try. Throughout it, I won't be toxic because I love it when people are patriotic, but Drekus gonna smack Israel and South Africa gonna smack in the World Cup, says one Luke. And Jimmy Lister, thank you, mate. Haven't watched much rugby for years. Is this a good game in your opinion so far, says Tony? Okay, what the chat is going very quick at the moment. I do appreciate every single one of you for being here. If you are new to the channel, please be sure to hit that subscribe button. We are on the road to, I don't even know what we're on the road to at the moment. We were on the road to 25,000 subscribers, but we have hit that. So now I guess we're on the road to 30,000 subscribers. So if you haven't already, be sure to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. It's hugely appreciated. Let's see how close we can get to that 30 by the end of the stream. Sam Kane went for the ball. The back of the scrum, clear head clash on Faf, no review. Says Democracy. I did see that one. And it was interesting, wasn't it? Because even if Faf de Klerk has his hands on the ball there, it still looked like it was a bit of head-on-head contact. So it's been a weird game overall in terms of the momentum. Paid ref, obviously, we don't have enough money to pay the ref in New Zealand because we paid Foster too much. It's like no money in New Zealand rugby. They're going bankrupt. So, I don't know whether or not there's money. Maybe it's like a double-ended deal, seeing as we play France in the first round of the Rugby World Cup. And chat, where can we stream this free? Stan Sports, your best option, a free trial there. You can get it with a VPN. French ref was paid, says Xavier. And also block all the ref badges, in my opinion, says Slippery Gecko. We would have a lot less people in the chat, that is for sure. But, people can have their opinions in terms of how this game has been refereed. Because, I think there have been a few interesting decisions, to say the very least. But, yeah, at the end of the day, hopefully it doesn't end up playing factor in terms of who wins this game too much in the second half. And also, guys, where to stream? Stan Sport, your best option. The ref needs to go to Specsavers, says Democracy. I've learned recently I really badly need glasses soon. Because anytime I try and read something that's like 2 meters away, I have to go like this. So anytime I go to like menus are all right, but if you're like at a fast food place and they have all the boards up there, they're like this. And if anyone's in front of you, they just think that you're really weird, which I feel like they think I'm very weird anyway because I wear a suit to McDonald's. I don't actually. I've stayed in the house all day, although we don't have curtains on that side. Anyone that drove past earlier would have just seen me wearing a suit. Unfortunately, I love some of the comments. I'm old school, great commentary. Leave the referee for Rassi, says Francois. And also we have got their send in the bomb squad. That's going to be a massive difference point in this game, I feel like. You look through at the Springboks bench, and they are fantastic. Malcolm Marks, Thomas Toy, Vincent Cox, Haji Snyman, Peter Steph-Toy, Dwayne Vermeulen, Grant Williams, and Marnie Lebok. I wouldn't be surprised if the Springboks start the second half with at least 2 of those men now on the field, just because they want to try and find that momentum relatively early on. Perhaps those men are the ones who could do so for New Zealand. Taukiaho to Mighty Williams. He is going to get himself a debut later on in this fixture. Nipo Lalala, Tupavai, Dalton Pabali, Finley Christie, and Braden Eno alongside Caleb Clark as the back replacements in this game. So for New Zealand, I think they'll wait a little bit longer, and to a certain extent, up against the bomb squad, you do have to wait just that tad bit more so that you don't end up getting too tired or don't end up with the original players getting too tired in the contest. Yeah, like I mentioned, anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. It is hugely appreciated. Everyone being here for this one. Hamish puts on a suit to take George to McDonald's, says Tony, and ref paid to make the All Blacks look good before the World Cup adds more allure to the French Rugby World Cup, adds more profit, says Xavier Phantom. I feel like that strategy already is more brain cells taken for that than World Rugby have in about the top 5 guys. Am I allowed to say that? Probably not. I love you, World Rugby. You do good. The South African supporting the AB, says Mr. 64. And Will Jordan actually makes me tingle like a little boy. He's so good. So you're saying, wait. So you're saying he makes you tingle like when you were a little boy, rather than doesn't make you tingle like when you little. No, never mind. Play us a song, grab the guitar. The guitar is extremely out of tune at the moment, so it might hurt your eardrums badly. Can't wait. All to ref or AI to ref, so the refs don't have more of an effect. or don't have more of an effect than the actual players, says Charlie. It will just be programming the AI referee to not blow for every penalty that they see, because unfortunately, I was talking about this as well with one of the ex-All Blacks, and he was saying about the refereeing and nowadays how you see so many referees blowing so many penalties, whereas in the old school days, you just had a ruck. You know, if you wanted to turn over the ball in the breakdown, you ran or you walked or you crunched over the top of the opposition, and then the ball came out the back and then it was your ball. Currently, you know, you've got the not releasing penalties that happen. If you held onto the ball in the old school days, you did not want to do that because players were going to stand on your hands with their sprigs and rip them back to try and stop you from being able to keep that ball in your hands. So that's where rugby through the generations has, I guess, adapted a little bit more. But yeah, in old school games, you just walk over the top of the breakdown and you'd end up with the ball. All Blacks have been made furious. Trying to keep my cool. Box need to get more of the ball. Who picks the ref, says Kevin, probably World Rugby. Don't give it to readers. It only get worse, says Mayers. And also we have good there. South Africa always quick to point referees' errors when things don't go their way, says Toz. I mean, it's one of those ones, though, that with the penalty count in this game, there is certainly going to be at least one penalty against either side that people don't agree with. I think we can all agree with that. There's one penalty for your side that you've looked at and you've gone, that's not good. There might be more, there might be less. But the penalties so far in this game, we've seen 5 against the All Blacks, 7 against the Springboks. So, you know, both sides will be saying their discipline wasn't where they wanted it to be at halftime. But second half, it's going to be interesting to see how they do bring that back. I love South Africa. Box win, we drink and bry. Box lose, we drink and bry, says Chalabi. And there is still another game just around the corner, ladies and gentlemen. That will be the matchup taking place between Australia and Argentina. If you are new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. It is hugely appreciated, like I said earlier on, all of you being here. And hello, Amish. All Blacks looking good. Springboks committing too many penalties, which is a surprise, says Darren Link. And South Africans are South African is trash, says who am I? I mean, I wouldn't say that they've, like, when you look at the stats wise, they're still not completely out of this fixture. You know, you look at the tackles, mate, it's actually relatively even. At one point in the game, there was a huge advantage in favour of the All Blacks. Similar amount of carries, still 11 defenders beaten for the Springboks in this game. And also they've had 164 metres carried. The All Blacks, they've had 250, so they have got the edge there. 4 hours of load shedding, says JP. So does that mean that you have to miss, unfortunately, the Argentina-Australia game as well? I'm sorry to hear that. We see the suit on top. What are you wearing down below? Nothing. No, I got black pants on. So they're not actually like suit pants, but they're just like chinos. They're just pretty much kind of like black jeans. Mainly because you guys don't really see this part of it. Was luckily you can see where I was referring to, but yeah, you guys don't see the bottom half. I mean, I don't even think I have it tucked in. There you go. You need to update the score, bro, says Kyle. Who do you want me to update it more in favour of, Kyle? I'm assuming you want to see a few more points on the board for the Springboks. How are our front row going, Hamish? I think they've been competitive in this game. Stephen Kitsov is still one heck of a player. No one can deny that. He's managed to get himself 2 turnovers already in this contest. And also, what a stream, says Jacob McDonald. Yeah, it's been absolutely incredible, this one. And I'm looking forward to the World Cup when we get to see these two sides possibly go head-to-head again. And this ref missed so many penalties and offsides. I seen another video on the horizon after the game by Rassi, says Dal. The tricky part for Rassi is, of course, he will want to look at those and everything like that, but he's got to be a little bit strategic because they want him at the World Cup. They need him at the World Cup, I feel. He's a tactical genius, Rassi Erasmus. So you don't want to lose him just before a World Cup looking at this game. He would much rather just go, right, how can we work out a good tactic, get back into this contest, and also just look strong heading forward, because I believe that they will. They've got a fantastic outfit, the Springboks, a great side. They went with the split. It worked well in Australia. Now we're going to get to see those players off the bench who did play well in Australia get the chance up against the All Blacks. In the second 40 minutes, I want to see Fainga'a and Stevenson on the wings. I know Fainga'a is still injured, but Stevenson, it's a little bit of a surprise that he didn't get that spot rather than Caleb Clark. We're having a Jaden Hendrickson. From what I heard, something to do with family issues or personal issues or something like that. So he has stayed out of the camp for a little bit longer, but I believe he will be back for the Rugby World Cup. Well and comprehensive by now, bro. Sweet as, says Michael. And take the superpowers out of Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, please. There's Bad Studios. And what happened to Villy? He was a little bit quiet throughout that first half. His kicking game is still good, though, when he gets those clearing kicks down the middle of the field. But he did get run over by Shannon Frizzell. That might be the part that you're talking about. Unfortunately, when Frizzell was running at the line, he was a freight train and extremely hard to stop. Thanks for the commentary. Xavier hoping for a better second half. Lots of talent in the box capable of a comeback. Exactly right. I feel like in the second half, with what they have got off the bench, you know, it's going to be entertaining to watch. Justin Marshall, clear, no grounding. Guy must be blind. They literally showed the grounding was so clear. Say no grounding is madness. Yeah, the grounding for me was like there was no doubt that Chisholm Colby did have force down on that ball. It was just from certain angles they had that had clipped his left hand first before the grounding. But yeah, he did get the ball down. What a neutral commentator, sir. Keep it up. So you know your rugby, Marco Brown. Thank you very much, mate. Usually appreciate it. As you guys know, I always try and call these Rugby Championship and all international games straight down the middle, just because I feel it makes it more easy to get involved when the commentary is straight down the middle. This is so much better. In the hat on 2 cents. That will be Tony. Distracted Sports, won't it, Sander? I believe. He's not everyone's cup of tea, old Tony. Does swear quite often as well, but he might be slightly more PG over on 2 cents' stream. 128 metres gained for the Springboks. We see a change here. Dalton Papali'i actually on the field. That is going to be for Sam Cane, who has made his way off the park. He's got the jacket on as well. You'd assume some sort of maybe injury. And well done, the All Blacks, says Mariska there. So already having to make one change for the All Blacks. They haven't got a huge amount of bomb squad members. That might have been it there. When Chisholm Colby was making the tackle, he may have just bent him in an awkward way. And it means that he will not be continuing this match. Do you think it was a try, says Rudy? I thought it was with the first angle that I saw. But then from the other angle, I could see that it hit Chisholm Colby's knee, which was fine. But then it hit his left hand, bounced to his right, and then he put it down. So it was very unfortunate that one of the angles looked very different to the other, I'd say. But the first angle, I thought it was a try for sure. And hey, can the Kiwis please save all the insults for the last minute? We still have another half, says David. Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's only 17 points difference, which sounds like a lot. But, you know, we're still early on in this matchup, and it's going to be a nerve-wracking second half. Definitely if the Springboks do get themselves the early try, but it's kicked off long by Bowden Barrett. Pavisa hits the ball up at Geordie. The second half now, ladies and gentlemen, is underway. Now, Faf de Klerk. You live in the Western Cape where you can't afford the Golf GTI and have New Zealand stickers on your car, says HM. Nobody puts their body in head, unfortunately, on the line like Sam Cane. Yeah, he is a player who will go out there and play to the best of his ability. I know that he receives a lot of slack, but hopefully it's nothing too serious in terms of that injury for him. So 2 tries did not tell would be 20-16, says Foxtrot. So if they did convert 2 tries from here, it would be, yes, 20 points to 17. And now it's going to be kicked away. Mark Talia takes that ball, slammed into Damian Valimza, but it stays on the side of the All Blacks. Great attack and run there from Richie Mwonga, who now goes for the kick behind. It's going to be Shannon Frizzell who has to chase after this one, and it just rolls into touch. In fact, it's Artie Savia who did find himself out on the wing. Box will win 23 points to 27. And what do they always overhype South Africa? They really deliver. They've got a World Cup in their trophy cabinet. That is something that at the moment no other side in the world can say. So it's one of those ones that until the champions of the world are beaten in a championship of the world competition, they are considered number one. And even though some of the players are a little bit different from 2019, they are just, they're still world champs at the end of the day. Damien Dialende tackled by Dalton Papali'i. That is his first tackle since making his way onto the field. Now Faf de Klerk looks like he's considering the pocket. Does go back to him now to Damian Valimza, who gets a decent boot on that one, and it does go into touch. When is the game ending, says Janine. They have still got another 38 minutes remaining in this one. Yeah, Kane's doing good today. Needs to harden up. Have a cup of concrete. 80 minutes, 80 minutes, says Fluffy. Although having the replacement of Dalton Papali'i off the bench at open side flanker was a perfect replacement. So even if he wasn't injured, you wonder how early they would have looked to put Papali'i on for this one. Now, Cody Taylor. No search All Blacks, says Jason. For live stream available in search. Enjoy the second grade version here. Is there any links where we can watch the match? Stan Sport is a great option if you are in Australia or if you have a New Zealand VPN. Will Jordan straight through. Tackled by Chisel and Goldie. He's got the ball onto the process. Now Vili Laru gives it off to Lukanuan. They are still deep inside of their own area here. And it was a double knock on, so they'll go back for the scrum. But there was half a gap opening up for Will Jordan. And straight away, just attacks the line through Bongi on Manambi. Another missed tackle for him. Is here in the commentary through your headphones put you off? Or do you use that as additional info for your own commentary? Pretty much the second one. I only really have the commentary loud enough so that when I'm silent, I can hear it. But when I'm talking, like, I don't really hear anything that they're saying. Looks like RG Snyman now going to make his way onto the field. But the reason I have the commentary as well is just so that I can hear what the TMO decision is the main one. I hope New Zealand will score first, I'm predicting, says Kevin. We all know what South Africa are about. So true, All Black supporters will be on the edge of their seat till then, says Mr. Kiwi for life. And this ref does an okay advantage. Yeah, I believe that one was a double knock on. But Ludiacha going to be the man now making his way off the field. That is for RG Snyman. So having Ebenezer and RG out on the field is pretty insane to have that as the lock-in duo. Can we get a roll tide? What is a roll tide, Pate? Not too sure what that is, unfortunately. And yep, go the All Blacks, don't take your foot off their nuts yet, says David. That would not be comfortable at all, would it? Shelford, I think he's had the worst testicle injury, a lot of people would say, in terms of rugby, having it ripped wide open. Is Mackenzie still playing? He is not. He didn't get selected for this one and also didn't end up finding himself off the bench either. But someone did just mention the benches. Here are the benches for this contest. So the bomb squad, they have already put RG Snyman out there on the field. And Malcolm Marks now also out there on the field for the Springboks. So those two in their own right could be game changers. Currently sitting with 36 minutes remaining, so still plenty of time. Run the ball, pass the ball to the wings, says Hillary. Hello, says Pizza. Mate, I hope you are still keeping well. I hope you've been enjoying the match so far between the two teams. Now, Matthew Reynolds tells Faf de Klerk to use it. They go off to the left-hand side to Vili Leroux. Once again, we'll be looking for that territory clearance. Another great kick down to halfway from Vili Leroux. And I think that is one of those things that definitely helped Vili Leroux get himself selected in this side, was because of the way he was able to kick last week, getting downfield. And the guy, I gouged referee's life ban, say his name. You're doing a great job, mate. Keep it up, says Tony Lee. And will Julian Savia ever make an AB starting team again? I've always backed him to come back into the squad and add to his try tally. I think if it was a few more years ago, he'd have a good shot. But I think now they're looking at those younger guys heading not just into this World Cup, but also the one after. I don't think Scott Robinson's the type of guy to select Savia. He would much rather have a young guy in there who they can develop. Why is South Africa called the Bomb Squad? I believe it came from, it's a knock-on from Faf de Klerk, unfortunately. It's almost an interception, though, for the South Africans, but it did stem from a long time ago when they used to go with that 6-2 split. I believe there is actually a proper story behind it as well, but yeah, that nickname has stuck around for them. They're always causing an impact off that bench. Now, Faf de Klerk did end up getting slapped. I think Aaron Smith trying to ask for the deliberate knockdown penalty there. A shame it's not the box day, says Adrian. And also we have got the All Blacks are looking okay so far, and here comes the All Blacks run it. I think New Zealand don't even have D-Max Stevenson, Lester or Narawa. Is Richie playing? He is the starting fly half for this one. And thank you for the live. I'm watching from France, says Mr. Kiwi for live. So thank you very much for tuning in. We have actually got people from almost all around the world watching this live stream. So while we have got the scrum reset, ladies and gentlemen, do let me know whereabouts in the world are you watching this live stream from. I would love to hear where everyone is. Now Aaron Smith feeding the ball in at scrum time. Solid from both teams. Doesn't really look like either are budging too much throughout that scrum game. Waka Smith trying to get the turnover, unable to do so. Scott Barrett now, big shot on in by Lukanyuam. New Zealand keeping that ball nicely. Knock on from Adi Savia. He wasn't expecting the pass. It's gone sideways, and they'll go back now for the scrum in favour of South Africa again. We've got Ireland, we've got Australia, we've got Cambodia, we've got Ireland, Cape Town, Thailand. We're crossing off a whole heap of countries on the stream. But now Dwayne Vermeulen, he will be making his way onto the field this time for Jasper Wiese. Should have been 20 points to 17, says Foxtrot. SA, I'm watching from Twickenham, England, says Kyle. It was a great commentary, Hamish, says Dita. Thank you very much, mate. Zambia, good commentary, says Jaco Vandenberg. At the women's side. In fact, that's the Italian women's football team, I believe, if I'm not wrong, in attendance for this one. Go South Africa, says Alvarez and Granada in there as well. Now scrum this time in favour of South Africa. This will be their first scrum feed, I believe, from inside of the All Blacks half involving Malcolm Marx. Whether or not they can get themselves the penalty advantage, it's still a bit of a wait and see. But that was a good push there. I believe it was actually on that far side from Franz Malherbe. That's got to be an advantage to the box, and it is. Now Faf de Klerk going off to the left-hand side to Chisel and Colby, trying to fend off Aaron Smith, but he went low around the bootlaces. And they were able to shut him down. Now RG Snyman goes back to Dialinde. Malcolm Marx, tackled by Barrett. Oh no, it was Dalton Babalii in there as well. I thought it was Bowden and Geordie. Now Villiers Larue kicking in behind. It's gone out on the full, but they'll go back for the original scrum penalty in favour of the box. And proud AB supporter from South Africa. Yeah, and also from Pretoria, says Polly Bear. South Africa, says Lawrence. And South Africa, Pretoria, says Christo. And there as well. But anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. It's hugely appreciated. You guys all been here. 7 penalties against South Africa so far throughout this match. 6 against New Zealand, and more handling errors from New Zealand than South Africa for this game. How to see the actual game? Your best bet is, if you've got a VPN, you can set yourself to Australia, and then you will be able to watch it through Stan Sport on the free trial. If you are outside of there, unfortunately, there aren't really too many options other than the highlights after the game. But the good news is the highlights will be up for this game maybe in about 40 minutes or so. But that kick is out on the full from Faf de Klerk, which of course you're allowed to do for the penalty, but it also went in the in-goal area. So disappointed with that one, Faf de Klerk. Also the big rib tickler, says Johnny, and I'm hiding away in my locker room at work watching the game, says Marco. And also it was the wrong starting lineup, says Adrian as well. So Dalton Babalii, the only change that the All Blacks have made up till this point in the fixture. Looks like Nepal just about warming up now for them. Maybe we will see Tamaiti Williams relatively soon as well. Hamish, you might want to get an affiliate link for Flow Rugby. I actually have one, fun fact, but it's one of those ones that a lot of people have had problems with Flow Rugby in terms of not being able to watch the game from around the world. So until those problems are solved, I don't really want to promote it as an option, just because if someone gets it because I said to get it and then it doesn't work, you know, I wouldn't want that responsibility. So I'm waiting until it seems like they've had a few updates and it's working better. And then from there, I might consider it. Hey, from Fiji, go the AB, says Jay. Also, we have got done, or dude. Well done on your pronunciation of our boy's name. No worries at all. And it's going to be one of those ones that it's always fun learning how to say these South African names for the young players coming up through the ranks. Because I started off on watching the URC, watching the Curry Cup. In fact, yeah, it was actually the Curry Cup that I started watching and trying to learn those names. It was always tricky, but we're starting to get the hang of it now. And the World Cup's going to be a lot of fun with so many different countries, so many different pronunciations of names. The tongue's going to be going all over the place, that is for sure. Aaron Smith now gets the ball out of the back of the scrum. Richie Mo'unga puts the kick down towards the 22 of South Africa. Cheslin Colby does just manage to regain control of it after partially dropping it. Now Faf de Klerk to Villiers Larue. Kicked him behind from Damien Dialinde. Will Jordan chasing it, takes it nicely, and Makazole Mapimpi is right here trying to get the turnover. Popped out the back for the ABs. Brody Retallick going one more to the left-hand side. Rico Ioane with the step attempt, tackled by Lukanyuam, and Peter Steph-Toy, I see, has also made his way onto the field now for South Africa. So I believe a lot of the bomb squad have already made their way out onto the park now. Nicely taken by Damien Valimza. That is one change that they are yet to make, and that is Mani Libok to make his way on the field alongside Grant Williams. Now, back across to the right-hand side. Great low tackle from Peter Steftatoy, or a great run, I should say, from Peter Steftatoy. Damien Valimza. Does he take a kick? Oh. Okay. Faf de Klerk might have some sort of injury here, and it looks like the lower region of the knee. Oh, what would that be? MCL meniscus? No, I'm not too sure whereabouts he's holding at the moment, but I think he might have taken a bit of a knock there. Funny, all South Africa here is having load shedding. Says low. And also, come on the mighty All Blacks. And also, we have got, you must start with the best players against the All Blacks. Or sorry, the best players against the All Blacks. Yeah, awkward landing for Faf de Klerk, but awkward contact there. Holding the knee there, and I believe that might actually be, yes, they are going to replace Faf de Klerk. They don't want to risk him, so they have gone with Grant Williams now out there on the field. Sounds like Nepo Lalala not too far off. Same can be said about Samisoni Taukiaho and Tamaiti Williams, just doing a few warm-ups. Ready to go. Some of us here without load shedding, says Gareth. And if South Africa get desperate, they might start putting up a high ball force at era, says Johnny. And I think the big thing is they're starting to get a few penalties going their way in the second half, a lot more than the first half. So all they need to do is just make sure they're getting those kicks with the penalties down towards the corner. Faf de Klerk has done well there. Hang on. Faf de Klerk, is he still on the field? But so is Grant Williams. So they must have two halfbacks on there at the moment. Maybe instead of Damien Valimza. Haji Snyman takes it nicely. Now wrestled down to the ground by the All Blacks, shutting it down instantly. Faf de Klerk. No, it's Grant Williams, in fact, who is going to go in there and try and search for it. Goes to the short side, out to the right. Tries the snipe, but is tackled by Scott Barrett. Now Kwaka Smith to Kitsoff, the big man who's already got himself a few turnovers in the game. The penalty will go the way of the All Blacks, in favour of the Springboks, due to Brodie Retallick's hands down before getting the turnover. And AB's 37 to South Africa's 9, says James Talangi. And go the All Blacks, give the Boks a rugby lesson, says Sergio. And love you and leaving you. This isn't the game I expected, says Renier. And there as well. And Faf de Klerk, what happened? Come on, South Africa, give us a try, says Alares. And they are getting very close to the line now, only 5 metres out. Malcolm Marks with the line out throw, normally about 95% accurate. So I assume this one will be no different. Nicely taken again by RG Snyman. And the South Africans look to get their rolling ball underway. They slowly start creeping, rolling off the back. Here comes Malcolm Marks, still waiting. Off he goes and over the line. Malcolm Marks scores the try. When doesn't he? And it's going to be the first try of the match now for South Africa as they look to cut down on the deficit. Agree, take Faf off, says Rebel there, and also the try for John. Nice work from Malcolm Marks. Very nicely for himself there. Ever since coming onto the field, he's had his lineouts correct, and also just with that one rolling, it's going to be hard for the All Blacks to stop. Dalton Babali, he was trying to stop about 3 or 4 men from getting their legs pumping, and he wasn't able to do so. Thank you, Mark, says Dance with Wolves. And this is the only try South Africa can score against New Zealand. Rolling more tries, says New Zealand for life. Although last year we saw quite a few open field tries being scored from the South Africans. It's just been a little while since we have seen these two sides play head-to-head. Come on, go South Africa, do it for your country, says Ivan. And the thing is, New Zealand scored a majority of their points within the first 16 minutes of the contest. There is still 26 minutes remaining. By the sounds of it, it is going to be Chisel and Colby now lining up this kick. And once again, that begs my question of why is Damien Valimza being opted for as that starting 10 rather than Mani Libok, who does offer that kicking. But normally Chisel and Colby pretty accurate off the kicking tee. He's got 70% at the moment. Give them one to stop blaming the refs, says Stuart. And the kick from Chisel and Colby, he slips over, but it actually still goes over. That is very impressive. I don't think we normally see a player fall and get a kick over in the same process, but now only 10 points difference between these two sides. The All Blacks, they started similar up against Argentina with a very good start, but now the Springboks, they're starting to find their momentum again. The All Blacks have to be very wary of that as they head forward. The changes made a difference, says Nathan Barnes. Yeah, the bomb squad. I mentioned about how dangerous they will be off the bench with Snyman, with Malcolm Marks, both involved in that one. Dwayne Vermeulen now taking that catch for the Springboks inside of their own 22, and it looks like Grant Williams will be rolling this ball back for the box kick. Thanks towards it for myself. Says Mark, a nice one. Colby says Slippery Gecko. Now Damien Dialende goes on the outside to Lukanyuan, puts the ball high towards the touchline, goes into touch. And it's a brilliant kick from Lukanyuan from just inside of his own 22. And here come the box, says Floyd King, and All Blacks come on, says Janine. And All Blacks. And too late for South Africa, says New Zealand for life. Although, like I said, 17 points being scored by the All Blacks in that first 17 minutes. And we've still got 25 minutes remaining. All Blacks decide to go short. Ethan de Groot just not quite getting that pass correct, but Aaron Smith managing to help clean it up. Going for a counter ruck there, Peter Steph-Toy. Same with Kwaka Smith. Peter Steph-Toy now causing a real nuisance in the breakdown at the moment, but it almost allowed the Springboks to get that ball back. Like Aaron Smith will be playing half, looking for the man in the pocket, and the Springboks are putting the All Blacks under a whole heap more pressure than they were throughout that first 20 minutes. Mark Talia slaps the ball back by Miles, nicely taken by Richie Mo'unga. About 30 metres out from his own line. Nice clean out from Ethan de Groot, and now over the ball, the Springboks look to counter, but they give away the penalty for losing their footing. New Zealand playing an amazing game, says Harold. And also, we're going to hit the 4K, says Gareth in there as well. So, yeah, anyone who is new, be sure to hit that subscribe button. It's hugely appreciated. And let's see how close we can get to the 26,000 by the end of this live stream. I believe we are getting relatively close. 2 more tries, gents, and you're ahead of these guys. Come on, Bok, says Dagan. And also, we have got there All Blacks never in doubt, says Nur. They've got themselves the penalty there. Geordie Barrett kicks it into touch. I believe Dalton Papali'i at this point and Samasoni Tokiaho. I think they're still the only 2 that we have seen the All Blacks replace. I see Ethan de Groot is still out there. That might be a lie. I think I might have just seen Nipple Olala in there as well. And Colby knocked that on. There's Slippery Gecko. And also, let's go South Africa, says Nathan Barnes. 23 minutes remaining in this fixture. Tokiaho, first line-out throw of the day for him. And it is a pressure scenario. It has gone straight down the middle. Now Smith goes across to Mo'unga. Savia drops the head and runs at his loose forward counterpart in Kwaka Smith. Now Shannon Frizzell dumped in the tackle by Peter Steph-Toy. You can see the physicality in the breakdowns has been ramped up. Ebenetzebev rush defense, but misses the tackle on Mo'unga. Now out wide. Mark Talia drawing pass with Artie Savia, who has to stop. Gets tackled low by Grant Williams, 40 metres out from the line. Now the All Blacks. Ethan de Groot trying to bump off RG Snyman. Malcolm Marks again. Looks for the turnover. Now across to Richie Mo'unga. Lulala, first carry for him in this fixture. Kwaka Smith has been told no, and another penalty goes against that Smith and Peter Steph-Toy combo. I think Kwaka Smith asking why it wasn't available to go for. I'm not too sure what happened in that side section, but I assume it was a player still in the breakdown, maybe? Not too sure, but Richie Mo'unga now from 48 metres out. He's trying to decide whether or not it's worth having a long boot. Savia saying, do you want to take on the posts? And Richie Mo'unga says, yeah, all right. A new member on the channel, Andreas, thank you very much, mate, for hitting that subscribe button. You now, or that membership button, you now have access to exclusive emojis on the channel. What position is Grant Williams playing? It does look like he is playing more of the halfback role. Although I'm looking around for Faf de Klerk, and I haven't seen a huge amount of him in the last little while. So maybe they just are leaving maybe de Klerk out on that other wing or somewhere wider. Because I don't see Marnie Libok on the field either at this stage. Kwaka's been quite dirty, or been dirty as all night. And also we have got who thinks both sides do great, says Christy Els. I mean, anytime we see these two sides go head-to-head, we know it's going to be an absolutely epic atmosphere. It's been no different in this game. We saw the All Blacks get off to a great start. The Springboks starting to fire back a little bit in the second half now. Watching Springboks versus All Blacks in London in August. Hope the Boks play better there. Come on, Boks, says Chubba. And also Western Cape, we love you. Aben RIV. Or Mahavi. Or Harry, says Carlo. So I assume that is rest in peace to Eben Etzebeth's father in that regard. Now Richie Mo'unga to line up the kick. He's been very successful today, and it's no different for that kick. 23 points to 10 now in favour of the All Blacks. They certainly got the edge over Damien McKenzie when it comes to the kicking percentage. Who scored for South Africa says Johan, it was Malcolm Marx. Managed to get himself the try off the rolling maul. It wasn't about the 53rd minute, I believe, somewhere around there. Is this the return of the ABs? Says Polly Bear. Of course, you cannot underestimate any opposition in the world. And I think New Zealand, their next big game that they'll be looking at after this one, not just those warm-up games for the Rugby World Cup, but their first game up against France. It's a must-win for the overall scheme of the competition. Finlay Christie now on the field. That is for Aaron Smith, Frans Malherbe, and Stephen Kitsoff, both coming off the field for the Springboks. Quite a few changes being made. I don't think there's many players left who haven't been switched for either side other than their backs. Not a huge amount of distance on that clearing kick from Finlay Christie. Now puts the All Blacks under pressure about 25 metres out from their line. And where's the Mighty Williams? He has just made his way onto the field now for the All Blacks. It's a debut. He's 140 kgs. Massive individual. We'll be looking forward to the first scrum that he gets the opportunity at. Malcolm Marx now throws it in, nicely taken by Peter Steph-Toy, breaking off the back here. Kwaka Smith goes to big Dwayne Vermeulen, but he's tackled low by Dalton Papali. Now Williams with the pop pass up to Peter Steph-Toy. Offload from RG Snyman. Always expect that dangerous option from him. Damien Valimza goes to Willie LaRue. Great attacking opportunity now for the Springboks with Chisel and Colby. 22 metres out, driven backwards into the turf from Scott Barrett. Now Grant Williams goes off to Peter Steph-Toy. Considered the offload again to Mighty Williams. Oh no, he's fallen over. It's the duck underneath that one to not give away the penalty. Willie LaRue passes to Damien Dialende. Locanio on the midfield. Linking up now for South Africa. Only 15 metres out from the All Blacks line. Williams goes to Willie LaRue again. Off to Eben Etzebeth. Tackled by Scott Barrett. Those two, they've been working hard on the physical aspect of this contest. RG Snyman taken down low. Samasoni Taukiaho thought about contesting instead. Just puts the pressure on. Chisel and Colby in the corner. Scores the try. Almost broke his arm in the process there with the celebration. But Mark Talia caught off his wing. Chisel and Colby strikes. They're going to be checking it. Matthew Reyno is stretching out his ankle. I've got the cramp, is what he said there. He's had to work hard throughout this game as well. The referee, the pace that this game's being played at. Game on, says Aaron McGregor, exactly right. That now puts the Springboks within a converted try of the All Blacks if this kick does go over. They are just going to be checking this one, but Chisel and Colby slightly over-rotated in that celebration, I do have to say. He kind of went down and then landed on his face, bent the arms back. Hey, you guys are starting to wake up, says Dagan. And New Zealand going to be crying after this, says Clinton. Right, we're going to see a good replay here. Oh, that's flat. I don't know. The worst thing is I have a bad feeling they might say this is forward, and then in that case it's going to be a second no try for Chisel and Colby, and the controversy is going to be... No, they've said it's good. Good. Okay, that's all right. Go Colby Springbok. Says Seth, small, he's light. It'll give you a good fight, Chisel and Colby. And what a try. I see that in NRL a lot. We need more block plays in Union. The least men to do it with. There's Jacob. And now Chisel and Colby to line up this kick. Currently 8 points difference between the two sides. So if he gets this kick over, they are within 7 of the All Blacks. The comeback has just begun for the Springboks, and it seems like they are definitely in it for the last 18 minutes. That bomb squad could be the massive difference. That was weird. I went dark for a second. Oh, Colby, he's hit the post and it bounces back out. Yeah, I don't know what happened with my camera, but I'm back now. That is lucky. I thought that my live stream was completely glitching out, but Chisel and Colby slammed down in the arm. He could have easily broken that forearm with the way that he had it bent back or dislocated shoulder. It's great to see that he's all right. And he almost managed to nail that kick, but it just went away to the side there. Still 17 minutes remaining. 8 points difference in this contest. We see a couple more changes being made now for the All Blacks. A nice take from Dwayne Vermeulen. Now All Blacks trying to hold him up. 25 metres out from the line. Have you paid your internet bill, Hamish? I hope so. Be a terrible time for it to cut out, though, wouldn't it, bro? There's some awesome commentary. Meanwhile, says Glenn, thank you very much, mate. And now it's going to be Thomas Detoy hitting the ball up. Grant Williams now rolling this one back. and puts the ball up high. That one's almost gone straight up, only maybe about 15 metres or so. Barrett tries to slap it back, and it does end up bouncing back in favour of Samisoni Taukei'aho. They have also got the penalty advantage, or sorry, the knock-on advantage for the All Blacks. Mark Delia running straight at Vincent Koch. He's held him up there, although the knees are down, so they do have to release him. I will chip in if it's not paid, says Andy Watts as well. Now Richie Mo'unga goes across to Bowden Barrett, Rieko Ioane, a lot of pressure on him, still finds his offload away to Will Jordan, who has 3 defenders all right on. The Springboks trying to get the turnover, not quite able to again. Now Samisoni Taukei'aho. Looking at the scoreboard here, that 8 points difference, if there's one penalty in favour of the Boks, could be completely different. Nice physicality being shown there by the Springboks. Christie able to flick that ball back out for the AB's Geordie Barrett offload to Moong, and now Mark Talia. He was pretty much standing on top of Rieko Ioane in the midfield there. Now tries to pierce his way forward, tackled by Dwayne Vermeulen. Christie back to Moonga, and the All Blacks look to kick it downfield. That is showing that the pressure is certainly there. Willie LaRue taking that one nicely 40 metres out from the Springboks line. Now the All Blacks looking for that counter ruck, and they've got the penalty for it. Okay, they've penalised the player on the ground there for Peter Steph-Toy for not releasing. And on this ref, I feel like he still has some drama ready for one of the sides. Says JP, and 23-22 in favour of the All Blacks. The last 3 penalties have been against the Springboks. 2 before that up against the ABs, but now Geordie Barrett, they're looking to kick this one for touch. How much time left? We have still got 15 minutes remaining in this fixture, but anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. It is hugely appreciated, everyone being here, like I've mentioned throughout this whole live stream. It wouldn't be the same atmosphere without having you guys for these live streams. So yeah, be sure to hit that subscribe button, and let's see if we can hit 26,000 subscribers by the end of the stream. Now, Kira Ioane, or in fact, sorry, Adi Savia. Kira Ioane ran off the tongue just a little bit too easy there. To say he will be playing in the game later on up against the Japan, I was going to say XV, but they are just the Japan international side. Now, Samisoni Taukei'aho, 22 metres out. Mani Libok now also on the field. But I do see that Damien Balimza has still kept his spot out there. So I'm not sure what the setup is at the moment for the Springboks in terms of that backline. Oh, Cheslin Colby, that could have been a penalty against Bowden Barrett for taking him outside of the breakdown. But for now, it looks like it's going to be play on. Finley Christie going off to the right-hand side. Samisoni Taukei'aho tackled again. Ball bounces out. Finley Christie picks it up and gives it off to Shannon Frizzell on the right. Counter ruck there from Malcolm Marks. Back across. Moonga goes to Bowden Barrett. Look for the kicking behind. It's hit Cheslin Colby. And now the All Blacks will have themselves the line out from about 20 metres out. Please put the game on small screen in the corner of the screen. Sadly, any footage or audio gets us taken straight off YouTube, but the highlights will be on the Super Rugby YouTube channel straight after the game is finished, so I highly recommend checking them out. And also, I should mention we have got another live stream straight after this one. It will be Argentina taking on Argentina. Did I just say Argentina twice? I don't actually know what I said. Australia versus Argentina anyway for that next one. But Braden Enor, he has made his way on for Rieko Ioane. Now nicely thrown in by the All Blacks. 22 metres out, trying to get a rolling maul of their own going here. Vincent Koch. Apparently the Springboks trying to shut that one down. RG Snyman tried to get their hand to it. Not quite able to. Christie goes off to Geordie Barrett. Great low tackle made on him by Mani Libok. You can see that the intensity in every breakdown from the Springboks, they're looking for that turnover, whether or not it's clean or whether it's that penalty. But they could end up, that's a good chance. Lost his footing, though, unfortunately, for Thomas Tatoy. Now Nepo Lalala charges at the line, tackled again by Damien Dialende, who's had to make a massive amount of tackles throughout this fixture. Now going off to the left again for the ABs. We haven't really seen too much of Will Jordan in the second half, but the All Blacks, they have opted to go to that left-hand side, trying to run over the top of Cheslin Colby. Hasn't quite worked out for them as of yet throughout this fixture. We have got the Hekia Hamish rolling to the club looking like a thug. Says Mark now, quick back line here. Brandon Enor passes back to Brody Retallick, maybe. Should have gone with a skip pass to Will Jordan, but now Christie off to the left finds Nepo Lulala. Thomas Tatoy, there's going to be a penalty advantage this time for the All Blacks. In their favour due to offside. Christie Looks to go to the left again. They haven't got a huge amount of players out there, which is why they've done the chip kick to the right to Will Jordan. The ball sits up, and he has scored the try for the All Blacks. Will be his first of the day, very late in the contest. He had a bit of a juggle, but then was able to regather and then put the ball down. Or the All Blacks keep it up, or keep it up, All Blacks. And come on, guys, don't let these people disrespect us like that. Says Dagan and try time, says Ty Skipper. So it was the chip in behind from Bowden Barrett. I was wondering where all the players were out on that other side. And the reason there was no one out there was because they had everyone pretty much behind that breakdown and then waiting for that kick. And Will Jordan puts the ball down, scores the try for the All Blacks. And now this kick is crucial because if the All Blacks miss this one, it means that South Africa still have a chance in the last 10 minutes to get themselves 2 converted tries. And that would mean that they walk away with the victory. 11 minutes, guys, you can catch up. Says Dagan and tackle boys, says Seth. And that's a try of the game, says Dagan. And there's, although that first try with Will Jordan and Aaron Smith, of course, just that classic running try. What rubbish, so many penalties, says Colin. Yeah, we've seen a huge amount against both sides throughout this game. I believe the Springboks have conceded about 10. The All Blacks, I think they've conceded 9. I'm going to say, I'll just quickly have a wee check. How many penalties against both of these teams? It is, 8 against the All Blacks, 10 against South Africa. And no, says Chelsea. And conversion over, says John. That kick, it is successful from Richie Mo'unga. And that will now make the score 30 points to 50 in favour of the All Blacks. Will Jordan, man of the match. I saw someone put just a little bit earlier on in Defence South Africa what happened. And load shedding again, says David, or the refs. I mean, the refs have had a lot of decisions to make throughout this game. 18 in total for the penalty count. 10 minutes remaining, though. We know that the Springboks can be strong. That one just travels the 10 metres and they get the ball back straight away here, the box. Mani Libok goes off to Damien Dialende. They are yet to give up in this fixture, that is for sure. And you know they're going to be playing for the full 80 minutes. Mani Libok now slings it across to Vincent Koch. Out to the right. Libok again. Goes off to Malcolm Marks. Bumps out a one tackle. Finds the offload to Damien Valimza, which I believe he is playing at 15 at the moment. No, there's Vili LaRue. He must be playing it. No, Damien Dialende. Where is Damien Valimza playing in this backline at the moment? I assume out on the wing, because that's about the only position that they've got spare at the moment. Vili LaRue, another carry. Yeah, it seems like Makazole Mapimpi was the man that decided to take off. Now Dalton over the ball, gets the turnover for the All Blacks in the breakdown. Now 22 metres out from their own line. Barrett goes back into the pocket to Richie Mo'unga. He will look to get this one into touch and does just that down towards the 40-metre line. All Blacks score another try, please, says Janine. And Marks needs to start. Yeah, it was interesting to see that they didn't go with Malcolm Marks in that starting lineup, of course, for their side. But I think they're trying to build that consistency of... Yeah, they're trying to build that consistency of that front row. Scuba's blaming COVID for this. In terms of like the travel or just the... In general, Scuba, do let me know. And Max CSF prediction looking good, brother. Does look pretty decent at the moment. You said the AB's by 15. And you're on track at the moment. And load shedding, says Karen. And also the Kiwi lad says, wedding is it? Men in black, says Blues Nate. The good news is if anyone was having a wedding, I am ready for it. Other than the pants. I am wearing pants, I should clarify. It's just they're a different type. Finley Christie picking up Mani Libok. Tries to drive him backwards. It looks like it's going to be called as a maul, is it? Yes, it is. And the All Blacks get themselves the scrum there. And also, come on, guys, says William in the box. Says Kaylin there, and 5,000 watching. Easily broke 4K, says Matthew Osborne. So, yeah, this is a record on the channel, I believe. Anyone who is new, be sure to hit that subscribe button. It is hugely appreciated. Every single one of you being here. And we've got plenty more rugby action in the near future. So, yeah, if you're new, be sure to hit that subscribe button. I hope you guys have been enjoying. Only the World Cup final matters. This is a rehearsal, says Johnny. And get ready, Australia. Same outcome for you. Boom, says Paul. And also what happens, South Africa, says Alariz. I think I've had moments in this game where they've looked strong, South Africa, but definitely in the second half when they made those few changes. As soon as Malcolm Marks went on the field, it was evident that the line-out was working a lot smoother. In terms of what Grant Williams has been able to do, he's been quite quite nippy around the side of the breakdown. Peter Toy really getting into those breakdown opportunities, trying to get the turnovers. So maybe it's just a case of switching a couple players for the Boks and they would have had a whole different game here. Christie's turned this game around after a few early mistakes. Says Slippery, that one's gone down in the front rows, and the penalty goes to the All Black side. Mighty Williams on debut and Nepololala in the front row winning the penalty. South Africa need to stop the momentum of the ABs to compete. Still time for them to win from New Zealand supporters, says Ty Skipper. And then time to park the lawnmower up and listen to this finish. Come on, the ABs. Nice work, Hamish, says Bruce. Thank you very much, mate. The All Blacks looking for touch, and they do manage to find it 5 meters out now. In fact, 10 meters out from the line for the All Blacks. And also, well done, Hamish. Good commentary. You're the only Kiwi I like, mate. Do a good job. The thing is, I've heard that more times than I expected from some South African viewers. Like, I didn't realize that so many, but then the thing is, you say you like me the most, but that doesn't mean you do like me, though, does it? It means that you just tolerate me the most out of New Zealanders. One final try to nail at home, says Andrew Watson, now 10 metres out from the line. Samasoni Takiaho takes it. Loose ball, cleaned up by Dalton Papali'i. Now, Savia around the side of the breakdown, tackled by Eben Etzebeth. Talik again. The workhorse, he's always going throughout the 80 minutes. Nepololala trying to drive his way forward. In fact, it's Samasoni Takiaho with his Chiefs teammate Retallick on his side. Now Savia pots the ball up to Tupavai, and they recently made his way onto the field. That was for, I believe, the number 6, Shannon Frizzell, and Scott Barrett has transitioned there. Oh, little bit of push and shove. Like everyone, tempers are starting to run a little bit higher there. How much time left? We have only got another 5 minutes remaining in this live stream, or a little bit longer on the live stream, of course, but in this match, only the 5 minutes. I will mention there is a game taking place not too far in the future. That is the game between Argentina and Australia. So if you guys are new to the channel, that subscribe button, hugely appreciated. Enjoy your commentary. You are unbiased, says John Van Nykirk. Hopefully I've said that correctly. I apologize if I have got that slightly wrong. Once again, Samasoni Takiaho, after the whistle is gone, the All Blacks doing a bit of push and shove that could have got them penalised in that one. Watching from Oman, go the ABs from Stuart. Yeah, welcome in. Time in Oman, I believe you guys are sitting afternoon. No, maybe not afternoon. I'm terrible at my time zones. Maybe a little bit earlier. Looking forward to Argentina beating Australia next up, says Andy Watts. I think he likes your style there. Like old Smitty non-biased commentary is the best style, mate. Yes, Guy Skipper. And yeah, every game that we cover on the channel, we stay right down the middle. Savia goes off to Richie Mo'unga straight through the gap. And that'll be another one for the All Blacks. Is that now putting them on the bonus point board? Not quite. I think they still need one more try if that is the case. But Richie Mo'unga gets through the gap, scores himself the try, his 10th of his career. And All Blacks played well up from South Africa, says Wesley. Also, we have got there a New Zealand daylight robbery. Says Michael watching from the UAE at the office today, but still supporting the boys. Go the Bok, says Yucko. Richie Mo'unga, the gap was there. Savia off the back of the scrum. Peter Toy, Damien Valimza caught out of position, which left the gap wide open. And he goes in and scores the try, Richie Mo'unga. This one, Bullet TKL says K Melly. And Spock says Andrew and go score the All Blacks, says Dreen. Way to go, Richie, says Jam Gamer. Yeah, brilliant try for Richie Mo'unga. Little bit of a table smack from Ian Foster there. And great commentary. Non-biased and love your effort to pronounce South African names, says Lisa. Thank you very much. And great commentary, dude. Really appreciate it, says Yucko. And there's on. We are back for the next game between Australia and Argentina. Be sure to check that out. We will be starting in about 40 minutes time, New Zealand. Yeah, be sure to give that a look. As well, and yes, the ABs can't win without the ref and the TMO because they kept the game honest, says David. Richie Mo'unga, 2.5 minutes remaining. Line up another kick. He is sitting 100% accuracy throughout this game, and he's missed it. The only conversion he has missed is the one of the try he scored himself. Thanks for the commentary. I had to leave home for a brunch in the UAE, says TZ, and just subscribe, says points of reference. Thank you very much, mate. Usually appreciated. Now 35 points to 15, the 20-point difference. And this one make rugby free to wear or rugby free to TV, I agree. I feel like the World Cup should have a free-to-air option on World Rugby's YouTube channel so that everyone around the world can watch the games. And thank you, bro. Wonderful win. There's Juanita, and that looks like Caleb Clark gets his maybe only run of this fixture now from inside of the All Blacks 22. Tupavai in the ball up again. Christie back across to Moonga. Now Bowden Barrett goes for the little chipper behind. Brandon Eno aren't able to clean it up, but it is nicely taken by big Dwayne Vermeulen, who made his way off the bench as a part of the bomb squad. Damien Valimza inside ball to the other Damien in this match. Damien Dialende stripped by Geordie Barrett in the breakdown. And now Retallick goes across to Simisoni Takiaho. Williams goes to Barrett. The ABs searching for that bonus point victory here. The thing is, as we currently sit, the Springboks do not get a bonus point, whereas if they do score soon, they would. So maybe the All Blacks have to look at that strategically. Oh, stolen by Quagga Smith. Steps through 1 meter out. He scored the try, Quagga Smith. And that is a bit of brilliant work from the South African number 6. He saw the opportunity there. The ball was in the breakdown. He grabbed it. I think Billy LaRue was saying that they were hanging on to the ball there, the ABs. The quick kick taken from the South Africans, and it's actually missed. It is a big mistake there. But now they're going upstairs for this one. No, I don't know what they're looking at. That one, I think Philly LaRue was trying to say that the All Blacks were slowing it down after the try was scored. I think it was more of a case of Scott Barrett just got stuck underneath Quagga Smith. Almost all three Barretts having to make the tackle attempt there, but instead it was Barrett, and Jordan. And then Papali'i coming in late. Smith's been offside all night. Says Slippery Gecko and your beauty South Africa, says Karen. Well done, New Zealand. Sorry, South Africa, sad, so sad. Says Mariette, but that is going to be the full-time whistle now. But there is currently 15 points difference between these two sides. If the Springboks score now, they will walk away with a bonus point if they are able to convert. The All Blacks kick at the 10 metres. It's tapped towards the touchline, but Chisel and Colby gets it. Breaks one tackle, dragged down by Finlay Christie. And now the All Blacks over the ball. They managed to actually push it into touch. And that will be the end of the game now, ladies and gentlemen. 35 points to 20 in favour of the All Blacks. They win it at Mount Smart Stadium. They take the top spot in the Rugby Championship. But this competition is far from over. We have still got another game tonight, and we also still have another game just around the corner in 2 weeks' time with the Springboks taking on Argentina and New Zealand taking on the Wallabies. But it was a hectic game. It started off at 1,000 miles an hour. Neither side wanted to take that backward step. And there'll be learnings for both of these teams from this matchup, I have to say. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do in 2 weeks' time, how many changes they make to their sides, trying to decide who to play in these next two games. As you can see, 14 days, 15 days away. Yeah, it's been hugely appreciated you all being here for this one. No stars in rugby now, not like previous eras, says Johnny. Although, is it the case of there are no stars in your eyes currently because when you look back at those players, like because of how long ago it was as well, that kind of makes it better? Does that make sense? Like in terms of in 10 years' time or something, if we look at someone like an Ebenetzebev, like everyone will look at that and be like, that guy, he was a legend in his day. And how different could rugby be in 10 years' time? That is the big question. We've already seen the evolution of the game changing quite a bit, but 4 tries for the All Blacks, 3 tries for South Africa, so no bonus point awarded here in this game. The All Blacks, they will walk away with the 4 points on the board. Hamish, what VPN do you use? Says Jimmy Lister. I have about 3. I've used a little bit of Pure VPN in the past. I've used ExpressVPN and I've used NordVPN. So any of those ones I would recommend as a decent option. I actually probably have an affiliate link somewhere, but I'm not sure where that is. But I'd say different ones depend on what you want to use them for. A little bit Northern Tour will be massive. And cheers, Hamish, once again, fella, says the Ox. Thank you very much, mate. And well played. Sheep Shaggers, too much for us today. Says Trevor, we started slow. This is why we are here. The night cheating Colby try. Says Pip. And thanks for a good game. South Africa, but the All Blacks the best. And well done on the commentary. Says Valentine's. Thank you very much, mate. Hugely appreciated. Who will be man of the match? Shannon Frizzell or Will Jordan? I would say, it's actually a hard one to decide on. I would probably go with, Frizzell had a very good game in the breakdown. Will Jordan had a very good game in the back line. So it's extremely hard to judge both of them because they are in very different parts of the game. But if either of them got it, they well and truly deserve it. That is for sure. Where in New Zealand you're from, mate? I am down south, halfway in between Christchurch and Dunedin, from a small town, which is why I wish I had curtains there, because if anyone looks in, I'm just wearing a suit in my lounge. But there's a big match. We had to have the big match suit on. Thanks so much to you for the Argentina-Australia game. Says Andy Watts, and that one will be in 30 minutes' time on the channel, ladies and gentlemen. We will also be releasing our post-match quick review of this contest, determining what we thought of it. It's going to be an interesting game to talk about. We will be looking through at all of that information very soon. But I do thank you all very much for tuning into this live stream. Hugely appreciated all the support that this stream has had. It is the most viewers that we have ever had on a single live stream in the past. It's all down to you guys. So thank you all very much for tuning in. If you did enjoy, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We're back for the game between the Wallabies and Argentina, like I mentioned. And I will see you all for the next one.